What's the stream link?
Why was the silence?
I'm not. I mean, I turn up the game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Video Game Voters Network Next Rammus Tournament Release number 2. My name is Dan Frodan Joe, and today I'm joined by Marcin Nims Filipovic, team captain and superstar of Cloud9. Marcin, how is it going, buddy?
Oh man, I'm blushing and I'm so excited for today's tournament. We have 8 players and some really good matches in front of us. So it will be a good night and a good evening for all the continents.
That's right. Guys, if you didn't check in the last time of the VGVN tournament, it was a hell of a time. We had 8 players, 6 invites, and 2 open qualified bracket people. And the same will be happening this time for $2,500 US. Today we're going to be featuring Group B with 4 of the players that Nims will introduce to you in just a second.
So Group B will be Kolento, Realz, Trump, and Sixo. And let's briefly talk about all those players. So starting with Kolento. Kolento is a member of Cloud9 and my teammate as well. One of the innovators of Hearthstone. Like, this guy is creating decks and he's making them like a master. He's getting to Legend 1 all the time with every deck he builds. He popularized the Miracle Rogue, also the Midrange Hunter. And recently there was this Paladin deck that he started playing and got to Legend as well. Sometimes he even takes a Troll deck and he gets with it to the Legend in first place. He was playing in the Millennium Cup before. I believe he finished in the top 3, maybe even in the final versus Amaz, if I remember correctly. One of the greatest players and definitely a person that you want to look forward to playing in this tournament. Then we have Realz. I used to say Mana-Grind Realz, but now it's Blizzard Realz because Blizzard was recently joined. He recently joined Blizzard as a developer. So this is actually his last tournament that we are watching. This is this is kind of like a tribute to Realz. So I'm definitely hyped to watch his games. And Realz was one of the best players last tournament. He finished in the final. Amaz won it, but still Realz had a really good run with his Paladin deck. He also brought a couple of cool and interesting decks to the tournament last time. His Demon Warlock, which was pretty amazing with all the demon stuff happening, and he almost won the final versus Amaz, getting Amaz to the 7th game, if I remember correctly. So definitely one of the greatest deck builders, control players as well. Then we have Trump. Well, Trump doesn't need an introduction. He is the most popular Hearthstone player, the first player ever to be sponsored. And now Trump is, well, a lot of people say that Trump is actually a player who's mostly playing arenas, and he's not a competitive guy. He's not that much into constructed, but actually he is pretty good. He was playing recently in the Well-Played Cup and also Heroes of Cards. He got high scores. He's always bringing interesting decks, even though he is more of a control player. Sometimes he's sneaking in those aggro decks to surprise his opponents. And also Trump is really not afraid of bringing those weird cards to the constructed fold, like Hungry Crab and stuff. So he is definitely a player that can surprise, a very consistent player as well. So I'm having high hopes for Trump in this tournament as well. And then Sixo. Wait, Sixo? Again? Like, how is it possible? He qualified the last time because in this tournament we have 2 qualifier spots. Players have to go through an open bracket, a single elimination open bracket, mind you. So you lose one game, you lose one match, and you're out. And Sixo is the guy who actually doesn't lose. He wins all those matches. He has a strategy. He's like wrecking all those people. A lot of good players. Like this time, there was I'm actually not sure about this bracket, but there's a lot of pro players playing in the bracket as well because they were not invited, and Sixo is just plowing through them, getting those invites. And it's so consistent. I think he played 16 rounds total, 8 this qualifier and 8 rounds last qualifier. So, well, maybe Sixo will be invited next time for the next release of the tournament. So this time Sixo is here again. He is ready to fight. So this group looks pretty amazing. And for those guys who actually don't know who Sixo is and missed the last tournament, he is always first to get to Legend almost every season. He plays a lot in different tournaments. He's always successful, and this is his moment. He won King of the Hill of Hearthview. He was at the last VGVN tournament. He didn't go through to the top 4, but still, he has good ideas. He's really consistent. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Sixo compete in this group.
Yeah, definitely. It's cool to see that Sixo comes through the open bracket, not just once, but twice in a field of 256 players. It's quite astounding, actually, the fact that people always chalk up these single elimination tournaments to RNG, right? Even the best players can get cheesed out by Zoo or Hunter or whatever. And yet Sixo is able to qualify. And guess what? He'd even qualify using Hunter, what everyone expects. He played Shaman, a class that's supposed to be weak to Hunter, and that's what he used to primarily qualify through the tournament. This guy is sick. He's ready to go, and I'm ready for him to impress because just showing up in the tournament, people can look at that and say, well, he plays top 8. You get in there by default. But he had to come out of a gladiator arena in order to get his spot in Group B. So well done to Sixo once again. But his work is cut out for him. He's got some of the toughest players. I feel like Group B is absolutely stacked out the butt here. With some of the top players in Hearthstone. Real quick, let's break down the format of what to expect over the next couple of days, by the way. There's going to be a group stage, as you already see, that we're doing Group B today, but it's not going to be double elimination that some people usually see. We're going to be playing full round robin groups in best of 5s. Players will bring 4 different classes, and you'll have the option to ban one or veto, depends on what kind of terminology you want to use. And obviously, the winning deck will stay. The top 2 from each group will advance to the bracket stage on day number 3. And in case of a tie, we'll have a final game that will be determining everything else if they're tied completely across the board, which often isn't. That's why you see game score as 0-0 right now, too, because that might be a little confusing to people who might be tuning in. And of course, if you have any questions, make sure to just kind of continue to post. There's a forum in liquidheart.com for the live report thread where you can kind of ask questions, interact, and talk about some of the fun plays that's been happening throughout the tournament. All right, so the first match of the day, do you know what it is, Nimsh?
I believe it's Kolento versus Realz. Let me quickly double check. Yes, it's Kolento versus Realz. It should be.
That's right. And, it's going to be a really cool matchup. Oh, before we forget and go into the match ceremonials as well, you see at the very bottom center of your screen, you have to enter for a chance to win Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC. All you have to do is go to that website link at the bottom, VGVN2 and check out what this organization's all about. They do a lot of cool stuff with activism to make sure to promote video games in the positive light for all of the USA. So check out this cool stuff. We'll be mentioning it throughout the tournament and making sure to keep you guys updated. Now, let's look at the first matchup. It's Paladin versus Druid. And right off the bat, see that Hunter has been banned by Realz, or fired by Kolento, excuse me. And it seems like Realz has banned Kolento's Priest, which is an interesting choice that he's allowing Hunter to be played.
Oh yeah, this is definitely surprising. Most of the players right now just ban Hunter outright. Like the strategy is to ban Hunter and well, if your Hunter is not banned, you just want to win with this deck. And or maybe if he's not banning Hunter, he might believe that his decks are actually good versus Hunter. So he's kind of prepared in there. So it will be definitely interesting to see how it will unfold for Realz. And for Kolento here. So Realz decided to take his Paladin deck. And what a surprise. This is a totally different deck than the last time, because the last tournament, Realz was playing a control version that was very flexible. He was able to rush. He was able to control the field as well, heal a lot. And this time he is actually bringing a kind of like a mid-range deck with, Gnomish Inventor and One Haunted Creeper. So this is... Well, this is not an aggro. This is kind of like, it's different, right? Avenge, for example. That's definitely a card that we haven't seen and constructed recently.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting with all these synergies, right? Where if you can get Avenge on a really good target, say you have like a really powerful Harvest Golem and that's been able to kind of trade and you still have a 2-1 left over. Like all these opportunities can kind of be synergized with the hero power. And not to mention that you have other common targets for Defender of Argus. It's kind of a cool take on being able to play Control Paladin, which is still very strong with the amount of taunts and ways you can answer threats. And you kind of like bring up an interesting point here about how does Realz apply these cards to the current metagame. People don't really know how to play around Avenge just yet because people don't play it much at all at high-level tournaments. So maybe we'll see Realz kind of use it in situations where it's able to kind of get really good board advantage, because that's what Paladin's fighting for the entire time, just board clears and board development. And from there, we'll see if Realz can kind of leverage that in order to kind of push for a win, because that's what Paladin does, just play slow as possible. But that's not what this Druid does. It's going to be going fast. It's going to be going hard. It's got Savage Roar and Force of Nature twice over, along with a lot of sticky minions, so that way it can kind of push in damage. You're from Cloud9. You have some insight into how this deck was built, right, Nipsh?
Oh yeah, certainly. This deck was originally designed by StrifeCrow, and then StrifeCrow and Kolento work on it together. Kolento actually got to the first legend with this deck as well, and a lot of people actually play it. So I heard it's actually good versus Hunter, because Defender of Argus works perfectly with every card. If you use Defender of Argus with Spectral Knight, it's a 5/7, which is pretty hard to deal with because of its power. Also works with Echoing Goose. So basically, this is kind of like a token druid, but it's not, because some of the cards were swapped. There is no Violet Teacher. Now you're mostly playing with Echoing Goose and Haunted Creepers. Shade of Naxxramas, a new addition from the last wing of Naxxramas as well. A pretty cool card. You can innervate it. You can play it mid game. You can taunt it as well, making it a bigger one. So yeah, this deck is super consistent, and I'm not sure how it will match up versus Paladin, but this will be definitely a battle for board position and board control, where Realz can stabilize and heal and just play those big minions that will block the way and heal, and Kolento will have the combo. So it will be pretty interesting how those games will how this game will unfold and how those decks will match up in the first game, but still, early game will be pretty important with all the small minions here.
Completely agree. I think game number 1 is ready to go, and so let's go ahead and start between Realz and Kolento to kick off Naxxramas Release Tournament number 2 by the Video Games Voter Network. The opening mulligans, you can see Kolento is on the coin, and he starts off with Innervate. Really powerful card so that we can grab the tempo early. As this time we have webcams, by the way, which is a cool upgrade. Last time we had really neat art that was depicted of our favorite characters. But this time we're going to go with the tried and true and have the webcam so we can get the real-time reactions from some of these players.
And we have both POV, so I will be pretty excited to see the reactions of players when the Brawl hits, or when the Ragnaros hits, or whatever happens. The emotion on the faces of the players. I really hope that we won't be seeing poker faces all the time, but some salt maybe, possibly. It will be fun to watch, definitely.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at Realz' hand and how it deals with the board flooding. Consecration is an important card, but the problem is a lot of these cards that are in this Druid deck are ways to put Consecration or other AoE slightly less effective, right? Defender of Argus puts things out of range. Haunted Creeper and Harvest Golems are the 2 Death Battle minions early on that has a lot of staying power. So it's going to give... Realz needs a little bit more than what he has at this moment in order to kind of stabilize against this fast combo Druid. So he's going to be looking for other cards that'll continue to combo well with it, like Pyromancer if he has it in his deck to kind of continue stuff. Even Sword of Justice might even do work, being able to buff his creatures a little bit and take out these annoying 1/1s that kind of push out early on.
I agree, and here Kolento has a super strong play with Innervate, Defender of Argus. Now he has to decide if he really wants to trade with the 1/2s or if he wants to push with damage. Well, Consecration is kind of out of range because of Defender of Argus, but those 2/3 minions can just trade with 1/2s, or even like if Realz wants to, he can trade his 1/2s into the 2/3s, putting them into Consecration range. But still, next turn is turn 3, so Consecration is out of the question. So now Kolento has to think, what's better? If I want to deal damage or if I want to trade? What does it mean? Like, if Realz is going, what kind of deck Realz is playing? Do I want to trade because he can buff the minions? Or, well, Kolento doesn't have any knowledge about what Realz is actually playing right now. With the turn 2 Ooze, it can also be an aggro deck with like a bad draw, kind of. So definitely a good decision to trade. But now he will have to... Well, Realz doesn't have a play. It's turn 3, it's kind of blank.
Yeah, it's thinking about like what in the following turns you can set up. It's also the fact that you want to make it seem like you have a harder choice than it actually is. Say you have something like you could be bluffing that you have a Peacekeeper and making Kolento really second guess whether or not that he has it, right? And so maybe he's more cautious to play a big threat. Realz just taking his time, making sure not to give any extra information like, oh, well, I clearly have no 3 mana cost card. Back over to you. He's going to kind of make it so that way Kolento has to hesitate a little bit in the future.
Yeah, that's definitely something that pro players do as well. It's you just toy with the cards and just try to confuse your opponent with something that a lot of players just ignore, because most of the players would just do the hero power and then pass. Kolento
Now
going for
that's
damage here.
interesting. Talking about hero powers, Kolento had the opportunity just to smack this 1-1 with the hero power, but he chose to use Savage Roar instead. Is it that much of a priority to kind of burst down this Paladin as quickly as you can in this situation?
Well, definitely. He has the board, and he had the board, and he was able to deal 8 points of damage with Savage Roar. So right now, Realz is on 15 points of health, and Kolento has a full board. He still has a good follow-up with the Druid of the Claw and Keeper and Swipe. So he is racing right now, and he should be able to actually like deal a lot of damage. With Lothap here, he is able to play the Druid of the Claw with Charge and deal 8 more points of damage, putting Realz at 7 points of health. This is incredible. This is turn 5. So much damage going on here. And Lothap is also out of the way, so this means that his swipe is open for the next turn.
Yeah, Realz doesn't have any of his important taunters too, like Sludge Belcher to throw in the way, Sunwalker even, to kind of force a big commitment out of Druid, unless they have something like Black Knight to stabilize. And let's see, if he goes for this, he's going to be at 8 health. We have 4 damage from the swipe, and hero power is 5 damage plus a 3. So by my count, Kolento is already going to win on turn 6.
Oh man, this was
Right
so
here.
fast. He took the gamble, kind of gamble with the Savage Roar. I don't feel like it was really a gamble because he knows how this deck works. He had the Keeper, so in case of the Sunwalker, he would be able to silence it. Wait,
Whoa.
Kolento just missed lethal.
Oh no, I think Kolento was playing a little bit fast. Didn't kind of mull over his decisions. Uh-oh. He gave a small little opportunity. Sunwalker off the top. I don't think it matters still because there's Keeper. Oh, no, it does. The Keeper silence because this Defender of Argus is still going to die.
Look at
Kolento
Kolento,
is
he
giving
actually
Realz a
realized
small
it.
window.
Kolento was smiling for a moment. I think he realized he just missed lethal. And Realz, on the other hand, is turning into a ninja.
Oh man, that's definitely not a good way to start off the series. I mean, Kolento still is in a position where he can win. He's got direct damage, but then Realz can heal up with Lay on Hands next turn as well. Oh my god, is this game going to completely swing the opposite direction, Nibs?
It might. Ninja Realz is actually able to win this game if... Wait, let's count it quickly. So Lay on Hands next turn is 10 points of health. So he'll be at 9 with Weapon Swing 11. Humility doesn't cut it, I guess. Well, he has to heal or he's dead.
Right, because the direct damage might just kill him. So then, you're right, because if he attacks with a face or something, say he wants to minimize damage and heal up, so he's at 11 health with the True Silver attack. His opponent will have Swipe plus
10 points of damage. He will be one damage of lethal.
Of course, Realz feels like if he doesn't, he might die to just Force of Nature, just as a spell card being played vanilla because he has no taunter. So Realz is in a really tough position, but he has to heal. We know this. Is he going to go for an alternative play, though?
Just to kind of clear the board. But what are you doing otherwise? It's
going to play Humility with this. Looks like.
Yeah, definitely you will play Humility with this. But what do you do? Like, what do you hope that? Because you've seen one Keeper, you've seen one Savage Roar. There's so many cards that kill you, and that's it. He takes the gamble that there is nothing that Kolento will be able to play and kill him. But still. So Realz here, it was not a bad decision. Realz here is taking a gamble that there is nothing good in Kolento's hand to be able to build up the board and stabilize next turn. So this play was a play to win the game, kind of, because Lay on Hands would be a play to lose. After Lay on Hands, he could just die anyway, and draw the cards, he will be losing. And here, he made this play to be able to set up himself to win this game if Kolento doesn't have the cards to kill him. So unfortunately for Realz, Kolento actually had the cards to kill him, but I feel like it was a well-played decision.
All right, cool. So the first game of this entire tournament starts off very quickly. Kolento had a turn 6 win and then went for a little bit of a long BM against Realz here. And now Realz will turn to, looks like a Zoolock deck to kind of flip things around. It seems to be more of what we expected from Zoo a couple of weeks ago when the Next Rams was first released. You have Haunted Creeper and the Ruby Egg immediately thrown in, and then just all the normal synergies that you've come to expect from Knife Jugglers, and then having like Power Overwhelming on their egg to be able to attack and still be able to hash that 4/4. Realz last tournament brought a Demon Lock, which was kind of half handlock, half zoo, but with a little bit of a mid-range taste. It was really cool. But it seems like that surprise factor is no longer a thing here, and he's just going to go with the tried and true zoo.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of sad that the Demon deck is no more. No more. The Demon deck was pretty cool with all the interactions and Draxus, and he also had a good run in the finals with the deck. I think winning 3 games straight against Amaz. So he almost won the tournament with the Demon deck. But I guess Zoo is a better choice for him. It's super stable. The deck is really cool, and there's a lot of cool interactions. He cuts the Void Terror to have only one, and a lot of players are doing that. They are cutting Void Terror. Some of the players are even cutting the Nerubian Egg, and Realz is actually playing Nerubian Eggs, but just a stability move. And here, I like this Zoo, and double power overwhelming, pretty bursty, no Leroy, still very consistent, as well as the Druid, Kolento's Druid. So this matchup again will be mostly about early game. The early drops, who is getting the advantage, who is somebody actually able to come back if he's losing the early game. So this might be also a very explosive game.
That's primarily a question for the Druid player. Can they answer and keep up with what Zoo is doing? This is one of the primary weaknesses of this deck, is that as much as you're putting a lot of sticky minions and early pressure out, you need something like Innervate to get ahead of Zoo, so that way you can dictate the trades. Oftentimes, in this matchup, if you draw Defender of Argus, it feels like you don't get full value. Versus Zoo against Druid, unless they have like a full swipe clear, they feel like they can get full value off Defender of Argus. And that's kind of indicative of how this board control game early on tends to favor the Warlock. It can give Druid a really difficult time if Druid doesn't have something like Innervate Keeper of the Grove to stabilize and then go 2 for 1 with minions. And that might be Kolento's biggest savior here. Because I feel like Echoing Ooze and Haunted Creeper, as much as they're sticky early on, they're pretty easily answered by a lot of stuff. Just Flame Imp, Voidwalker, Direwolf Alpha, those kinds of cards are easy to go toe-to-toe with some of these early games from Druid.
Oh yeah, certainly. This matchup is pretty bad for this kind of Druid. So we talked about this with RDU before, and RDU was using this build as well when he was playing Heart of the Cards tournament.
Heroes of Cards.
Heroes of Cards. Okay, House of Cards. And definitely, when you're playing this kind of Druid, you might want to ban Warlock instead of Hunter. So I'm definitely interested to see how Kolento will handle this matchup, finding himself in this weird situation where Zoo has an advantage. Also, what's important, Kolento doesn't know what kind of Warlock Realz is playing, and Realz is mostly known from playing the Handlock, and he's basically a Handlock player. He had a lot of success with Handlock at DreamHack Summer, and last time he was playing the Demon deck. So right now, when you face Realz, you're like, okay, he's probably playing Handlock. The only good thing for Kolento is that this Druid is mostly just doing its job. It's you mulligan for the same thing like almost all the time. You just want to set up the early game pressure, so it doesn't matter that much what are you playing against, but still it might influence his decisions a little, and this might lead to his downfall. So I'm definitely interested to see his decisions, and the mulligan will be pretty important.
All right, let's jump into the mulligan screen and find out what happens in game 2 between Realz and Kolento. Will the Druid deck continue to take and slay some of the best players in Hearthstone? Or will Zoo do what Zoo does best, which is get off to an early start and never look back? Realz is on the coin, which is already a good start. That way you can put out double 1-drops and get ahead of Druid like we mentioned. And Kolento does have some interesting cards to keep him in, like Keeper of the Grove, but he needs a little bit more. An Innervate squeezed out early on would be absolutely mint for a Cloud9 player.
It's funny how Realz was actually pointing out the Voidwalker and Argent Squire, because it's when you are on a coin, you're kind of happy that you have 2 1-drops, but on the other hand, you would love to have a Flame Imp. So keeping Argent Squire and Voidwalker is obviously a good decision, but still, you'd love to have the Flame Imp and Voidwalker instead.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just getting in that extra damage early. As much as you might be afraid of losing it to something like Wrath or Innervate Keeper, you gotta go for it and force your opponent to have it. Kolento's response is just an ooze. Force of Nature is also a very slow card and might be just used as removal if he can even get that far, because Zoo is just that dominant. The thing that's nice, though, is that Realz' deck is a little bit more setup. Things like Nerubian Egg is essentially a really passive turn, and that might give the opportunity for a draw or two for Kolento to kind of climb back in this.
This ooze is so good. For 2 mana, you get a 2/4, basically. Right now, it looks like both of those minions are pretty small, but they might deal a lot of damage and just push through. Here, it seems like Realz has a better board setup, but for now, the situation is that, well, he doesn't deal much damage. He only has 2 potential points of damage on board, and this will be the battle for the boards. Both of the players will try to trade as much as possible and just eliminate their opponent boards. And I'm interested to see what Realz will do with Power of Overwhelming against in his hand, because he has a lot of burst. Defender of Argus is a cool card, but he only has 3 mana. So now I guess you'll use a life tap to see what you get, and then use the Power of Overwhelming to get the 4/4 Nerubian. But on the other hand, it's kind of you want to trade with the minions, so it's kind of like wasting 4 points of damage.
Yeah, but at the same time, you are very aware of a very powerful Defender of Argus turn coming up. So as much as you might ignore these creatures now, you might pay the price later with taunts in 2/3. So I think Realz is going to go for the trade. He picks the middle one, and really not much of a preference, just as long as you're not overkilling the 1/1 here. And I think just continue to pressure, and you put a 4/4 on board, forcing your opponent to have swipe. And if he has swipe, well, good for him. But if he doesn't, you're in a really dominant position, because look at the quality of cards Realz has to follow up. He's got his own Defender. He's got Shattered Sun Cleric to buff things out of range. If he picks up a 1-drop, he'll also have more options at his disposal.
Yeah, definitely he has a lot of good buff cards, but if Kolento is able to get rid of the 4/4 Nerubian, then Realz' board will be empty. And all those buff cards are great if you actually have minions on board, but if you don't, they're just mediocre. So here it will be really important what Kolento actually draws this turn. He will be able to play Keeper of the Grove, which is a cool card to play. It's still a 2/4 and dealing 2 points of damage. But yeah, it seems like Kolento is actually winning the battle for board positioning here.
Well, he picks up Doomguard off the top, so Realz' hand is a little clunky. It's really difficult to kind of squeeze out Power Overwhelming and Doomguard without discarding one early if you're trying to go for board position. How does Soulfire go into this mix? Are you willing to risk a bad discard? He goes for it early on, and he is going to be able to save his Doomguard, which is a very important keep, and still play Defender of Argus. So now Realz is going to pressure in for position and really hope his opponent still doesn't have an answer to this, which it looks like he doesn't. Kolento only has Lotheb or some of these Spectral Knights.
Yeah, right now Kolento is actually behind with the 2/3 and 5/3 and no way to actually remove them. 4/6 Spectral Knight is obviously a cool card to have, but then there was this Doomguard coming on next turn from Realz, which will be building up the board position immensely. A 5/7 charge is so good, and Realz won't be sorry about discarding Power Overwhelming and something he draws, because he will be able to replenish his hand starting from turn 6, and his board will be so big. On the other hand, Kolento has only passive cards, so just playing the cards that do nothing. He has the Force of Nature, which might be important. He decides not to attack with 1/1. I'm not sure I agree. I might have actually attacked into 5/3 to be able to set up it for the Force of Nature next turn.
Well, now that you picked up Defender of Argus, you have the opportunity to play Power Overwhelming, trade to the Spectral Knight, and disallow him again from getting good Argus targets, while still being able to push out a 2/3 minion. You have Doomguard. Do you feel like that pressure is necessary at the moment, or can you play the Doomguard now and try to grab advantage? I mean, I like this play just because the Spectral Knight represents a big threat. But was there any case of throwing the Doomguard down immediately, Nimsh?
I definitely like playing Defender of Argus in here, because you're just saving the cards from the Doomguard. You will not discard any cards almost with the Doomguard. You can also be lucky and draw a 1-drop. So here, he makes a good decision of just using his board to be able to push with damage. And Defender of Argus is one of those cards where you just position yourself in a race where instead of trading with minions, you can just go for face. He decided to actually kill the Spectral Knight, but also going for face was a okay decision because he is the one doing damage here. He is the one with the 5/7 demon. So it's only a question like, what is he afraid of? This put Kolento in a situation where he can actually clear.
Yeah, but you need a little bit more than clear. You want to clear and put something on the board against Zeus, so that way you can dictate a better trade. And that way, something like swipe off the top is really powerful. Realz picks up one of the heaviest cards in his deck, Dark Iron Dwarf, and he only has one, but it's still okay. The fact is, Druid has a very difficult time doing 7 damage, especially if Kolento has no removal in his hand immediately. And Haunted Creeper is one of the worst draws he could possibly get at the moment.
Yeah, right now his hand is kind of like passive. It's really passive. He will be able to play a 5-drop and a 3-drop, I guess. He will be able to play the Shade. He has to decide if he wants to play Lothab or Spectral Knight. The thing is that if he plays Lothab, the Demon can just trade with it, or Demon can just push face. I guess the thing is like, he is still kind of safe, because after the next turn, after he attack from Realz, he will have 8 points of health. But he has to, I guess, play the Spectral Knight so that Demon is not able to trade with it, and Shade to be able to kind of try to fight to regain the board position. If he gets a Defender of Argus of Ancient of Lore, it might be pretty important for him, because most of the cards that Realz will be drawing, supposedly, are the small minions. Some of them might be even blanks, like Nerubian Egg with no buffs is just a blank. So he has to take his chances here and try to develop the board. Because Realz can't immediately... Oh, now this is a huge draw.
Oh, man. More damage to the face, and that sets up a potential lethal the following turn.
He can also trade with the 4/6 really effectively here. But I guess you can actually go for face. Like, when you have those all the minions that he can play here and just deal 8 points of damage, putting Kolento on 5... I guess you do it. Like, this is the moment you really want to attack face instead of fighting for board position.
Yeah, the problem with fighting for board position is that something, again, like swipe off the top with hero power completely wipes him, and then Realz is left top decking. And just like you mentioned, if he's left with setup cards like Nerubian Egg, and like Harvest Golem, that gives an opportunity for Druid to climb back in this game. I like the idea of going for face, put him on a clock to deal with this Doom Guard. And Realz is about to make that decision as well, I think.
Oh, well,
it's still
you never
not
know.
as easy to make, though.
He has a control player, mostly. And trading minions is kind of the most important thing you do throughout all the games. So spotting the moment where you actually want to go for face is pretty difficult. Also, if there is a Defender of Argus, like, he has to think about stuff. If he goes for face now... And, oh, he's actually going for face, but playing around swipe a bit.
Yep. He's making swipe very difficult. That way he can punish himself. He loses 1 damage. But still, it's going to take almost the entire board of Kolento to trade into this if he wants to. But he picks up Innervate. That's one of the worst cards again. Kolento's mid-game draws have not been helpful.
From my end, it's actually the game, because if he wants to kill Doomguard, he will have to trade both minions into Doomguard. And then he has to shapeshift to actually survive the 6th attack from Realz. If he doesn't kill the Doomguard, if he trades with like 3/2 and both 3/2s, then he's in a really weird position. So I guess he has to play everything and innervate the shapeshift here.
Yeah, it's about the same consequence either way if you go kill off the Doomguard or if you kill off the smaller minions, but the smaller minions are easier to deal with. He's going to pass over to Realz, and Realz only needs 1 damage off of his deck, but it's also possible to whiff. He's drawn through most of his buffers already.
He gets
Creeper
damage.
and Direwolf Alpha.
On the back of
Realz
the
will take
Direwolf Alpha.
Realz will take game 2 and tie it up, and Kolento will have to go to something else. But the good news is probably the best is yet to come. Kolento still has some of the most powerful decks lined up in Hearthstone, as Realz has banned the Priest of Kolento and not Hunter. Hunter will be chosen immediately from Kolento, an excellent choice.
He still has Hunter. The matchup was pretty difficult for Kolento, definitely. Like, no taunts, and Realz had a coin. He was able to push with tempo from the start, just winning the board all the time, and just crushing Kolento in that game. Right now, Kolento is taking a Hunter deck which is one of the most popular, but there are different builds. And Kolento is running Beast Cleave, which is a deck that Strife Crew was running before as well. I'm not sure if the guys work together on this deck, but definitely one of the... some people can say that actually Reynad invented this one, but Reynad invented Hearthstone, kind of. So this deck definitely a deck that Kolento and Strife Crew were working on, and it's running traps, and it's running a snake trap as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's such a cool curveball. People are expecting freezing traps for sure, but explosive trap is always one of those question marks. Are they running it? And if so, how many traps are they running? And then Snake Trap just kind of throws in this weird thing where you have synergy with Scavenging Hyena and Starving Buzzard in ways that can completely blow out the game. If Buzzard comes out early and then they try to attack it and they don't have early removal with Soulfire or a Knife Juggle, then, well, you're drawing 3 cards and then you have the ability to get into Unleash the Hounds and potentially end the game. So I think it's a cool mix-up. It's also really important to get these 1/1 bodies to trade with Zoo early on. So Snake Trap's not even that bad, and most likely Zoo was going to be fighting for board control, so you'll probably have it proc.
I love the synergy of Snake Trap with Buzzard and Houndmaster. The thing is, like, when you're running Mad Scientist, you're sometimes you're getting the Snake Trap early for free. Like, you just get the Snake Trap after the Mad Scientist was killed, and if you're able to, like, turn 5 play Buzzard and coin the Houndmaster. Wait, it doesn't work that way. It's I mean, like, Houndmaster, and you actually put Buzzard behind the wall, behind the taunt. So, like, your Buzzard is protected because maybe you had a Web Spinner, which is a 1/1, and now it's a 3/3 with taunt, and you still have that trap. And then there's almost no good way to actually deal with that, and you will have to, like, your opponent will have to kill your Buzzard with some direct damage spell, like a Mortal Coil or Soulfire, and often they don't have it. So sometimes the Snake Trap has an immense value. Also, even if you have just the Snake Trap and you play Buzzard on an empty board, still it's kind of weird. And the Snake Trap is not that popular as well, so a lot of players will just attack into the Buzzard because they have no choice. They have to kill the Buzzard when it enters the board, and you just get the Beast and you get the 3 cards, and then you follow up with, like, Houndmaster or whatever. And here Kolento is also running Scavenging Hyena, which again is a great card that synergizes with Snake Trap and Unleash the Hounds. So certainly a build which is really stable with well, a lot of traps and tricks, which is pretty interesting. No flares. What do you think about not running any flares in a kind of hunter-heavy metagame?
Well, I think it's really smart because, well, if you're going to ban hunters every single time, you can use those 2 extra slots for something else. You don't have to worry about traps. Most likely, no one else is playing secrets in the tournament, at least from what your perspective is. So I think you have the opportunity to put in other good cards like Scavenging Hyena and Snake Trap. By the way, game number 3 is about to start, guys. And let's make sure to continue to show support for VGVN. They've been doing a good job, and we're excited for their second tournament of their next Rambus release series. So make sure to go ahead and check all this stuff out at the bottom of the Twitch channel. Opening mulligans, we see that Kolento does have a bow and a trap, but he's also thinking about throwing away his Buzzard. I think you want to kind of prioritize cards like Unleash the Hound, certainly in this matchup. But other cards like Bow and Freezing Trap, do you feel like they have a role in Zoo this early on?
I think Bow is actually cool. Freezing Trap I would also mulligan. I'm not sure about the Buzzard. I would probably keep the Buzzard just in case. You don't always need the Unleash the Hound. I mean, Unleash the Hounds is really important in this matchup, but you can, if you keep the Buzzard, you can get some Animal Companions, Web Spinners, so you will be able to use it anyway. Bow is pretty important to be able to remove stuff like Voidwalker maybe, that will be blocking your way for Unleash the Hound. So it's a pretty important card, especially in this build where you have a lot of traps. You have Mad Scientist as well.
Yikes, Knife Juggler does represent a big threat. Kolento has to take that out as soon as possible. It makes a lot of these small 1 health minions a liability. Kolento is presented with a very weird choice here. Does he have the opportunity to take out, or does he use his opportunity to develop something else?
Well, coin out the bow is actually a pretty
tricky.
good play. If he coins out the bow here, like, the thing about the coin is, like, you want to use it on turn 4 maybe, or like turn 3 to play a web spinner and buff it. Well, turn 3 is now turn 4 coin a web spinner and a Hummaster. But basically coining a bow here and just killing the juggler saves a lot of damage, and he is able kind of to take control of the board because there is only the 1/1. And also Realz playing the Duloc, he has a lot of buffs. So if you're able to get rid of the 3/2 juggler early, that's putting you in a kind of like a good position, I guess. Unleash the Hounds is a pretty important card in here, but I guess he will be still waiting till turn 5 maybe to be able to use it.
Yeah, that's the most painful part. You give up the coin, you lose the ability to unleash on turn 5, draw those cards. You know, it just gives you more flexibility in case you draw into these little ways to sneak in an extra creature or damage. And so you don't want to use your coin unless you absolutely need to this early on. And the truth is, with Knife Juggler up, it's a high priority because that Knife Juggler makes a lot of cards useless. Starving Buzzard off the top for Kolento. So he does have the combo, but the problem is, with that 1 extra mana nerf on Unleash the Hounds, it makes it so that Zeus sneaks in that much more damage on turn 4. So Kolento needs to kind of find a way he can piece everything together.
Yeah, now it's super awkward for him because he'd love to have that coin back, to be able to maybe play Buzzard and Snake Trap, or to be able to play Buzzard and Unleash on turn 4. So he doesn't have a choice. He just plays the trap and he kills the 2/2, losing the bow. But you know, like playing a trap, playing a secret here is pretty tricky because Realz doesn't know what it is, and he might have to play around, I guess, whatever.
Right, it might be freezing trap. If you kill off the Direwolf Alpha, you leave 1 minion out where it's going to be clearly disrupted to the tempo. Realz reads that this is freezing trap. Explosive would absolutely make no sense. Why would you attack into the Direwolf Alpha unless you're trying to play around Defender Vargas? And now Realz passes, so this gives Kolento a small window where he can kind of set up and have a really, really strong turn with Buzzard and Unleash.
That's another thing that makes Hunter really strong. Those secrets. It's just your opponents. They have to make those decisions, those weird decisions. And here playing Buzzard, I guess if he plays Buzzard, it's a statement kind of like it might be a Snake Trap. But if
that
Realz
sells Snake Trap like crazy.
Yeah, but you know, it's. Do you really think about Snake Trap? Like, okay, he's playing versus Realz, so Realz will probably realize that this might actually be a Snake Trap, and he has the Soulfire. But also, so firing the Buzzard in this spot is super awkward. But on the other hand, Kolento playing Buzzard here is super risky, because next turn he could actually Buzzard and Unleash.
Right, and he might even draw no cards from this Buzzard, but he's going to go for it. Now, if Realz has his ear close to the ground, he's seen players like Strife in the past run Snake Trap. It's a teammate of Kolento. Is it going to be Snake Trap? And it is. God. 3 cards for Kolento, so it's like he unleashed already for 2 mana. And now he's going to draw 3 cards and have a full hand. Second Unleash comes into the hand of Kolento. He's got everything he needs.
This is huge. Do you think like he actually didn't read that it might be a possible Snake Trap? Because on the other hand, so firing that Buzzard will be super awkward. And this is the turn he wanted to play something else. So attacking to Buzzard, if this would be a freezing trap, and his read was that this was a freezing trap last turn, was I guess correct. But if it would be a freezing trap, I think this play made no sense from Kolento.
Yeah, but now Realz is kind of paying the price. He was really hoping this Defender was a freezing trap so he can kind of get it back in his hand. Maybe he can discard it with Doomguard so it's a little heavier. If not, it's still something on turn 6 to buff his board without trying to overextend to unleash too much. And now Kolento has so much at his disposal. Sure, he's at 15 health, but he has a Hunter's Mark to kind of push through this. And he's got Unleash number 2, so he can continue to push back against the board. He's got Houndmaster to set up taunts. I feel like in this position, it's very difficult for Realz to come back.
Kolento has 7 cards in hand. He has the boards. He has the board. He is clearing the board. He gets Leok. This is really huge. And Realz has nothing. He has Power Overwhelming, and his board will be non-existent next turn. What is he going to do? Kolento has 15 points of health, which seems that it's not that much. But on the other hand, if there is nothing that is going to deal damage to you, the 15 points of health is just a lot. and he gets another trap from the Mad Scientist. So right now he's pretty secure. Also, it's important that Realz has used his one so far and one Doom Guard. So his ability to actually get something with charge that deals a lot of damage and burst is limited right now.
Yeah, Liak was actually such a sick roll off the Animal Companion because Huffer would have been a little bit moot. You're still trying to trade everything into the board anyways. And it allows him to have a stickier minion with a little bit more health, especially since he has double Houndmaster. So he's got lots of ways to set up taunt and thick minions. Savannah Highmane comes out on the board. And it's going to be really difficult for Realz to burst through everything. He's got 2 Power Overwhelmings and Doom Guard, but he's going to have to discard things again because the Freezing Trap does proc. Realz is in a really tough spot.
That Doom Guard is actually a huge card because right now he might want to take a gamble. Double Power Overwhelming is just a lot. If he's able next turn, if this Harvest Golem survives, Kolento is dead. Realz has exactly 15 points of damage in his hand. So Kolento really has to kill the Harvest Golem, but being Kolento, you have 15 points of health, it's just a Harvest Golem. You've seen one Doom Guard, you've seen one Soulfire. Are you afraid?
I mean, the taunt already kind of puts a big damper into those plans. And then how is he going to be able to push through a 9-7? And he sets up lethal for the following turn as well.
Kolento's playing super safe.
Yep.
Kolento just really declined any possibility for Realz to win this game. With the taunt, with the Freezing Trap, with this strong board, there is no way that Warlock can actually push through with damage. Even though he has those kind of like 15 points of damage in his hand, he won't be able to go through. Realz concedes.
That's it. Kolento's going to climb back in the series 2-1 and go on game point. And Realz is going to have to rely on his last deck, which I believe is a rogue. Yes, and it's going to be the Miracle Rogue. Let's take a look real quick about some of the specifics that fine-tune this deck. It seems like he's going to opt to go for a little bit quicker damage with things like South Sea Deckhand and Cold Blood. You can kind of combine that for 6 damage off of 2 cards.
Haunted Creeper. Like this
Haunted
seems
Creeper?
Yeah, this seems so weird, by the way. It's you're just going through the list and you're like, hey, okay, so this is probably Miracle Rogue, and then you're like looking at the South Sea Deck and you're like, wait, is this Backspace? And then there's the Haunted Creeper, and then there are actually the Gadgets and Auctioneer. So this is a Miracle Rogue with a twist, with Haunted Creeper and South Sea Deckhand, which is kind of interesting. It's I'm not exactly sure what's the use of Haunted Creeper in here, but maybe he felt like he really needs a kind of like a sticky 2-drop to be able to trade with all other sticky 2-drops that other people play. Same situation with the South Sea Deckhand. But other than that, this build looks standard. It's important that he's running Assassin's Blade, which is just going out and in of the Miracle builds. So this is the weapon that actually can deal a lot of damage. But how does this Miracle actually match up versus this Hunter deck? Because historically, the Beastcleave deck is kind of like a different build. Historically, the Savannah Highmane build was pretty bad versus Miracle because it was too slow, and the aggressive Hunter was a lot better because you were able to race. And here, this deck, this Hunter, is totally different than the old Sunshine Hunters. It has the Mad Scientist, it has a lot of traps, and it has a Web Spinner. So I'm not sure that the Beastcleave is actually that slow. I feel like this deck can actually race Miracle on an even terms.
All right, well, let's find out what happens in Game 4. Realz is on his last life for this series, at least, but it's still just the first one of 3 that he's going to play in this round-robin group stage. Let's find out what happens in the opening hands. Realz is going to start off on the coin, which is, again, really nice. So you get that extra card. Not only for your own scouting intel, but also the ability to use coin as a spell. Kolento, in the meantime, has probably one of the best starts. Just needs to pick up something like Animal Companion, and you have the 1, 2, 3 that hunters always dream of.
I'm kind of surprised that Realz actually thinks about mulliganing Deadly Poison. On the other hand, Kolento has to think about tracking, because he has a really good start. Tracking is a card you kind of want to draw mid-game to be able to fetch something you need. Here you probably would love to have Mad Scientist or Eaglehorn Bow, or maybe like I'm not sure about any traps, but definitely a free drop like Eagle Horn or Animal Companion. And you want to get that card instead of just tracking for that card. You want to use tracking later when you're fishing for like a kill command or maybe even Savannah Hyman on turn 5. But still, he thinks about it and Realz mulliganed Deadly Poison. He is searching for Gadgetson, I guess, and he didn't get it.
Probably something like Haunted Creeper as well. Haunted Creeper can answer this web spinner very effectively. Realz also has a hard time dealing with it because he only has things like Fan of Knives is also surprisingly a really effective card, and I think I only saw one in his deck. Same thing with even Farseer. A lot of these cards that are really helpful because of what they can do against Hunter. You're cutting back so that way it's better in other matchups, and you're squeezing in things like your Southsea Deckhands and Assassin's Blade. So whether or not it pays off for Realz is yet to be seen. Haunted Creeper finally comes off, though, right on the mana curve. So at least now he has something to play. But it looked a little bit scary at first, because if Realz whiffed and say he drew Preparation here, that could have been a really scary start for Hunter, and Realz would have been in big trouble.
A Hyena, that looks pretty interesting. Might be able to actually buff it, and the tracking is actually pretty good as well with Animal Companion, Mad Scientist, and Starving Buzzard. The thing is, like, all the free cards are good, so what do you take? Playing versus Miracle Rogue, don't expect many minions, so Buzzard might not be that effective, but on the other hand, just you need the card draw. You really need to draw into cards to be able to finish your opponent. So even though Mad Scientist and Animal Companion look pretty nice, I'm thinking that Kolento is choosing between Animal Companion and Starving Buzzard.
Yeah, I have to agree, just because there's a very hard wall that Hunter hits if they never have Buzzard around turn 6 or 7, where they're playing if they don't have High Main or Buzzard, then they just run out of gas. They actually have nothing to do, and they're just hero powering while you have the ability to kind of run them over. Buzzard is too valuable, in my opinion, to just kind of toss away, because it's your way to rebound into the game. Not to mention that you have things like Web Spinner, which draws a beast, and that can give you other synergies that you don't expect, in addition to just the traditional draw with Unleash the Hounds.
Oh my god, a backstab top deck, a pretty important card, and Kolento actually decided not to attack into 1/1, which is pretty cool. I mean, this is 1 point of damage, and he wouldn't buff his Hyena anyway, but this backstab might be pretty important. The thing is, like, the Hyena being a 4/3 is kind of like a threat, so Realz, instead of like playing anything really cool, he has to deal with the Hyena, and you definitely don't want to sap it, because you know that the Savannah Hyman will come at some point, and you will have to deal with it, so you just want to kill it as soon as possible. The thing is that using Shiv in here with backstab, you're not playing anything, so you just lost 2 cards, kind of. You're getting 1 card back, but you're not having board position and board presence. This 1/1 it's not really threatening Kolento at any point. It's mostly...
Well, how about now? The Cold Blood on
God.
top of it, that way it can sneak in 5 damage. I mean, Cold Blood is purely a damage card, so whether you use it on Leroy on your final Shadow Step, or you're using it immediately to put pressure on your opponent, I guess Realz is just going to dump it, so that way he has some pressure and a way to answer this without having to coin hero power in order to kill off this Haunted Creeper.
That's definitely a good play from Realz, because not having a Gadgetson, his only game plan here is to deal as much damage as possible and try to rush Kolento. If he gets too many, if he gives Kolento too many turns to be able to deal damage, Hunter can be really explosive, so he can't afford it. He has to deal damage, and he has to make Kolento actually trade with his minions. Kolento, though, is not taking the bait, and he's toning up his Spider and continue to race.
Yep. And now this is the opportunity that Realz has. He has Shadow Step, by the way, so more damage in the hand. And this is really cool because the Cold Blood not only put pressure on, but it played around Houndmaster as well, because how do you kind of deal with this fact that Realz is able to put on pressure with just a small minion, and Hunter can't really affect the state of the board. They need that 1 extra damage. The only way that he can is something like Unleash the Hounds, which is so painful because you're unleashing for 1 card. Or are you? Kolento's just going to ignore it.
He ignores the 5/1 Spider.
Oh my god.
Prodan, you know what this means? This means the Spider is actually going to deal 15 damage total. This is insane.
Jesus, the Cold Blood effectively did 12. Now he picks up Phantom Knives too, which is a really important card for him to deal with a lot of these smaller minions like Buzzard and whatever hounds that survive off the Unleash. Kolento's in a difficult position because he has Leroy and Shadow Step in hand, just has to pair together a little bit more damage and he can end this game.
Killing the Spider to get like more cards from Buzzard Unleash is pretty cool. And he will be able to effectively clear the board in here and draw 3 cards. If he gets a web spinner. Oh, he gets a web spinner! Sick top deck.
Yeah.
That's another card.
And, you know, second bow is not that great, but at least he still has some other good cards to back it up with. More card draw, and he's got Leroy as a finisher. But here's the problem. Fan of Knives is going to be able to destroy
Gadget's top deck. Oh my god.
But that's not even as much of a priority. Don't you just want to draw damage? You have 12 in hand. In fact, if you just hero power and whack, you just need to draw 2 more, so like SI7 agent becomes a kill too.
Kolento needs the traps. There is a lot of traps that actually can help him in this deck, but he didn't get a single one. This is really weird. Mad Scientist finally comes, but might not be the card he needed. What does Kolento actually need to win this game?
Yeah, I think Freezing Trap is definitely one of them, because that's your best answer to Leroy. And Mad Scientist is his ticket, but it is still 2/3 chance. He's also trying to calculate how much damage he can do with Leroy power weapon next turn. That's 11 plus the 2 from Mad Scientist, so that's 13. If he draws into something like Kill Command, no, he's still going to be short. Kolento's just putting out as much damage as possible. Haunted Creeper is way too passive because it's 1 damage unguaranteed. And now Realz has the opportunity to strike back. He picks up Thanos, and that's not going to be his ticket, but he still gets 1 damage closer with his hero power attack. And Kolento is looking at his last turn unless he can make something happen.
Realz was actually 1 damage of lethal there, and playing Glothab is such a strong play because against Hunter, you just seal all those spells, and there's a lot of good spells like Hunter's Mark and Unleash the Hound. So how is Kolento going to actually respond in here? Like even the Freezing Trap, which is a pretty cool card, it costs 7 points of mana, so he can't play it. Is he just dead? I think he's just dead. Like there is no way to actually deal with this board. He might have to play Leroy to actually like kill the 5/5 in here.
And what has to happen, I think, is Kolento has to draw something like Houndmaster, and then this has to be Freezing Trap that's procced by the Mad Scientist. Snake Trap is completely useless. Because if Kolento played like Starving Buzzard and Ironbeak Owl, or Haunted Creeper, and say he drew Houndmaster and then suicided it, I think he would have been able to kill off Lotheb while being able to play. Oh no, because then the Freezing Trap gets procced by the Thanos. No, I don't think there was actually a way that Kolento could have survived.
Yeah, it was
even if he draws Houndmaster off the top here.
Well, another option was just to kill the 1/1 with the Scientist and then play the Freezing Trap. That would put... Now he would be dead anyway because we just had exactly 30 points of damage next turn. So pretty tough run for Kolento here. Realz was able to actually execute a strategy, deal damage and kill your opponent as soon as possible. He checks the trap. This is not explosive or
What
freezing.
if this was Snipe? Snipe the Leroy.
Snipe would be so fun in here.
That would be way too clutch and too sick. The series is tied and we're going to game 5. And Kolento will have to play, I believe, his Shaman deck as his last line of defense. And this is an important win. It's the first series of the entire tournament, and you want to set the note as high as you can, especially against a tough opponent like Realz/Kolento.
Oh man, a 2/2, and now Kolento is left with his Shaman, and Realz has a Rogue. Let's have a look at this Shaman build. Is there anything that actually surprises you? Doomhammer? Is there a
Well, the
Doomhammer?
one Lightning Storm always jumps out to me. It's always like, well, are you sure about this? I've seen StrifeGrow and a few other people run it, but every time you do, it's just like it's not the fact that you have one, it's the fact that you have that much less, you have a 50% less chance to draw the Lightning Storm, which is sometimes what you need in these situations. Maybe not against Miracle Rogue, but just in general, we're looking at the entire tournament because it seems like Realz brought Zoo. Whoever else brings Zoo, you need like those double Lightning Storms. To me, it always jumps out and like, oh man, it feels like such an important staple card that you need, don't you?
Well, StrifeGrow, at some point he wasn't running it at all. The thing is, like, this Shaman build is kind of like embodiment of stickiness. Like, all those minions are so sticky. The Creepers, Nurbenag, Harvest Golem, Sludge Belcher, Cairn, like, they're just making the board position for you. And a Shaman is all about board control and board position. So if you're able to swamp the board with all those cards and be able to also taunt them. There's double Defender Vargas, which is pretty important because he will have a lot of taunts. Sludge Belchers, Alakir, no Doomhammer, but this deck seems like it's really stopping all the attacks. And
so many death rattles damage, but there's no Undertaker. That's pretty disappointing to me. Not just because I think Kolento's doing something wrong, but I feel like Undertaker fits like it's the same thing as having an Argent Squire in terms of the deck with things like Flame Tongue and Answering Aggro, but the synergy is just out the wall. Like the Sludge Belcher, Harvest Golem, the Ruby Ant, Haunted Creeper, even Thanos and Cairn, the legendaries are death rattles as well. It would have been cool to see maybe one snuck in, but it seems like Kolento is going for more of the Board Swarm Shaman here, as he even scaled back things like Azure Drake in favor of getting the double Sludge Belcher. Game number 5 will determine it all of who wins this first series. Let's get underway and see what happens, Nimsh.
I'm excited. Let's see the mulligans.
Right? Shaman does struggle a little bit against that Miracle Rogue. If Miracle continues getting the clears, cards like Blade Flurry is actually extremely important, so that way you can go for the AoE clears, especially against things like Feral Spirits, which put a damper into Miracle Rogue's plans early on in the game.
And on Kolento's side, he has to mulligan almost the whole hand. He wants to get those small minions, and he got the Feral Spirit, double Rockbiter Alakir combo.
There you go.
Are we going to see it?
It's turn 10 or turn 9 with the coin. That's a lot of optimism.
It
to
looks
kind of
sick.
have everything in your hand set until then. I'm not sure, but it'd be cool to see 18 damage straight from the dome.
Well, definitely, the Ruben Egg is pretty cool also with Rockbiter, because you can buff it, you can kill something big, and then you get a 4/4 Nerubian as a gift. So a pretty cool small combo there. Airshock also important mainly versus the Death Rattle guys. So if Realz is actually getting that Haunted Creeper, then Kolento has an answer.
Yeah, and it does give that a little bit of insurance as well. Say you don't necessarily have to trade. This SI7 engine doesn't come out or something. It's also your insurance against AoE. If something like Fan of Knives or Blade Flurry comes out. Realz attacks into this, by the way. Sets it up for
That's
1.
so weird.
Yeah, that was a really interesting thing. I was kind of going to ask you immediately for opinion, but it seems like you're in the same boat as I am.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused as well. I mean, the only reasoning here would be to, if you get the backstab, if there is no taunt, you just kill the egg with a weapon attack, or maybe like even deckhand. That would be a cool play. So if there will be no Feral Spirit, then you attack into an egg and you play a deckhand and you play SA7. You get rid of the 4/4 Spider immediately. But with the Feral Spirit in here, that poses a problem for him. He has the Blade Flurry, but he doesn't have the Deadly Poison.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to wait for that for sure. You can use his deckhand to remove the Feral Spirits, but then the Feral Spirits go 1 for 2 card-wise, and you actually even took a little damage backwards to you. So you don't feel great about doing this. And that's why Feral Spirits early on gives Rogue a lot of trouble. They have ways to do increments of 2. 2 damage and 4 damage are very easy, but unless you have Deadly Poison, that 3 health is still so annoying.
Well, he can play the deckhand, attack into one of the wolves, and kill the other with SI7 and attack from the weapon. And then the wolf won't be able to kill SI7, it will just have to trade in it. The thing is, like, if Kolento has a Rockbiter weapon, and we know he has it, it's kind of like a big gamble, because then the Nerubian Egg is actually killing the SI7, and the Feral Spirit stays on board.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, this... and that's actually kind of cool thing by the South Sea deckhand. It is a combo enabler. It's basically like a minion with Sinister Strike's capabilities, because you can buff your deckhand with Cold Blood, and it gives your ability to start off combos really easily. The Rockbiter in the hand of Kolento, I have to imagine it comes out. It's just too good to pass up. You get a full board clear, you put a 4/4 up, and make life as difficult as possible for this Miracle Rogue.
This looks really bad for Realz. He has to top deck the Deadly Poison. Without it, it might be pretty tough. He has the Eviscerate, which is a great card to actually deal with a 4/4. But then the 4/4 actually tanks 4 damage, and Realz also has to enable the combo for Eviscerate. Kolento uses another Biter to actually clear the board in here. Well,
All right,
he is
like
going aggro way.
I mean, it's Shaman has an opportunity to pressure, and his his deck is kind of really, he doesn't have like those burst options as much as beyond Alakir. He doesn't have like Doom Hammer, so these minions have to get a lot of mileage and damage early on. One of the best ways to answer Miracle Rogue is just to fill up the board and make it almost impossible for them to answer everything, unless they have like a full board clear with Blade Flurry. So I like this response. It's really difficult for Realz to deal with.
This is so awkward for Realz, by the way. Because he doesn't have the Auctioneer again, and his way to win the game is to pressure with damage. But right now he's just trading blows with Kolento, and I feel like he's kind of losing the board presence. With a 5/5 Lothab is obviously great because Kolento won't be able to play any spells.
Oh man, the taunt totem!
It's the ideal thing he wanted.
Oh, and Shadow Step off the top for Realz. That's not necessarily the best.
What do you even do?
Oh my god,
just combo?
Kolento forgot to attack with Nerubian? Am I reading this correctly? I think Kolento just missed 4 damage here. Oh, that could completely bite him in the butt. Oh no!
Oh my god. What just happened? I guess he was super excited about the Taunt Totem. And he felt like, yeah, I always attack first. Oh, that is so weird. Maybe he's afraid of the Molten Giants.
The Molten Giants and Miracle Rogue. You know what? It's not impossible. I've seen a few streamers try that out, but I think they were completely trolling. It's like what you expect Noxious or Forsen to do, right? The double Molten Giants Miracle Rogue.
Broden, think about it. You're facing Ninja Realz. It's a Ninja Realz. He can Ninja the Molten out of his deck.
I don't know. That's being really optimistic if you're not attacking into that. Realz is, by the way, he has to spend all of these cards as much as he's doing a good job answering the threats. The point is he's using all of these cards just to not fall too far behind.
I think Kolento realized that he actually forgot to attack. He's kind of sad.
Yeah,
but yeah, definitely.
Second Taunt Totem. Alright, well, it didn't really matter because he has Defender, but these Taunt Totems are really good.
This time he attacked. And by the way, I really liked Shadow Step on Lothab by Realz because, well, Shaman has a lot of spells. Like, this is one of the most spell-heavy deck that's around. And Lothab, a key card. If you're able to keep Lothab and just keep playing it and playing it, then you just make the Shaman not play those cards. And Kolento actually didn't have a Fire Elemental, so he was only able to play those small minions. But being Realz here, you're still in a weird position. You really want that Gadget Auctioneer. And I feel like a lot of Rogue versus Shaman depends mostly on Auctioneer. Because
oh my god.
If you get an Auctioneer, you feel really good about it. You can win easily.
Look at this, Leroy has to attack into a 1/3 Taunt Totem. A 1/6 Taunt Totem. This just feels miserable. If your opponent has Lightning Storm, game's over. And Realz has been completely stopped. As much as Kolento has had a couple of missteps in this entire series, Realz is ready to concede. Right here, he's like, you know what? I can't even do this anymore.
You do what you have to do, right?
He's waiting for the Lightning Storm. As soon as the Lightning Storm pops, he would just say, all right, well, it's GG.
Well, there's no Lightning Storm, but still Kolento has Defender of Argus, so he will be able to taunt some stuff up. The thing is that Realz has the Blade Flurry, but it's still only 1 point of damage. But it's so miserable from Realz. Like, he just didn't get that Auctioneer, and most of those games are you get Auctioneer or not. Kind of like Solitaire, right? It's being a Miracle Rogue. You just if you get an Auctioneer, you can win. If you don't, you just lose.
Well, I think it's even more than that. If you don't have Auctioneer, that's why cards like Lothab and Azure Drakes and your Farseers are supposed to help you get closer to that point. If Realz even picks up Gadgets and Auctioneer here, what can you even do?
He needs that Deadly Poison. Oh my god, he needs it right now.
Alright, still can get it. Still can get a Blade Flurry clear.
Oh,
but Preparation is probably the worst draw.
You are
and Realz is in such a bad spot. Can't even begin to emphasize how do you even come back to this position.
Well, he can Shadow Step Leroy, I guess.
I suppose. And he isn't dead this turn.
Well, that's a lot of damage, actually. Like, Kolento dropped to 14. He doesn't have any taunts right now on the board. So being Realz, you hope that there is no Feral Spirit. There actually is one. There is no Alakir. And there is no Hex. You really hope that those cards are not there in Kolento's hand. Because if he taunts up, well, Preparation Leroy doesn't cut it. So
Yep.
7 points of damage with a weapon attack.
Yeah, even if you draw Sap, you're gonna have 12 damage, so only 2 to end the game. You're gonna be too short, that is. And Realz looks like he's just gonna concede because it's not gonna be worth his time to fight back into position. He would need more than a miracle.
Tough for Realz.
Oh, never mind. I thought he did concede, but he just held there.
Kind of. Maybe he misclicked. He wanted to concede, but that's it. Well played from Realz. And in fact, pretty well played. Actually, you didn't come, but he did his best. He took some risky decisions based on his hand that might have paid off, but Kolento actually had all the cards he needed. And Kolento also played really well. So Kolento will take the series versus a previous finalist, Realz. And yeah, that was a pretty cool series, Frodan. What do you think?
Yeah, Kolento kind of had a few falters, but just getting warmed up. This happens. Everyone knows Kolento is one of the best players, if not the best player on ladder, just because of how he's able to champion all kinds of decks and styles, innovate with decks, and still be able to stream himself hitting #1, which is also an impressive feat for itself, considering how many people like to snipe those streamers. The guy is absolutely talented. It's just that it hurts your heart a little bit to see him miss these damages or miss lethal. But the most important part for Kolento fans is that he won the series. That's all that counts, at least for now. Meanwhile, we're going to have Trump and Sixo coming up after the break. But before we do, we want to give this opportunity to talk about what VGVN is. You see the acronym all over, but maybe you don't know what it's about. Just a little quick background about what it is. The Video Game Voters Network, they're a group that helps combat harmful legislation against video games and for voting rights. They promote a lot of things like education, scientific, and artistic benefits of gaming. And all you have to do to join is just to kind of figure out what's going on with the link there, the vgvn.onenationsofgamers.com, and enter for your opportunity to win a cyber-powered PC while learning about how to fight for more of your rights. So do that. You can also check it out at the bottom of the Twitch page. Do you want to say something, Nimsh?
Yeah, by the way, guys, if you want to enter and win a PC, you can type giveaway and chat, and you will get a link. You have to click on the link and then go and register. Just typing giveaway doesn't put you into a raffle. And so just enter the link, register there. If you're a US citizen, you will be able to take part in the raffle that I think will be held at the third VGVN event. So definitely try to be a winner yourself and enter as well.
All right, well, why don't you do that while we take a few minutes to reset and get ready for Trump versus Sixo. You're watching VGVN Nax Ramos Release Tournament #2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Next Random Release Tournament number 2, hosted by VGVN and Liquid Hearth in cooperation with One Nation of Gamers. These two organizations are doing a lot for esports, so make sure to check out everything regarding the stuff. But also, don't forget to enter the chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC, which you just have to type in !giveaway to find out more details, or go to the bottom of the Twitch channel. In the meantime, I was completely wrong before the break. Well, maybe not completely wrong. Trump is playing, but Trump will be playing Kolento coming up on stream. I assumed Trump versus Sixo, but Nimsh rightfully corrected me in between commercial breaks. And we're going to get ready for that. And it's going to be an important series because Kolento is 1-0. And if you go up 2-0, your chances to advance are very high. It's really difficult to kind of be in a position where you don't advance going 2-1. Versus 1-2, you're always at the mercy of tiebreakers and making your opponent and your score mattering. And so this is a very important series for Kolento, and Trump also wants to get off to a good start as well.
ESM versus Cloud9. Who do you think has an edge? Kolento being kind of like constructed master, Trump being arena master and a very popular streamer and a very good player as well, having actually an edge with a lot of tournament experience, because Kolento being an experienced ladder player and deck innovator, a deck builder, I think it's one of his first tournaments. He was playing at Millennium Cup, but then was he playing anywhere else? I think it's like his second or third tournament he's playing in. Oh, he was playing the WEC qualifier. So it might actually be his third tournament where Trump played around 10 or even more than that.
There's been a lot, at least from Trump, whether you go to Fight Night or Tavern Takeovers or even here, the Next Random Release Tournament. He's done a lot. And he's been also on stage in front of tens of thousands of people, both live and also online. So the guy has a lot of experience. Kolento showing a little bit of nerves in the previous series. Hopefully it doesn't come out to here. Let's jump into the ban screens, by the way, and figure out what the guys have chosen. It seems like Trump and Kolento have both mutually agreed to ban Hunter, which can't fault them for that. Hunter is just so dominant. So we're going to start from there. Trump's been very fond of this Priest deck in general. It did really well for him back at the HyperX Invitational just 1 week ago. Or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember if it was that far back. And meanwhile, Kolento's going to start off really strong with this fast combo Druid deck that Strifeco has been introducing to the metagame.
It's so refreshing to see a metagame without any Hunters. So I'm pretty happy that both players actually ban Hunter, being one of the strongest decks right now. And this matchup will be also interesting. The Druid versus Priest. Druid trying to fight for the early game, trying to play those minions in rush as well, as we've seen Kolento versus Realz. Trump, on the other hand, well, he has a lot of minions as well. He might control the board. He has very strong minions like Dark Cultist and Zombie Chow. If he gets those minions in correct order, because it feels like Priest is a bit more random than Druid. So if he gets them in the correct order, he might have a very strong opening. He also has a very strong mid game and important cards that like Cabo Shadow Priest that can just steal the Harvest Golem on turn 6, or fine if he has a coin. I wonder if he will be able to use Mind Control, by the way. Turn 10 card.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just how often do you get an opportunity to survive that long, especially with the amount of pressure that Druid can put on with things like Druid the Claw, Spectral Knight, and Priest is completely powerless against these 4-attack minions. Not to mention that Spectral Knight has that ability where a lot of cards don't even affect it. So like Holy Fire is not even useful against a mid-range creature like that. I have to imagine that this Druid deck is slightly favored, but you know what? If you take kind of like a zoo approach and you build the board with Priest, you're able to continue to reinforce your pressure, and then you always have ways to heal up your creatures that have been established. Maybe Priest can always get off to a good enough start with Northshire Cleric and Circle of Healing to the point where it doesn't even really matter what Druid does.
I feel like Wild Pyromancer is the key card here. Like, with Wild Pyromancer, you're able to clear both minions and the Death Rattle tokens that come into play. So if he is able to get Wild Pyromancer and then use it effectively, he might actually stop Kolento's board with Haunted Creepers, Oozes, and Harvest Golems.
Yeah, and that's where Shadow Madness also comes into play too, with how many low attack creatures with Death Rattle, you get their effect and you get to clear the board. So these cards are in Trump's favor, but he has to kind of draw them in the right order or else Kolento will steamroll him for game number 1. Let's jump into the board and find out what's happening in the opening mulligans. All right,
Trump
so
has the coin.
nice. Priests generally like that coin for the reason you said, for the pyromancers.
Oh yeah, definitely. He will, if he gets a pyromancer, he will be able to use the coin very effectively. He also has zombie chow, which is I'm pretty curious to see zombie chow in constructed play being used effectively as well. It's kind of like a combo card with Okanai Soul Priest, but other than that, it's a very strong one drop that is able to just trade effectively and buy a couple of turns for Trump, because even if Zombie Chow dies and Trump heals Kolento for 5, it doesn't matter that much if he's able to stabilize with the board position pretty early. On the other hand, Kolento got Shade of Naxxramas, but he doesn't have an Innervate. And what I love to see... oh, he has an Innervate now, but it's kind of late.
Yeah, if he was able to play Shade of Naxxramas turn 1, I mean, that thing would have been turned out to an absolute monster. It didn't really matter what Priest was able to do. He would have to kind of reveal it before he can Shadow Word Death it.
Did Kolento cry? Have you seen that? Well, he was pretty frustrated, I guess.
I rarely have Innervate enter my hand this early into the game, and I'm upset. But, you know, maybe Kolento missed a golden opportunity, that something I'm not exactly completely versed in this matchup. By the way, Dark Cultist, absolutely the king of the early game for Priest as well. Another card that's been shoring up all the matchups and making life difficult for the other opponents. And now that he has another Dark Cultist, the board from Trump is looking mighty fine. Like, there's just so many powerful cards. And the zombie chow damage is a little bit negligible. The fact that, the death rattle effect is a little negligible because you have bigger threats to follow it up.
Oh, Kern might be a pretty nice card. There's a 4 attack minion, which is pretty hard for Priest to deal with. And he has that Innervate that he can use now. But maybe a better play will be to actually play Defender of Argus here and start trading. But the thing is, like, all those Dark Cultists, they have the Fragile, and they just buff other minions. So what do you really want to do being Kolento here? I guess it's kind of like a tricky situation. The thing is, like, even if Trump attacks into Kolento, like dealing a lot of damage, you still know that you have this 5 points of damage. That's possibly something that will heal you, unless Trump actually gets this the Okanai, and will be able to turn 5 points of, like, healing here into dealing damage.
I think, like, turn 4 Karen is almost too good to pass up. You do give up your curve because you could have played turns 4 to 6 with Defender, Ancient of Lore, and Karen, but the fact is now you can kind of bully these minions with Karen and take advantage of Innervate without it being dead in your hand for a while. So I like this line of play a little bit better. Because also, if you use Defender of Argus, that means you're kind of attacking with the shit. Or are you? Like, you're just going to have it sit there and then have it completely get bullied? I don't know. I like Karen a little bit better because it's better board presence for sure.
Well, the thing is, like, if Kolento actually survives the next 25 turns, he will be able to one-shot Trump.
All right, so that's the goal. Just bring it to fatigue against Priest.
Well, right now Kolento is poised in a pretty good state with Karen and Shade of Naxxramas, which will be a 4/4 next turn.
Circle of Healing is just going to draw so many cards.
Oh my god, this is huge.
Yeah, and it might not be over yet. He might pick up Power Word Shield. Oh, there it is. And he can continue drawing, which is really important.
Okanai,
and also
Soul
keeps
Priest.
some important cards alive as well.
There is an Okanai, so this Zombie Chow actually might turn into 5 points of damage bomb that will attack into something and then just finish off his opponent instead of a heal.
Yeah, and picks up Cabal Shadow Priest, another very important card as the game develops, because Kolento will be using things like Harvest Golem and Haunted Creepers in his favor. Ancient of Lore off the top for Kolento, so he's got lots of ways to add gas to his hands. And interestingly enough, Defender of Argus makes his board slightly more vulnerable because the 4 attack from Priest is hard to deal with. But then if you buff it up, then all of a sudden you can Shadow Word Death.
This board looks so sick from Trump. Those minions are just sitting there, they are so big, like, and also buff the board. Like, what you want to do here? You want to mass silence if possible, buffing your minions.
Mass dispel.
Yeah, mass dispel. It's like, what can you even do? Do you attack face and just deal 10 points of damage and try to raise, or, well, just trading? So painful.
Ooh,
I
that is
guess
not a good buff.
well, you can kill the zombie chow, I guess. But you, on the other hand, you want to kill the 1/3 as well because you don't. We want to deny the draw
The draw.
possibility.
Yep.
On the other hand, Trump has a Sludge Belcher. His hand seems so strong with double Sludge Belcher, Cabal Shadow Priest, even Black Knight, which can be used really effectively in here.
Yeah, you know, normally Black Knight against Fast Druid. Excuse me. Black Knight against Fast Druid doesn't really apply, at least before this deck came out, because even Druid of the Claw was like the only form of taunt against Druid. But then you usually played in cat form to charge your opponent down. Now with Defender of Argus and the amount of buffs that you want to use on Echoing Ooze, on Shaded Next Rammus, Black Knight is also all of a sudden a much more relevant card in this matchup than it was before. So Trump's got pretty much everything he wants. I think the only thing left is the Circle of Healing to complete his Akanai combo in case he needs it. But Kolento is now in desperation mode until he can stabilize the board.
Well, the thing is, like, he's just winning the board. Like, with this Force of Nature, he just clears, and the board is his. And he also heals himself to the 26 points of health. So, right now, Kolento actually turned around the game. Trump has a lot of cool cards in his hand, but he will be able to only play one. A Cabal Shadow Priest is the best card he can play here. But it's funny how the Black Knight suddenly lost his value with no taunts on board.
Yeah, you know, the Ancient of Lords is his Kolento's way to bounce back into the game. And that's going to be like, if he didn't have these Ancients, like if he only had one even, I would still say that Trump's heavily favored. But two Ancient of Lords is just really difficult to deal with, especially since Trump used one Shadow Word Death already.
I think we are going to see this mind control on turn 10. This game seems pretty slow right now, and both players will be fighting for the board position.
Second Akanai, so he can be a little bit more liberal and even use hero power and pressure back onto the Druid. But Kolento's got some good answers in hand at the moment.
Do you... that was kind of like a weird play, I guess. I'm not sure. I would maybe play a Holy Nova instead.
You want to go for the full board clear?
Yeah, it really depends what your game plan is. But if you clear the board and then you're able to stabilize, like you kind of stall till mind control turn, and then you try to win on turn 10. But I guess it was also an okay play, because right now this 5/5 wall probably has to trade with something anyway, and he still has that Holy Nova to be able to play it now, and he even gets a Thought Steal, which is on curve. It's like a perfect draw that he needed.
Yeah, you know, let's see what he draws off of it. Maybe even combo to end the game. Wrath and Harvest Golem. Okay. I mean, it is something. It's removal too, which might give Priest the ability to affect the board enough.
Well, he wants to play minions, I guess. He has those Sludge Belchers, he wants to use them. So, but is he going to go for face? Like, really, as a priest, do you really get your opponent low? I feel like you need to think about clearing the board and try to win the board first, and then go for face. Well, there are different strategies, and Trump knows how to play his own deck, but if he pushes with damage enough, and then mind controls in 2 turns an important card, that might just win him the game. But here Kolento has an opportunity to actually like do anything he wants, because he still has 2 big minions on board, and he has a lot of removal in his hand as well. He even has an Innervate, so potentially 11 points of mana.
Yeah, Trump's trying to set up a Holy Nova play this turn, or sorry, the next turn, excuse me, and then have like the Ancient of Lords attack a little inefficiently, and then he doesn't have to sacrifice his Cabal Shadow Priest. It's a value play, although you're always a little bit wary of setting up your Sludge Belcher just to die to a 5 attack minion. Kolento can easily silence this and even go for some board clear action with Swipe. I feel like that might be the best course of action, depending on how much damage you feel like he's taking, giving up.
Yeah, definitely he can clear here. He can even play like an Ooze and Taunted if he wants to. Like, whatever
trap
he plays.
Ooh, but Black Knight's gonna get really good value then. Oh man, that's probably the best target you can ask for, short of a Haunted Spectral Knight.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing for Trump to be able to play the Black Knight and kill the Ton in here, but still, it doesn't clear the board, kind of. Trump is able to win the board position here. But the 2-4 is still, again, and it seems like this Black Knight is not winning him the game yet. Kolento still has a lot of good cards as a follow-up. He can... This Defender of Argus is so good. He can play Spectral. Does he have enough mana? Yeah, he has 11. He can play the Spectral Knight, he can play an Ooze, and then innervate Defender of Argus and taunt the guys. In the effect, he will get 5/7 taunt and two free taunts. So a huge board. And this might be important that Trump actually kept his Holy Nova for all those turns, because this board is definitely something you want to use it on.
Okay.
Oh, wow. He's actually trading
saving
here. Okay.
Spectral Knight, baiting out more removal first. All right. I mean, Spectral Knight is just one of those cards where it's a superstar if your opponent doesn't have the immediate way to deal with it, and it's just such a nightmare. But Kolento is going to go for a removal as a high priority. He wants to protect these 2/3 uses and get as much traction as you can.
Well, they are pretty good because they are out of Holy Nova range, but Trump actually top deck Shadow Madness. Doesn't mean that much if you steal one of the 2/3s. It's so weird because
really.
Yeah, they don't have they only have 2 attacks, so you won't be able to kill anything. You can kill one, but paying 4 mana to kill half of a creature seems like a bad deal. Like, even Mind Control is not that good right now because Kolento doesn't have a very exciting single minions. Like, he has a cool board that's above the Holy Nova range, but stealing a 3/5, it's not something you want to steal with the only Mind Control you have in your deck. So it's better to play Sludge Belcher and something. But maybe there's a different play that Trump can actually do here, because he has a lot of cards in his hand.
I'm trying to think of the best line to take.
So painful that Holy Nova is actually not doing anything, because normally you would play like Injure Blade Master, play Holy Nova, kill stuff, and heal it as well.
Well, Holy Nova actually doesn't kill anything unless you combine it with Shadow Madness.
Yeah,
I think
so
Sludge
sad.
Belcher contends the most. Then if that's the case, then you're most likely going to play another small minion, but he's going to go for Shadow Madness and kill off. I mean, it's 4 mana to do 3 damage. Well, I guess you do a little bit 2 damage to the other minion. So basically, everything that trades in is weak to the Sludge Belcher. But then this is, again, assuming your opponent can't just get past the Sludge Belcher and then easily push through.
Savage Roar is actually a cool card, because you can play it this turn. You can play Spectral Knight and Savage Roar, remove the Sludge Belcher, deal some points, a couple of points of damage. Still keep yourself out of range, because with Savage Roar you are able to kill the Sludge Belcher with the Keeper of the Grove and Hero Power to kill the 1/2. Deal, what, 8 points of damage, and still play the Knight and maybe an Ooze as well. Your board is...
I think Savage Roar disrupts the Sludge Belcher from being able to go 3 for 1 effectively. So using it here is a smart play, like you suggested. You want to kind of deny, again, the Priest to be able to do it. And plus, the Spectral Knight is now the main threat on the board. How is Trump going to deal with this? He can't Mind Control it. He can't Holy Fire it with Pyromancer.
He needs Circle of Healing. He
needs Circle of Healing and then some.
So now he's all out of taunts as well. So no taunts. Not much stuff, actually. He can't Mind Control the Spectral Knight because it's untargetable. So what do you even do? He's not dead next turn. He's staring at 8 points of damage. So he can still try to just develop the board and hope that there is no second Savage Roar or anything that deals 8 points of damage that will kill him. Definitely, I guess, Kern. And well, but still, even if you play Kern and Harvest Golem, maybe... Yeah, that's also fine, I guess.
That's exactly a good summary. It's fine, I guess. Kolento is 1 Savage Roar from ending the game. He picks up Lotad, which also might do just as good in terms of sealing the game away, as Trump now can't even use a lot of his spells. Holy Nova costs 10. Mind Control costs 15.
Oh yeah, Lothab is a snowball card. You're winning with your board, and then you just drop Lothab to only stop your opponent from playing anything that's good. Right now, Trump can only play minions, and are there any, even if, are there minions that actually help in this situation? Like Defender of Argus would be cool, I guess, that you get a taunt, but still, you're not able to play any combos. Even Circle of Healing would cost 5 with the Loth power.
Yeah, you know, he can't like draw off the Northshire. Like this is the ideal way is kind of to use Holy Nova and then be able to use Northshire Cleric to draw, maybe pick up Shadow Word Death and climb back in the game. But this is where Lotheb's really able to do a lot of heavy lifting. Kolento is 1 damage from ending the game at the moment.
He needs something. Swipe, Defender of Argus.
Literally anything that does 1 extra damage. Wrath isn't it, but you can Wrath face and draw a card. I like it.
I definitely draw a card from Wrath and
Keeper of the Grove will do it. And Kolento takes game number 1, and Trump's Priest goes down, but this was something a little bit of expected considering the potency of this Druid deck and how much pressure it can put on Priest. You know, and Trump did get off to a good drawing start with Northshire Cleric and Circle of Healing, but this is where you see how leveraging cards like Spectral Knight and you know, getting out in early Cairn can be really powerful against Priest, and that's why you don't want to pass it up.
This game was so interesting because it seemed like Trump has it in a bag. Like for the beginning, he drew so many cards. He had Dark Cultist, which is the strongest priest card, arguably. Zombie Chow, he had everything he needed. He was able to get a lot of value there and just fill his hand. But Kolento, even though his start was kind of slow with just the Content Creeper, he was able to slowly grind his way up with that Cairn on turn 4. And snatch board position around turn 6 and 7. Those Ancients of Lores were so important that he was able to fill out his hand. And then just win the game from that point with a lot of cards. He kind of got even with the number of cards that both players had. And he was just playing better minions at that point.
All right, well, now talk about playing minions and being able to outpace the Druid. We saw how this squared up the previous series, Zoo versus Druid, and Trump's going to turn to Zoo once again, a class that he's specialized in for some of his free-to-plays, and he's played a lot on stream, and has also used it to success in the previous tournament, the HyperX Invitational. Now bringing it here. We've said some of the keys to this matchup, but Trump's got some also flavor cards that might bring a little bit difference, right? Zombie Chow, for example, and Zoo. Sometimes it's great because it's a 1-drop that has great stats, but then sometimes it puts your opponent out of range for things like Doomguard to finish the game. So you kind of take the good with the bad. Do you have any opinions on this card that's included in Trump's Zoo deck?
It's weird. It's definitely a funny card to have. It's it offers a lot if you play it early, like as a 2/3 that is able to trade kind of. But I liked it in Priest more. In a Zoo, it's you have a lot of good 1-drops that you can use, and there is no way to actually turn the heal from Zombie Chow, so you can only use it kind of like a card that trades with our minions, or something like you deal damage with and your opponents want to trade with it. But there's a lot of cards that actually kill it anyway. So I'm not sold on Zombie Chow. Maybe Trump will actually show me how to play this card in a Zoo and how to win with this. But definitely this matchup is giving Trump an advantage because he will have a lot of minions, early minions, and he can put a lot of pressure early and just trading effectively with Kolento. If he wins early game, then the game will be his with a huge follow-up with like Doomguard. And so far, he's not actually running any power overwhelming cards. This is interesting. So the only cards that enable Nerubian Egg are the Sergeants and, well, Direwolf as well.
Yeah, Stone Cleric and Defender of Argus.
That's not a lot. That Egg can actually be a dead card.
Sometimes you just won't have the cards that line up. It might happen every so often. Well, we'll see if it pays off for Trump, because I think the next game is about to begin in just a second. Kolento, I think the most important thing about this Druid deck is it's got to win. It's going to be hitting inevitably bad matchups. And he does have a good start. Innervate in the hand is really nice. Picks up Keep with the Grove, and I think he'll be all set because you're able to kind of pressure out early game. There's lots of small drops like Echoing Ooze and Haunted Creeper. And you know what? Maybe you can just flood the board in response to Zoo and pick up good trades early on.
Trump has a perfect start, except he didn't get a coin. So now this start actually not that great. But normally if you...
Oh my god, double innervate for Kolento. Oh my
This
god.
is so sick. What is happening? And he even has a coin. Wait.
Well,
Double.
you know,
Okay,
he could push out everything in the hand, but then,
he's thinking
you're
about
just
it.
living off
He's
the top
doing it.
deck.
He's
Oh,
doing
he's
it.
going completely ham. I like it. And now
Oh
Trump's
my
got to
god.
deal with a big board all of a sudden on turn 1.
Oh, Trump is like,
Trump
what?
can't believe it. My greetings.
My greetings. A natural mistake.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
this
this
is a
is
mistake here.
5 minions on turn 1. This is an all-in thing. And Kolento, one of the biggest innovators, one of the most intelligent players, is just gonna go in, and depending on the top deck. And he's smiling. But because this is a 6 start. Against the zoo, this is really a 6 start. You just deal damage and you do so much pressure. And you can always use your hero power if you draw into something that's not usable. This is so funny, by the way.
He's just missing Power of the Wild. Unfortunately, it's not in his deck. But imagine if he was able to get something like that. Absolutely disgusting. Trump, of course, not happy to see it.
Oh my god, a Savage Roar top deck.
What? Kolento has Savage Roar off the top?
What is happening?
Oh my god.
Being Trump, do you see this? Do you call a Savage Roar?
I don't know what you can predict. Your opponent's just top decking the entire time.
So Kolento, because there is a Void Walker, but still, Kolento, he decides to trade. Oh, he actually decides to get even more minions.
Yeah, get more minions. Why not?
Oh my god, he just cleared the board. Is this lethal?
I don't think so. This jungle. If it,
okay,
if it went to face, that'd be so funny.
This is
there were 6 bodies and 6 damage plus 14. That was 20 damage right there.
Yeah, that's
oh my
12
god.
to face. That's clear the board, 12 to face. Trump is just shaking his head. It's like he can't believe it. Even the bear is surprised. Like look at that bear. It's just blankly staring.
All right. Well, Trump can juggle and continue to peck away at this flu, but it goes to face.
Oh my god!
Oh no! Unlucky. Defender of Argus off the top for Kolento. This couldn't get any better of a start. This is exactly what he is. He has Ancient of Lore, by the way, for turn 7 to refill his hand if he needs to. But this, again, he's able to put on pressure. What is happening? Who's really the zoo player? I don't know.
It might actually look funny, but I'm kind of starting to feel sad for Trump because Kolento is just getting out of the top all the cards he needs. Like Savage Roar turn 3, now Defender of Argus. It's just disgusting, kind of. It's not a fair game.
Oh man. All right, well, Kolento will have the initiative. He has 5 damage, can piece together a few more, and he can end the game. Doomguard has a lot of work on his hands, and you mentioned it before the match. Ruby Egg might be just sitting here dead unless Trump can pick up something. Defender of Argus off the top would be really good for him right now.
Arson Square is a blank.
Oh.
He will have to tap.
He has to tap to 4 Soulfire.
Soulfire. It's not something that he needed. He's still alive. Is he? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, barely. Kolento needs 1 damage. 1 damage, which seems to be a running theme for most of Kolento's deck. He top deck swipe! This game is over, and Kolento jumps out to a 2-0 lead.
This deck is so sick. Oh my god, this Druid deck is just... Trump is just chatting. GG. Yeah, this can happen. That's why we have the best of 5 format, because something like this can happen in Hearthstone. And obviously, it's not like Kolento had to make a decision. It was a risky plan. It worked out. He had to make a decision to innovate and coin like everything. Because if Trump would have actually a Hellfire, like some of the Zoo decks are having this Ninja Hellfire. If Trump would have it, and also like if Kolento would be only drawing into like Spectral Knights for a couple of turns, Trump would have a chance to actually turn around the game. But Kolento drew perfectly, and well, that was really weird.
That wasn't weird. That was awesome. And now Kolento is up 2-0. I mean, it's not awesome for Trump fans or Trump himself. I feel bad that it happened to him. But like the fact that that was able to get pulled off was pretty sick. Innervates feels really unfair sometimes for that very reason. And it might feel a little harmless, right? What's a bunch of 1-1s kind of pecking away? But when you have Savage Roar top deck, You're getting Defender and Swipe off the top to continue to clear and pressure the board. You know, Kolento just completely ran with the game. Trump's going to have to go to his last deck, which is a Control Warrior, but it is pretty slow. And Control Warrior does have those starts where sometimes an aggressive deck can completely sweep under you.
He is running Baron instead of Baron. How do you even pronounce it? Baron? Biren?
Oh, well, there's
Anyway.
no E, so Baron definitely sounds most correct. I think it's Baron Geddon.
And friends. But apparently, Cruel Taskmaster is not Trump's friend because he's
you're
not
talking
on
about
the
title.
list.
My bad. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about the card. I was like, what's going on here?
It's the bear. That's actually the bear that's sitting next to Trump. So basically, Baron and friends, and he's not running Cruel Taskmaster. But this deck is actually poised to fight aggro. He has Cleave to deal with those echoing oozes. He has a Slam. He has ghouls as well. So it's a pretty stacked deck with regards to responses to all the small cards that Kolento might be playing. Death Spite, a really good card, will also clear the board. Such Belcher and Faceless. So Trump needs to draw into all those early cards.
It's a little greedy though, Nimsh. Just look at how heavy his hand is. He's got 5 legendary 7+. He's got, I mean, the majority of his deck seems to be 5 or higher because he's cut cards like Whirlwind and even Cruel Taskmaster. Those are cards that you use to kind of answer early game minions with 1 health and get synergy. So Trump went super greedy with this Control Warrior, in my opinion. Cleave is like one of those cards where, like, well, if you have to have some way to answer aggro, that it is. But things have to line up pretty nicely for our Mayor value down if he wants to climb back in this, in my opinion.
You know, I feel like he will be just mulliganing pretty aggressively. And that might be the key to this deck. And it's this matchup, actually, because you really, against this Druid, you need all those early cards. And you need that Death Spite to be able to win. But the Echoing Ooze plus Defender of Argus threat is present all the time. So I guess we can jump into the game and see what happens.
All right, let's do it and find out if Trump gets swept here by Kolento or will he be able to climb back. And you know, exactly what you're saying. If you mulligan early, you get those important cards. Unstable Ghoul to kind of answer whatever comes out with Haunted Creeper. You know, Acolyte to get you the draws. Fiery War Axe early on. You still have a good spot. But Trump is going to need a little bit more than what it currently shows in his hand. Kolento could also have a slow start, which seems like other than Echoing Ooze, he doesn't have anything for the first few turns. But something as simple as an Innervate can continue to put on pressure because Spectre Knight is also a star in anything versus Warrior.
Well, Trump actually picks up Cleave, which was pretty important because he will be able to deal with the Echoing Ooze pretty effectively. But other than that, his hand is not that good. I guess Death Spite is also an important card right now because he will be able to trade with some of the minions, and he has that kind of like a whirlwind effect when the weapon's out, and he gets Armor Smith as well, so it's getting better and better from Trump.
That's so important that he's top decking these Armor Smiths for future turns and not his really heavy Alexstrasza, Gromosh, Ragnaros cards. And Kolento is going to need a little bit more. You know, his hand has a lot of damage potential, but cards like Ancient of Lore will be able to put on minions while pressuring. And now he's going to be sitting on a couple of... well, this turn's a little bit passive on the side because of things like Death Spite. But after Spectre Knight, he's going to need a lot more gas.
Yeah, he has a lot of burst, kind of, with double swipe and Savage Roar, but he doesn't have the meat to be able to play it. Spectre Knight will be a pretty nice drop on turn 5. But there is nothing else, and if he keeps just drawing into Haunted Creepers and some small minions that doesn't do anything, well, he might have a problem. And Trump is fine with stalling this game. He also has the Death Spite. He can clear the board pretty easily. He can also take his time and actually like play an Armor Smith, maybe slam something if he really needs to, but he doesn't have to. He can just kill one of those guys, kind of clear the board. Do you play Armor Smith before attack or after?
I think I value the 1 extra health because then he can't just Wrath and shred the armor. And then Armor Smith only gains you 2 health. I like playing it after the attack, and that's what he's going for. Force your opponent to be a little bit more uncomfortable with the situation. And I think it's a more solid play overall.
Yeah, I like it as well. It's 4 health is kind of hard to deal with, and he can attack into it, but then it's if there's a Wrath, he gets 2 points of armor. But definitely this is a Spectral Knight play. And that armor smith is pretty important because Trump will be able to he won't be able to execute. Oh my god, that's why
No,
the
you
Spectral Knight is so
can't
good.
execute. You can't shield slam, at least until it's silenced.
What do you even do with it?
Other ways you can remove it. Yeah.
Yeah, Spectral Knight is pretty good in this matchup. Death Bite is pretty important, I guess, to be able to kind of remove it. But now the Death Bite is out of the way. This is a huge draw.
That is a really good card for Kolento to pick up.
But still, this turn is pretty weird. Definitely
yeah,
want to deal with.
It's a little weird because you know, you don't want to kind of lose. Like, say he has Death Bite number 2, then you lose your Spectral Knight, but then you leave up the Acolyte, which you never feel comfortable doing.
Well, you definitely have to one-shot Acolyte. Like, there is no way. Your opponent has 5 cards, and you have to deny the draw. But if you use Swipe, then it's super weird because he gets a lot of armor. So maybe attack into Armor Smith. I mean, the order actually matters. So attack into Armor Smith with a Spectral Knight, then swipe the 1/3 to clear the board, and I guess Hero Power into face.
You don't like developing the Harvest Golem here?
Well, Harvest Golem is also fine, I guess, but then you have to attack into 1/3. Leave the Armor Smith. Yeah, it's also fine. Board is more important than.
I think so. Yeah.
And still, swipe also presents a burst possibility if it's needed.
Wow.
Oh, Death's Bite.
Death's Bite number 2 comes in the hand of Trump, and we were talking about that was probably one of the best cards he could ask for to answer the Spectral Knight, and he got it. So now one of the biggest threats is gonna have a life, or at least a clock on it. Maybe not this turn, but the following turns where he can answer this minion. A big draw for Trump, and of course, Kolento does have ways to continue to fuel his hand, but Trump couldn't have asked for anything better.
Trump has effectively 29 points of health, so he's in a pretty good spot. But yeah, it's Kolento just doesn't care. He goes for damage. He goes for another Spectral Knight because he knows how dangerous they are with a clear board and Armor Smith and Acolyte out of the way. Brawl is also not the best card that Trump can play in here.
So... No, not in this spot. At least not yet. Maybe in the turns where Echoing Ooze and Defender of Argus come out, Brawl can definitely be a viable option. I like the play to continue to pressure. You have swipes and Savage Roars, not to mention that if you play something like the Ancient of Lore, and then it can get executed and killed off immediately after he attacks the Death Bite into the damaged Spectral Knight. So Kolento going with the pressure option. I like it. Sludge Belcher is also a very critical card too, because that's one of the few cards at its mana cost that can answer toe-to-toe with Spectral Knight. Spectral Knight can't push through Sludge Belcher that easily. It needs a little bit more juice.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice move from Trump, and he still has a lot of health, so he was able to pay with life for the death of that Spectral Knight. On the other hand, Kolento has this important Ancient of Lore, and I feel like this is the moment you really play it. You can draw into Innervate, kind of, but well, what else can you do? Do you actually like...
I mean, you could develop the Haunted Creeper if you want, but why settle for mediocrity when you can get the best? And to a second Ancient of Lore, Kolento's hand is looking mighty fine. Not to mention that Lotheb can if in case he builds up his board even more. And then if you time it correctly, Warrior just can't remove everything, and you sneak in damage to set it for combo range. So he's got lots of options at his disposal. Trump does have some things he can do, but it's going to be tough.
Well, the thing is, like, if you just deal a Lotheb for the next turns and just play it, Trump will still be able to play Brawl for 10 points of mana, even after Lotheb. So it seems like you play Lotheb and your opponent can't do anything with spells, and then you still get brawled, and you're like, uh-oh.
But he got Undead Ghoul, which is an important card to kind of synergize with the draw. But Trump's going to maximize his armor, by the way, and forego that.
This goes pretty well for Trump, by the way, because we talked about it before. He had so many high-cost minions, and he didn't get any of them. He has a pretty good hand with a lot of removal, a lot of taunts, and a pretty good card, which is Kern. So it seems that his hand is actually pretty cool, and he has a lot of drawing possibility as well with Acolyte of Pain and Shield Block. So right now, it looks really good for Warrior. And on the other hand, Kolento, well, he's in a really weird spot.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused a little bit on why Trump didn't play the unstable ghoul, because I thought the synergy is always there. Do you think he wanted to prioritize armoring up, or is there something I missed here?
Oh yeah, I definitely think he was prioritizing armoring up. He feels
Okay.
like he wants to have as much health as possible, and he can still play the ghoul anyway. Acolyte was kind of hidden behind the taunt wall anyway, so
Okay.
you know, he would just expect it to be removed with a spell. And ghoul can be used later, and it was the only taunt. Like, assuming that everything is being removed this turn, you still have that taunt for the next turn just in case.
Yeah, this Lothep's so painful. You could have been able to play Karen, armor up, and shield slam a 5/5. Say if it was Ancient of Lore, but now Trump's in a little bit of an awkward spot.
Well, I feel you still play Kern and play Unstable Ghoul, attack with a 1-2 and a 4-2. So essentially, you kind of like have a situation where you will be able to kill this Spectral Knight without any extra cost. And even though Lothep is killing Kern, it's dying as well because of the Ghoul's damage, unless the Ghoul is actually getting silenced.
Okay, well, he's going to go for Sylvanas instead of Karen. And, you know, Sylvanas, again, you want to kind of use it to clear the board. It really pressures your opponent to make sure that whenever you're attacking into the board, you have a full board clear, or you're just going to ignore her, or a silence.
Sylvanas is also a cool play with the Ghoul because he's kind of threatening the next turn, because Kolento wouldn't be able to kill his min. Well, there's another taunt, so Kolento should not be able to. Well, okay. Basically, I don't like this play. He can kill the taunt totem with shapeshift, and he can trade with Sylvanas, and then he can play something. So Sylvanas didn't do that much. When Kern would develop the board and clear the board as well, Sylvanas is just dying here without any value.
Well, I guess she traded at least evenly for Lotheb. And there's plenty of threats where that came from. Trump has some of the heaviest
Shade of
legendaries.
Naxxramas. Shade is pretty important here with the Innervate, because he curved out perfectly.
All right. By the way, Kolento does have full combo, so Trump has to be very cautious. Count up how much damage can Kolento do the next turn.
Can do 80 plus possible 725. Oh wait, Trump is at 25 health. If he plays Alexstrasza, he's dead.
There you go. He has to be very cautious with how he approaches this turn. But I think taking the opportunity to armor up and shield slam is the best. There you go, 26. And playing Karen makes sense.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a good play. He's trying hard, he's armoring up, healing himself, he's playing that Karen finally. Being Kolento here, what do you do? I feel like being Kolento, you're kind of happy with the outcome. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You do the pressure because you have the combo.
Pressure is what you do. Gosh, you're still putting on a lot of damage. Shades of Naxxramas is still a threat. Now you're at the point where you still have combo and you're threatening. He has to go for a full board clear. Does Trump have to brawl here?
Definitely. Brawl might be so sick in here. If Kern survives, like, even if Kern doesn't survive, he just heals whatever. Wait, he can't kill it. I guess you attack for 4.
I think you kill off one of the threats first, and then you brawl. 1 in 3 chance for it to survive.
Do you play Unstable Ghoul as well?
It's all about the calculations, right? So if you play Unstable Ghoul and shield block, is it still possible for them to burst through?
I think you can just shield block first. Know. See what you, because whatever so whatever you do, Alexstrasza and Geddon are out of the question. Those are not the cards you want to play, because the shade will grow anyway. So shield block first, see what you get, and then you have to decide if you want to play Unstable Ghoul and brawl, or do you want to brawl before and definitely kill, I guess, Shade, because Shade has a lot of. Effectively, Shade is right now at 4/4.
He's gonna go for the brawl, Nimsh. There's no Armor Smith on the field.
What is going to survive? If Kern survives, this is so sick for Trump. Okay, Kern is down.
So he has to play his Unstable Ghoul. I mean, basically, these 2 cards on the left are going to be played unless it's a shield block, or shield slam, excuse me.
and he gets Fear Works. Go is fine, but definitely I would sequence it differently. Shield block first to see what you get, and then make decisions. But still, it put Trump in a good spot with 1-3 and 4-5. He's out of range of the combo. Kolento has to think about something, how to deal with this board. Swipe is kind of awkward, but it's still fine, I guess. If you swipe Kern and attack into 1-3, you clear the board. But what do you do after that? This you still have 6 mana, so I guess you can play Haunted Creeper and Defender Vargas. So you clear the board, and your board is pretty good.
I wonder if there's an opportunity for him to swipe past and then pressure, like attack with the Druid of the Claw anyways into the face, and then just allow this Bane to kind of trade, because it seems like what he's gonna do. I like an attack to the face here. There it is.
Yeah, it's definitely better because he is the one doing pressure. So he set up a board, and now he still has the combo in hand, and Trump will have to make a decision to clear everything and assume that there is no combo. And that Haunted Creeper is so dangerous, because even if you clear it, it still leaves the small spiders.
Yeah, and you know this, because he can't armor up, Baron Geddon will go for a pseudo clear. He's gonna leave up a Defender of Argus, but Kolento does have full combo, and that's more than enough to kill off what Trump has remaining in health. So Kolento will go 3-0 with his Druid deck, and Trump starts off at a 0-1 to the group stages. Well played to Kolento.
Well played by Trump as well. So Trump played his decks really well, and it seems like this Druid deck is just so sick at with all the openings and stuff. But it's not only about the openings you can get. The deck is super strong and super stable. Kolento was able to get those Ancients of Lore when he needed them. Just refill his hand, and all those cards are so tricky. So definitely well played by both players. Sad to see Trump lose 0-3 in here, but on the other hand, Trump will still play 2 more matches, right? Because every player plays 3 in a round robin series.
Yeah, you know, it's not over for Trump or Realz yet, even though they're down. But Kolento is in prime position to advance, I think, first place in this group. The fact that your game score does factor into the record, like most likely there'll be another person that's 2-1 or around that score. Kolento has one of the best already, unless he goes 0-3 in his next series. So Kolento in a prime position to advance.
It's not the end for Realz or Trump, and we will see actually those 2 players facing each other next match. So next match we'll see Realz and Trump, or right now with 1 loss, we'll see them facing each other and fighting for their first game that they can actually win.
Right, that's right. We want to take this opportunity to remind you guys to enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyber PC at the bottom right of the screen. If you type in !giveaway, or if you go to the bottom of the Twitch channel, you'll see everything you need to know to enter for your chance to win. The PCB given away is by the Video Game Voters Network. And just a little bit about them. They've been a supporter for esports for the past few years, and they just want to get involved with the Hearthstone community to join the fight against aggressive legislation aimed at video games and harmful media portrayals of gamers in general. So find out more information. Joining is free, and find out more at the giveaway thing that's going on in the chat or at the bottom of the Twitch channel. Check it out while we take a few minutes to get ourselves ready for the next series at the VGVN Naxxramas Release Tournament number 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the next Rams Release Tournament number 2, hosted by VGVN in cooperation with Liquid Hearth and One Nation of Gamers. If you're just joining us, we're almost halfway through the groups. Kolento started off 2-0 and a 6-2 overall score, one of the best you could ask for. And I think he's prime position, like 80 to 85% chance to advance at this point. I think the only way he can not is if there's another 2-1 tie across the board, and he also has a poor game score and loses his next series 0-3. Which is kind of unlikely given the way he's been performing recently. Our next series is Realz versus Trump, and part of the reason why is because we're playing these games in the order that they've been recorded, so that way we can make sure that we're following the line of thought with how the series stacked up. Also, because Sixo came from the open bracket, so he was the last to play his games, which is, we'll talk about that in due time, because Sixo has been doing absolute work in these open qualifiers. So our next series is Realz versus Trump, a battle of these two guys who are both 0-1. The winner of this is still in the group. The loser probably not going to advance in this group without some help. So it's a very vital series for both these guys.
It's still possible, actually. If
Yes.
So if the loser will be in a situation where Kolento has to 3-0 the whole group, and then everybody else has to lose. But the loser will still have to win. But it's kind of complicated. But it's
yeah, it's just when you say it like that, it's just so vague and ambiguous. It's hard to kind of follow. But you know, if Trump loses again 0-3 here, he's going to be 0-6, and I feel like that's almost impossible to come back from. So he needs a win now, even more than just winning the overall series. But if he wants to stay relevant and he goes down 0-2, he needs to win some games in the overall sets.
So TSM Trump versus Blizzard Realz. Kind of excited.
Well, this was played before Realz officially joined Blizzard, so he's still on Mana Grind as of right now. This was played a few days ago, by the way, so people feeling like, oh man, these games are so outdated. No, they're actually just as fresh can be. And you know, we just had to flip them around post-production while so we can put all these cool graphics for you.
Yeah, we talked about it during the break, Froden. I really enjoy the Naxxramas cards, by the way. I think they changed a lot in the meta game. So those games are pretty exciting for me, with seeing the new druid deck, which is kind of new. Like, it's not the token druid. It's something totally different. It's not the mid-range. It's just playing all those cool minions and the synergies with Shade of Naxxramas and the new cards. It feels different. What do you think?
Certainly. I mean, Naxxramas is a good portion of everyone's decks now, whether it's 6 to 10 cards or even more. Depends on what kind of deck it is. I think the ban screen is ready to be pulled up here, so let's check out to see what Realz and Trump has, and maybe talk a little bit more about what Naxxramas cards are being implemented. Both these guys showed off their decks already in previous series, and we'll see how it kind of fares up. Realz, once again, not banning Hunter. Seems to be something he's comfortable with if his decks are tooled to beat it. I mean, if you have Miracle Rogue and you have a way to kind of tool your deck to be favored against Hunter, and you keep it as your sniper in a way, I mean, why not? And you save your ban for something that you feel like is more threatening, like Warlock, for example. Realz, for sure, hates playing against Warlock because of the handlock/zoo dichotomy, not to mention the potency of both decks.
I'd say that he really feels confident in his Paladin against Hunter. That must be the reason. And also Miracle Rogue, as you mentioned, because he is opening with Miracle Rogue. So in case that Trump actually starts with Hunter, that would be the deck to beat. So definitely, well, there are different approaches to the bans and picks. The thing is, like, it really brings a lot of strategy into the game, into the tournament, because you can apply all those strategies. Those players are not just banning classes randomly. They have thought about every possible situation before coming to this tournament and selecting their decks. I'm sure they just run all the scenarios in their heads, like, hey, what is he going to ban on my side, and what am I going to ban on his side? Because if you have one deck that can beat Hunter, you definitely ban Hunter, because if this deck is being banned, you're in a really bad shape. But here Realz has at least 2 of them, and still he has the Hunter, which is potentially really dangerous. So I'm sure he actually assumed that his Hunter will always be banned, and then he has 3 decent decks that can win against other matchups that he is confident in. So definitely a good strategy from both players in here. And what do you think about starting with Warrior? Like, Trump actually took Warrior first after banning Hunter. Why is that? Why not Priest or actually Hunter, which is the best deck?
Probably wants his Hunter to avoid a bad matchup, more importantly. And then Priest to start off a series. Well, I think he sees that there's an opportunity for Priest to struggle a lot. Because say it's Handlock, and say it's Paladin, and even Miracle Rogue, that can give all three of those classes and those archetypes specifically can give Priest a tough matchup. So if you want to avoid Hunter's bad matchup and Priest is just weak overall against this field, then I feel like Warrior's the natural choice. It is going to be a little bit trickier to kind of fight through some of these early game minions like Haunted Creeper and even South Sea Deckhand to a certain degree. So without cards like Whirlwind and Cruel Taskmaster, but Trump still can do it. He's got cards like Unstable Ghoul and Death Spite. If it lines up in place, he can kind of do it. But he's also missing important cards that we've been seeing recently, like Harrison Jones, to take out things like the Assassin's Blade. Assassin's Blade will be one of those key cards if Realz doesn't draw Gadzan to do damage through the armor and bash in order to go for the win. So look for the Realz to be able to try to apply enough pressure that Warrior can't use his late game.
And by the way, guys, one of those players will be a winner of the match. If you want to become a winner yourself, try our giveaway. Enter to win. Just type giveaway in the chat. You will get a link. Follow the link and sign up for a PC raffle. We will be giving out one PC at the other VGVN event, but sign up definitely. Try to win. If you're a US citizen, you're eligible. So just giveaway, click it, and then give yourself a chance.
Sounds good to me. The game's about to begin between Trump and Realz. Let's get going and jump to the board and see the opening hands of both players. All right, Miracle Rogue already looking off to a decent start in terms of being on the coin and having that extra card. Thinking about pushing away SI7 Agent. There's not many 2-health minions early on anyways, other than Cruel Taskmaster, which people have been taking out. Seems like he's opting to go for other cards that can guarantee a success. Assassin's Blade's good.
That's
Auctioneer is great.
It actually pays off that he mulligan SI7 because there are not that many targets, and that Assassin's Blade. And this hand it seems really good. I mean, he doesn't have any low drops like SI7 and Farseer and even Edwin Van Cleef, but still. Well, he will be able to deal a bit of like a couple of points of damage with his weapon, like the standard one, and then turn 4 maybe Assassin's Blade. Well, I'm really curious to see how he will actually play this this game. Is he going to coin out the blade or Azure Drake, or is he going to keep it for Gadgetzan? I guess it depends what Trump is actually going to play.
I think so too, and also cards might fall into place where he might pick up, you know, Backstab, for example. Then Azure Drake can come out and draw a card while putting out 3 damage to kill off like an Acolyte. So those kinds of synergies with the spell power and card draw might come into play. Realz, although again stalling a little bit because he might feel like maybe I'm holding an SI7 Agent, but obviously I don't want to just use the combo power straight to the face. Might make Trump hesitate, but Trump's game plan is pretty straightforward. It's nothing until it basically can drop a minion. Armoring up and just passing seems like the best course of action because you're going above. And Miracle Rogue does have finite amount of damage. Assassin's Blade recovers a lot of it, but at a certain point, they only can burst for so much with double Shadow Step.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Trump has no pressure at all. We've seen it in some versions of the older Warrior. Warrior was running Corcoran Elite. The Warrior was actually able to pressure. And if you're defending and pressuring at the same time, it puts you in a really good situation where you just chip in health from the Rogue and then just deal it. And at some point, when Rogue is playing Gadgetzan, it might be too late. He will need that leeway. But here, Trump is giving Realz all the time in the world he needs to actually get to that turn. Well, turn 5 or turn 6, be able to trade all the cards in his hand into the cards that have a lot of value, and he picks up Deadly Poison.
Wow, that's 20 damage right there. I mean, I see why not, and Realz is gonna really hope that his opponent doesn't have something like Harrison Jones because he's playing it bare, so that way he can optimize full draws off Gadgetzan. Trump picks up Sludge Belcher, which can pose to be a little bit of a threat. But, you know, one thing that's also kind of been in the back of my mind, Trump's really been saving this Fiery War Axe for optimal value. But
That's
it seems
Kern.
like he's just going to be sitting there dead for a while because Death Spite's going to take priority over it.
Well, the thing about Fairy Warx is that if you want to enable Death Rattle from the Death Spite, you can play it in turn 6. Like, you know, one after another. You just play Death Spite, attack for 4, and then play Fairy Warx, and Death Spite will get destroyed. Enable the Death Rattle. But yeah, that Kern that Trump played, I'm sure it made Reeves happy, because right now he was able to sap it, draw a lot of cards, and he has this Assassin's Blade with 5 attack.
Yep.
Trump has no Harrison Jones in his deck, mind you. So.
Oh man, it just looks so painful from Trump's side because just a few more attacks and a Leroy could end the game. Realz has Cold Blood. He's got double Eviscerates. Got so many ways to potentially add damage, and he's got minions to play too.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for Realz with all the damage cards he has. And backstabbing the Acolyte of Pain is so sweet as well, with the one full damage. It's only one card. Right now he can go full YOLO, by the way, and just deal 15 points of damage. Right here. Put Trump to 10.
Yeah, you know, I think he's just being a little cautious and hesitant to not overload the board. Really utilize that spell power for the extra damage and just start whacking away. And Leroy still is lethal off the top. So Trump has a tall order stabilize. Leave is nice though. It can prevent him. It can clear the board without him taking any more damage.
Yeah. So being Trump, what do you want? You probably want to play a taunt. You've seen one sap. You've seen a lot of cards. So definitely you play Sludge Belcher, and you still have free mana. 3 more mana, so you can armor up potentially. And Kern would be a ballsy play. You assume that there is no Leroy? Wait, you assume that there is no... You assume that Reeves has no cards in his hand? Yes, you have to play the Belcher. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, I think Belcher just represents so much life gain. You're kind of afraid of sap, but you're afraid of so much, you can just die. I'm also a little surprised that he chose to go for the attack, but I guess you just basically lose 1 extra life while you're still able to keep Cleave. But Cleave is still a little bit on the weaker side. Like what? I guess he's gonna be able to use it here, but still the problem persists where he needs a little bit more in order to kill.
Yeah, right now Trump is in a really bad spot. Unstable Ghoul is pretty nice draw.
Nice.
But still, it's he doesn't have Whirlwind in his deck. He has Baron Geddon, but he didn't get it. So right now he has a lot of cards that don't help him that much. I think he might have to Brawl actually, even. He will be left with, well, Brawl is fine kind of. He can also Unstable Ghoul.
Oh yeah, you're right. If he Unstable Ghoul Brawl, he goes for a board clear.
Yeah, but then he will get 5 points of damage out of the weapon. So it's only a question like if you want to have Unstable Ghoul before or after.
Ah, that's a good point. It's oh man, he really wants just this this Haunted Creeper to survive, but it's a dance with death.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. The weapon.
Trying to find an alternative play, but I think Brawl might be the best here. Back to minimize damage. That's what your highest priority is. He's gonna go for it. Oh, and the Haunted Creeper survives.
Yeah, so this is pretty huge because now he is able to armor up as well. So possibly he will hope that Realz will have to attack into this Unstable Ghoul with a weapon.
Okay.
Oh, he's actually clearing the... Interesting. That's also a possible play, I guess.
Alright, well, Leroy off the top is still lethal for Realz. Jiv isn't it, but he still can just draw Leroy.
He's one of lethal right now.
Ah, he doesn't have a minion to Cold Blood either. Oh,
he
gets
Leroy
is it?
Oh my god.
And that's enough to end the game by 1 overkill. Realz is going to jump out to a 1-0 lead.
I would say 6 top deck, but it's not really. Like, he got all the cards. I don't even know how many cards he has left in his deck. But at this point, he had all the tools. Like, whatever he would get, like even a second shift would end the game. In that situation. So definitely the good mulligan from Realz. Pretty slow start from Trump, but I guess his deck will be slow anyway, so he didn't get all the early game cards, which is pretty important, and Realz was able to grind through all the armor that Trump was getting and just finish the game right there. And now Trump is forced to get his priest. And this is a pretty interesting thing. Like, what do you think about this matchup, Froden, with the new priest? It's kind of like a new priest with all the new cards, like Dark Cultist and Zombie Chow. How does it actually fare against Miracle Rogue?
I think turns 1 to 4 are the most important. Miracle Rogue will draw their cards, but if you get off to a really strong start with early game minions and pressure, Zombie Chow into like a buffed up version of it, or maybe a coin out, a Dark Cultist, and an injured Blade Master Circle of Healing, and they just can't respond, you're still able to do a lot of damage. You have ways to deal with Concealed Gadgets, and even though it's a little bit inconvenient to your state of your own board, but Alkanai Soul Priest is one of those reset buttons. So there are ways for Priest to kind of to deal with the threats and be able to put on pressure. But it is a little draw dependent. Trump can have a heavier hand with some of his legendary cards and mind control, and then just have basically the same exact thing that Control Warrior happened against Miracle Rogue, where he couldn't do anything, and then Realz just has too much damage for him to stop.
Yeah, it looks pretty weird for Trump. Like, he will need to have Alkanai Soul Priest with Circle of Healing combo for the Concealed Gadgets, I guess. Maybe try to win early game so that Realz is actually forced to trade minions and to defend himself. And then if Trump wins the early game, he will be able to follow up with taunts and kind of seal the deal. He always has the hero power to heal and kind of out-heal the damage that's going on, but it might be tough. It seems like a solitaire again. It's like if Realz is going to draw into Gadget and Auctioneer and get a lot of value out of it, Trump might be left in a situation where he has absolutely no say in how the match will proceed. But definitely an interesting match to come, and I'm excited to see how Trump will deal with this situation. It's funny how Miracle Rogue was actually off the record. Like, people kind of started to lean towards Zoo and then Hunter and thought like, hey, Miracle Rogue is now countered with the Lothep stuff and other shenanigans, but it's still a very strong deck. And Realz was playing this deck for a long time, and he had a lot of success with it. He even won Tavern Takeover with his Miracle Rogue, so he knows how to play it. And he will face Trump as a priest. And what's important, Trump actually won a priest versus priest battle versus Amaz. So I'd say that Trump is a pretty good priest player. If you win versus Amaz in a priest versus priest, I'd say you know how to play the class. So definitely something cool.
All right, game number 2 is about to begin, and we'll find out if Trump can harness those key cards and key elements that you were mentioning, Nimsh, to win this series. One thing that's also funny to note as the game begins is Shadow Madness actually picks up a lot of value in this matchup, or in this game specifically, because Realz has a lot of small creatures that it actually can be used upon. Even Cabal Shadow Priest to a certain extent. You have more targets. Normally, against a Miracle Rogue, the only target you can steal is Thalnos, but Realz has multiple targets now. Something to kind of keep in mind.
Why does Realz always mulligan Deadly Poison away? This is so interesting, because when I'm playing this deck, when I watch other people play it as well, they mostly keep it. I guess he what is he searching for? Does he want a SA7 and like Farseer, or maybe he's really fishing for the Gadget-san? That he gets it.
Could be.
I guess he's happy now.
You know, if you're not going first, or if you're not going second, you have less cards. So you feel like you have to kind of go on the Gadget-san. Deadly Poison is just removal. And you need to kind of get the draws into removal, or at least a minion to kind of ensure things. I think if not Gadget-san, Azure Drake as well is fantastic. Anything early on, like Haunted Creeper to start building out the board, is also nice too.
Oh my god, by the way, right now with that second Power Word Shield, Trump actually would have an option to clear Auctioneer with Wildfire Monster for 5 mana. Like, I don't like using coin. I kind of don't like using coin in here, or maybe it's a necessity. But if you would keep the coin and Realz plays Gadgets and Conceal on turn 6, then you are able to play Wildfire Monster, Power Word Shield, coin. Well, he still might be able to do it, but now it's a lot more mana.
Deadly Poison, but at least you got Azure Drake. So at least you have something to do. If it's deadly poison and then you know, preparation, that feels kind of like a whiff. I guess you could capitalize on wild power mix synergy, but you bring up a good point. You know, having the ability to answer the concealed gadgets in is important, which Realz has. But I think Trump also values the ability to kind of put on pressure as well. That's still a far off possibility. He has to have those cards, and it's still 3 turns away. He might lose important tempo by playing this really passive.
Oh yeah, certainly. It was mostly an option. There's also a possibility that preparation top deck is pretty sick, by the way. But still, there was an option that Gadgetzan is not there, and just keeping those cards in hand, waiting for a mystical Gadgetzan to be concealed on turn 5 would be kind of like a risky play. But here, just playing the Dark Cultist is always a solid thing. It's a card that's hard to answer. And as you see, it's like a 3/6 that will stay on board this turn. But still, Realz has the perfect hand.
He has the opportunity to clear and let Gadgetzan kind of come down a turn where it's a little bit easier. Like backstab, Fan of Knives, and attacking actually does the same thing.
Well, there's no need to clear, I'd say. It's a 3/6. You can always drain to sap. He will be drawing potentially 3 more cards this turn. With Gadgetzan, preparation, backstab first, maybe.
Ooh,
oh my god,
second prep allows him to get the best of both. He can clear and be able to conceal the Gadgetzan.
This is so sick. Well, he's not okay. He's not clearing.
Okay. So he'll start the train next turn. But then, are you opening yourself up to an Akanai Soul Priest? Do you want to draw the cards now?
I would definitely draw the cards now, but now he doesn't have
doesn't have
enough time.
Yep. There's not enough. The animations will just reset. If he only goes halfway through, this can heal up. And it can go disastrously.
Pretty lucky here. But still, got lucky that there is no Okanai Circle of Healing. And now he's in a 6 spot with all the cards still.
Here we go.
This is the miracle turn.
This is the part where Trump can get up and grab a cookie or two. And the turn will still be about halfway through. Kind of have to imagine that you want to prioritize drawing as much as possible as well. You can even utilize Blade Flurry, but I think keeping the second charge is also important. Unless you want to put out damage as much as possible. If he picks up Leroy, I think Blade Flurry here is really powerful.
Well, Blade Flurry still is very powerful because you just clear the board and you still draw cards. So it seems like there won't be many spots where Blade Flurry will be that useful in the game. A Priest is mostly about playing 1 minion at a time from turn 5-6. Just dealing with 2 minions at the same time and dealing 4 damage to face. And drawing a card. It's a trade I would definitely take this.
Oh man. Yeah. Change my mind. Way too much damage to pass up. Realz is going to put Trump down to 15. And Trump is looking at potentially dropping 0-5 in this current tournament unless he can turn things around right here. Pyromancer and a lot of the combos can make some magic happen, but he still is at a very critical health.
Also, the thing about Realz's hand is that he will be able to draw into Leroy pretty quickly. He went through a lot of cards from his deck, like using all the preparations and conceals. So right now he's in a really good spot, and he will be drawing into those cards that he needs.
Yep. He's got double Shadow Step now. And he still has ways to kind of put damage even if he doesn't have Leroy. These minions represent damage. You can Shadow Step deckhand in really tight situations to get a little bit more burst.
Well, it's 6 points of damage if you Shadow Step deckhand. It's just weapon up and play it, and then, you know. So definitely,
that's why its versatility is very similar to Sinister Strike, but in minion form. So that way you can start combos, but also have flexibility to push in a little bit more damage.
That Sylvanas doesn't look to be very exciting. Backstab. Yeah, Lotheb the card to steal the game. The Snowball Lotheb.
Yep, Lotheb, Sap, attack, press through. Sounds so devastating. Because now your opponent can't even, can he Akanai Soul Priest? No, he doesn't even have full mana to do that. Wow, I really feel like Trump has to rely on big RNG, but Even if this Ragnaros hits Lotheb, there's a lot of damage in Real's hands to end the game.
The only possibility for Trump to win here is if Ragnaros would hit face and crit and deal 27.
Crit?
That would work.
Wrong game, Nim. I know what you mean. Realz is going to take game number 2, and Trump's going to go down 0-5 in the overall tournament. He needs to not lose anymore, speaking the obvious, but more specifically, if he's even going to drop the series and have a chance to tie, he needs to win some games. Realz is in position to 3-0 sweep with Miracle.
But Trump is down to his Hunter, and we've seen Hunter doing the sweeps all the time, winning 4-0, and Trump only needs to win 3 games. That's just 3 games, Froden. That's nothing for Hunter. And he's running, let's look at his list, actually. This is the Beast Cleave as well, I believe. No flares, 4 traps, Mad Scientist. So the same list that Kolento was running, a pretty solid list. Definitely something to fear. And against Miracle Rogue, those traps actually can do a lot of good work. This list can also be pretty fast. So I feel like Trump might get an advantage in this match, and then he will have to face Warlock and Paladin. So I actually hope that Trump wins this game, and we'll see the Paladin versus Hunter. I want to see Realz. How does he actually win versus this deck with his Paladin? This might solve the ladder problem,
I mean, you're
by the way.
thinking a little bit too far forward. Miracle Rogue still gives Hunter a hard time. Expect cards like we were showing before. If you can do damage to the minions without trading your own health as a resource, it's a good card in my opinion. Fan of Knives, Blade Flurry, Shiv even has its place. Maybe Deckhand can get him out of tight spots to kill off like the Huffer, for example, without having to trade. Like these are the things that Miracle Rogue needs to do to minimize damage. And then you leverage cards like Sap against Savannah Highmane as your way to close the game, and Hunter can't do anything.
You know what? I really started liking the Saucy Deckhand more and more. It seems like it's a third backstep because it enables SA7 and it always deals 2 points of damage. So it's good versus the Animal Companion, all kinds of Animal Companion. You are able to deal 2 more points of damage to like Misha and then play SA7, or like even backstab and play Saucy Deckhand to finish it off, or Leok, whatever you face. It seems like this card is actually a pretty good addition to the card metagame.
All right, well, Realz is on the verge of 3-0ing Trump. Let's go into the game and find out if the mayor of Value Town can start a comeback, or is he going to drop 0-6 in this tournament? All right, well, pretty good start for Realz. He's got the gadgets in, he's on the coin, and he's going to be able to push out a lot. He's got Conceal as well.
And Backstab. This is pretty nice hand. On the other hand, Trump, well, he got like Haunted Creeper, which is huge, but this hand was really kind of not something that he needed. Lothep can be tricky, and it can be a really good card because it seals Miracle Rogue for 1 turn. But still, he needs something better. He needs something for turn 4. I guess he needs a Buzzard, and or some traps as well.
Wait, well, no, he's got traps. Maybe the bow can push out damage. Trump still has plenty of ways to climb back. Do not underestimate Hunter. They're one of those mid-range decks that still has a lot of late-game potential because of cards like Unleash the Hounds.
Huffer is huge. Huffer, this is what he needed. He needs to push. Miracle Rogue doesn't have any taunts, and Miracle Rogue only has Farseer as a heal to be able to like put himself back. And now this Huffer actually dealt 8 points of damage.
Oh man, that was so good for Trump because now he's gonna be able to put
oh my god,
Miracle Rogue in the teens.
Got a bow,
Leroy and Eaglehorn bow. Got so much damage.
His hand improved immensely, and now that Lothep actually might be pretty important as well, because if Miracle Rogue plays Gadgetzan, Coin Conceal, something like that, then you play Lothep, and you're like, okay, so I sealed your turn, and then next turn, I will be able to kill that Gadgetzan, and you won't be able to play spells. And when you play Lothep after Gadgetzan, what Miracle Rogue is forced to do, he's forced to kind of like kill the Lothep. And how do you do it without spells? Basically, you trade your gadgets on, you shouldn't do that. So you attack with a weapon or you try to play SA7, but sometimes you're not even able to combo it because your cards are spells. Like most of your deck are spells. So this looks pretty interesting right now, and I feel like even though Realz has all the tools, I have to give an advantage to Trump.
I'm giving a large advantage to Trump because like the health becomes a real thing, especially since you're only running one Farseer. There's gonna be a real tangible point where Realz cannot use his hero power anymore effectively. Like only Blade Flurry and attacking the face becomes a thing, and cards like Assassin's Blade are gonna be too slow. So Realz is gonna coin out Lotep to try to gain back some momentum, but this I feel like is gonna prompt Trump to play his own Lotep and be able to strike back. Unless he wants the hero power, but I feel like Lotep right back at him is also good.
I'm thinking about other options as well. Do you play Web Spinner and Hero Power? I guess Lotep is the best play.
Yeah.
Like you ensure that you won't see gadgets and preparation conceal next turn, and Lotep has to be killed here. So you just deal with the threat, and you still have that Leroy Jenkins, and you still have the bow and the spider. So and the hero power. Hero power is huge in here. Like even if he plays Leroy. It sounds like next turn if he plays Leroy attacks for 9 hero powers. That's putting Realz at 4 points of health, which is explosive trap and hero power next turn.
You know, there is a case to kind of make that Realz probably should have used Blade Flurry because he would have minimized a lot of damage. The Spectral Spider's been tickling him for a couple points. Huffer also did an extra 4. He'd be floating upwards at maybe 20, and that way he would have had less spells, but he would have still at least taken less damage. And now the Spectral Spider's done 3 damage. Trump has Explosive Trap and Leroy, and he just needs to piece together a couple more turns. In fact, I think he still could be threatening lethal next turn if he sets it up correctly.
Yeah, if he plays Leroy attacks for 10 and uses hero power, then Realz has 3 points of health left. And next turn you just do whatever.
Yeah, I like the hero power. I like setting something up so you can just do damage. Snake Trap, why not? Well, I'm curious why he played Web Spinner over Haunted Creeper. Haunted Creeper's a little stickier, but I think it doesn't really matter here.
That's still fine. Like he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I also like concealing the information that it's Snake Trap. But you know what? He might be concealing the idea that it's Explosive Trap. Who knows? But now that Realz gets this information potentially that it is Snake Trap, it could end up haunting him. But I don't think it matters. Trump can play Captain's Parrot, but Leroy ends the game right here with hero power.
Yeah, that's exactly 12. Will Trump see lethal here, or will he play Captain's Parrot? Well, he can also play. He can play Captain's Parrot for the rules. He's thinking about Captain's Parrot. I'm telling you.
No, he's got this. He knows it. Trump, you got it. 6 + 5 + 1 is 12.
He got it.
There we go. Can't post this one on Reddit, fools. Trump's gonna climb back into Series 1-2 and has a glimmer of hope. If Realz leaving Hunter up, is that gonna be the fault to the series if Trump goes up 3-0ing with this deck?
Oh man, this is what I wanted. This is my Paladin game. Paladin versus Hunter. I'm so hyped. Because I'm really curious how this game will unfold. This is like the statement game. This is a statement from Realz. Hey, I don't ban your Hunter because I can win against it with my Rogue and my Paladin and my bow, or whatever. So
and my axe.
Your axe. So definitely a very interesting game ahead of us, and Trump still has a chance. Like really, Hunter is a very flexible deck and win versus everything. And if Realz gets a funny hand, this might be his downfall, and he might be left with only his Warlock. But still, he is a Paladin master, kind of. He showed it last tournament. He was winning all the games, like clean sweeps as well. So yeah, I'm excited.
All right. Well, I want to see cards like Avenge be relevant, but I don't know if Hunter is one of those. Maybe it is actually. If you go for a big Unleash with Hunter's Mark clear, and then all of a sudden it like completely throws Hunter off its game because you can't Like you just use a Hunter's Mark on a big creature to clear, and then Avenge buffs another target, so like it's even more doggies to push through. So maybe that's like a weird situation that Avenge becomes pretty good, and then you're able to counter pressure the Hunter. Who knows? Game number 4 is about to begin. Let's find out if Trump can continue this rally or Realz finally press for the win.
Do you think we'll actually see Ninja Reels in action?
I don't know. I see him clearly at the moment, so I don't think so.
Goes ninja mode when he has hard decisions. And by the way, this hand from Trump, oh my god. He has the coin, he has the web spinner, he has everything.
Needs a Haunted Creeper and a Houndmaster and a Savannah High Main in those order. Be nice.
Hunter's Mark is pretty good as well.
That's the dream right there. And, you know, cards like Buzzard and Unleash the Hound make the hero power a liability in this matchup for Paladin sometimes.
He has Nimsh Inventor, so it's interesting. But, like, looking at a Realz hand, I don't like it that much. He has the True Silver, that's cool. He has Equality, but it seems like his hand is really awkward. Like, I would definitely want to see some Dutch Belcher, some Walker. Knowledge Inventor can actually draw him something. But looking at Trump's hand with all the pressure, he even got the Stone Tusk board, which was...
Yeah, that's actually so sick.
Yeah, with the Hunter's Mark. It's a great removal card. Lord of Justice is interesting. Like, he will be able to put the tokens on board, which are bigger.
Oh my god. Trump's hand is so gross. He can coin out Stone Tusk Boar and the Houndmaster and be able to pressure and put up 9 or 11 points of damage.
If we see Nomish Inventor in here, that Nomish Inventor will just die, but
no, he can't play Nomish Inventor. He needs to kind of address it. Equality is often a little useless anyways, just because there's so many low health creatures of Hunter anyways. So Trump's just gonna use it now and or sorry, not Trump. Realz is gonna use it now and build the board a little bit to answer whatever comes.
I like it. It's a very good play because he's playing around Houndmaster and seeing so many cards in Trump's hand. You really want to do something. Like, if he would play Nomish Inventor and there would be a Houndmaster, he's just losing it. Also, he has no ways to actually like no mid game cards. Kind of like he's not stopping Trump. If Trump just continues to put damage on,
this is cool synergy. Echoing Ooze, but it plays straight into Unleash the Hounds. Oh man, and then if Realz hero powers and plays a Reverent to Unleash the Hounds combo with Buzzard, Trump's gonna draw 4 cards and get a full hand again.
Yes,
and be able to kind of do whatever he wants.
And now Realz prays that there is no Buzzard Unleash, or like only one part of the combo.
Well, I've got even worse news for you, Realz. There's 2 Buzzards. So even if this first one failed for some reason.
Oh my god, and a Leroy. Like, Trump doesn't even need to draw the cards.
Oh gosh. Oh no, Realz is shaking his hand. He knows what's coming in for it. Bite the pillow, Realz, because here comes Unleash the Hounds.
Double Lion. Yeah, this is kind of over. Like, I don't want to call this game over, but Trump has a huge advantage here. How do you even lose at this point? Well, I'm sure he's sad that he didn't get a second Hunter's Mark, but still, you can you clear?
Oh my gosh, this is just complete destruction. I mean, it doesn't matter about the clears. The fact that he's got double high main, Real's hands is still pretty slow, undeveloped. He's got 2 weapons that kind of overlap each other, so he can't even push it out all at the same time. And Paladin is supposed to kind of line it up where they answer these threats while playing singular targets and be able to remove and neuter any threat that comes in with Humility and Peacekeeper. But now, it's like the situation where he has to kind of remove, but he's still going to be taking damage every turn. I can't see a way for him to pull out of here.
I like the attack into face with Lothar, by the way. Instead of just one of the 2 frees that's really meaningless, tanking 5 points of damage, Trump was able to push. And Realz still has to trade. He picked up Aldor Peacekeeper, which is kind of sad because his hand with the mana is really funny right now. He would love to play one of the 4 drops and Peacekeeper, but he just can't. So he has to hero power, which is kind of sad. Next turn he will be in this situation again where he only can play one of the 4 drops. Trump's hand is like, oh my god.
Well, it's like how should I kill you? And you like glaze, or you glance, excuse me, not glaze. You you glance slowly over your hand and just kind of pick whatever way. But I think Savannah Jaime is the most appropriate. It represents a lot of damage, and your opponent needs to respond to it because he just used a Peacekeeper as well.
Sunwalker is a nice card to get, but then again, Trump can just play a second Buzzard and throw a lot of cards. See if he is able to deal. Oh my god!
Oh man, second Unleash the Hounds.
Will he overdraw? Like, what do you even do?
I don't think you even need to draw here. You can just use it straight up for removal and clear everything.
Well, I would probably love to have a second Hunter's Mark, I guess, but
well, you don't have enough. Your hand size is not big enough for it.
You know what I like? I like the Unleash the Hounds plus Houndmaster, I guess. Because then, how much damage is this? Is 4?
You use 2 of Sunwalker, and then you have 3 left if you use Stone Tusk Boar. Well,
I guess Buzzard still. Just Buzzard and try to get the second Hunter's Mark.
Oh my gosh! All right, why not? Full hand, everybody get in here. It's a hunter party. Realz is just playing with his hat and just saying, well, I should have known better. His hand's too full. It's okay, mad scientist, you're not needed. All the traps are in the hand anyways of Trump.
This is just so sad right now. Well, Realz will have 8 points of mana, so he will be able to heal or play Gnomish Inventor and a weapon, but Trump has all the tools in the world. So what do you do to even clear or just attack? I guess you clear. Not kind of clear, but just straight to make a good... You definitely
Paladin is, I mean, they're not bursting, right? They're just kind of playing it slow, so you're not afraid of dying. Take your time. Use the opportunity or use the cards in your disposal. I mean, you still have Leroy and the ability to finish. You just kind of want to pick up an Equal Horn Bow so you can continue to stack damage in. By the way, Realz picks up Defender of Argus, which is a pretty clutch card to at least stop some of this damage. But still, the overarching problem is how do you win from this position?
There is a bow. Well, the thing about Trump's hand is that both Unleash the Hounds and Buzzards are out of the question, so he only has what he has in his hand right now. He didn't get any Q commands. He has tracking still.
It's funny that you said he only has what he has in his hand, but I'm like, well, I don't think he's missing anything else, just other than the kill commands. And second Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, Hunter's Mark would be cool.
Doesn't really need it either, though, quite frankly. He's got a lot of threats lined up.
Trump in a bind, so many cards, what are you going to do?
First world hunter problems. Crying my eyes out over here.
Yeah, this board is looking sick, and there is no consecration and no equality from Realz side. He really needs to draw into a consecration.
Even then, it's still not a full board clear. Needs a little bit more. Gonna have to use this True Silver Champion if he draws consecration.
Tyrion.
Alright.
Do you
Tyrion is
lay on
something,
hands?
but I think even if he Tyrions, that's still lethal the next turn because of Leroy.
If he uses...
Oh no, Realz is gonna concede. Game 4 is over. Trump has tied it up with Hunter, and we go to Game 5. We thought just a few minutes ago that maybe Trump was going to go out of this tournament 0-6, but now he's climbed up, and he might even win the series.
Oh my god, this is something that we were calling... This is the Hunter, the power of the Hunter deck. Realz didn't ban it. He was confident that he will actually be able to win versus this deck, and now he's down to his Warlock deck, to his Zoo. Hey, this Hunter has double Explosive Trap and double Unleash the Hounds, which is not surprising, and those cards are pretty good versus Zoo.
Yeah, the double Explosive Trap is tailor-made for aggressive decks like this one. I think Trump also made a really good read that in case people bring something like the Druid deck, which has a lot of these small creatures like Echoing Oozes and Haunted Creepers, Explosive Trap might be his way to disincentivize attacking straight to the face with Savage Roar. So Realz is going to be in a tight bind. I really like Hunter's chances against Zoo nowadays because of cards like Haunted Creeper and Web Spinner. Not to mention Snake Trap also is an opportunity for you to fight back early game. And Zoo can obviously win. they always can win against anything. They are like the vanilla test against most decks because of the straight efficiency of a lot of their minions. But it's going to be a little bit tricky. Trump, no doubt, is going to be mulliganing hard for Unleash the Hounds and ways to kind of answer anything that Zoo throws in its way.
Well, the thing is, like before, Zoo matchup was kind of difficult for Hunter, but right now you have those weird traps. Like you have the Snake Trap, you have Content Creeper, Mad Scientist that will, like, even if you don't draw into trap, you can draw into Mad Scientist and still get the Explosive Trap for free, because Zoo will have to kill the Mad Scientist, or you just trade Scientist into something. Haunted Creeper deals only 1 point of damage, but still, it's a sticky creature. It will stay on board, and then like the tokens are still dangerous because they can trade with minions like Juggler and stuff. So as you said, Snake Trap, like before people played Mortal Coil in the Zoo, so Snake Trap was not that good because you could just Mortal Coil the Buzzard. But here, if you play Buzzard Snake Trap, like the only way to not trigger it is to Soulfire it, and that's or maybe like Knife Juggler as well. But still, that's a pretty tricky, and in most cases, I'd seen Snake Trap actually trigger in this matchup.
All right, sounds good to me. Can Realz close it out? He's been trying to 3 games in a row now, while Trump starts to comeback train with Hunter, of course, of all things. Let's go to game 5 and find out what happens and jump to the board, see the opening mulligans. Of course, Trump wants to be on the coin, but he won't get it, but he has a pretty decent start. Or sorry, not Trump, excuse me. Realz wants to be on the coin. I've been mixing it up. I've been mixing it up a little bit, and my apologies. Zoo wants to kind of push out those double 1 drops, but he does have a pretty decent starting hand here.
And Realz is getting the Rubian Egg, and as opposed to the Trump Zoo, actually Realz has a lot of ways to activate it with double Power Overwhelming and other cards that are working with the Rubian Egg. He even has the Void Terror, so definitely this card is not dead on his side. On the other hand, Trump had to mulligan his whole hand, which is exactly what you do if you don't get Explosive Trap, Mad Scientist, or Unleash the Hounds. So is Trump going to draw into something good? Because in this matchup, if he actually gets Lions and stuff, which is totally endgame, Realz might just win and just rush him down. The thing is also that right now Realz is staring at like just the Voidwalker. So if he stays with his hand, he might not be able to make enough pressure early game, and then mid game, Hunter is a deck that actually wins.
You know, Trump is just 1 Unleash the Hounds for making this an excellent starting hand. Your turns, your turns are really well defined. Ooh, Web Spinner's not bad either. You can save the coin here. And he's able to kind of continue to draw. Like, at least having Buzzard is good because you have lots of low drop minions to continue to draw in case you don't even have Unleash the Hounds. Stone Tusk Boar is also not bad either because you're able to continue to draw like we said.
By the way, I liked Haunted Creeper on turn 1, but it's just a preference call. It's still fine. He will be able to use coin, and coin is good for turn 4. If you get the Unleash, then you can Buzzard and Unleash in turn 4, which is pretty good.
All right, Realz draws Direwolf Alpha, which is really good to improve the quality of his hand.
Well, right now the situation that Realz put himself into is pretty nice.
Whoa! Oh man!
Explosive Trap. Ooh.
Explosive Trap does kind of pose a little bit of a problem with things like Nerubian. But
he still has ways to kill it, so it's
exactly.
Do you just play Explosive Trap and attack into Voidwalker? I guess you do, because the thing is, like, you activate a Nerubian, but it won't be able to attack. So you will be just staring at the 4/4, and then you can deal with it next turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, you're not taking that damage immediately. You still have the opportunity to use whether it's Stone Tusk Boar and your Eagle Horn Bow to get control. And you still have good follow-ups too. You're not like expending too much. Or even better yet, you can use a kill command there in your hand while being able to push out other stuff. So Trump has lots of options at his disposal, despite the fact that Explosive Trap is a little bit susceptible to these Death Rattle minions.
The thing is, like, he's not playing Explosive Trap because he's kind of expecting Defender of Argus. With Defender of Argus being played, you just don't kill anything. You just enable the Neg, and you're facing a Voidwalker, the Direwolf Alpha, and Defender of Argus. And because Trump didn't have Unleash the Hounds and second Explosive Trap was kind of a very risky move. Or like just a call to make a guess if there will be Defender of Argus or not.
Realz has a lot of damage in his hand. He's got 15 by my count. Kind of pair those things together, it'd be really strong.
Definitely use Power of Whirlwind here.
Okay. Interesting positioning choice too, but I think it's kind of inconsequential since Doomguard is going to come out. So much people will be like, misplay. I don't really think it matters. Ooh, Trump gets Unleash the Hounds off the top. Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is the card he needed.
Wow.
That was just Unleash, YOLO it.
His 3 cards have been things like Stone Tuskboro, which is really important for him to, in case he didn't get Unleash the Hounds, but he got it anyways. So
This
now he
is
doesn't
a
even
sick
need
top
it.
deck. Really a sick top deck. He needs a Hunter's Mark. I mean, Hunter's Mark would be nice.
Oh man. This is devastating for Realz. Like, this is the exact way for Zoo to win this match. They need
Realz can't
this
believe
card.
it. Realz can't believe it.
I mean, mark it off the checks boxes. He needed precisely those 2 cards in order to beat me.
Okay, being Realz,
Yeah.
do you take a gamble here? Do you Soulfire and then play Doomguard?
I don't know. I mean, at this stage,
He's thinking about it because you
at
have to play for the
15
win.
health. Yeah, he's at 15 health. He clearly doesn't have Hunter's
Does
Mark,
it?
so he probably would
Goes
have
for
used
it.
Oh, okay, so he
gets
went
it.
50-50. Realz is still in it. And Trump, he doesn't run something like Deadly Shot. Hunter's Mark number 2 is still necessary. Ooh, Leroy is also removal too. Leroy plus the Stone Tusk Boar.
Leroy can just effectively trade. You can also kill Command and Explosive Trap.
You don't have enough mana to do that, unfortunately. He's going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive play rather than defensive. But, damn, that was a very important coin flip for Realz to win. I mean, you're in a desperation point. Do what you got to do.
That Flame Imp. Endgame Flame Imp is just so bad. Okay, it's more like mid-game Flame Imp, but...
Yeah, late game is awful just because of the health that often betrays you because you're life tapping anyways.
Well, the thing is, like, Realz still has a lot of health, so he will be able to draw cards. He has some kind of a board, and Trump only has 10 points of health.
Ooh, but Trump has Kill Command, and that allows him to push through. Animal Companion would be... Anything is kind of nice. Huffer allows him to push out so much damage right back at him. And he's got Leroy himself. Let's see, 6, 14, 16 next turn. Realz might be lethal. If he plays Flame Imp, he actually kills himself. Oh no! Oh, he got Soulfire though off the top.
He had to play it.
And he's playing Soulfire to it, and that's it. Trump has won this series. Despite being down 0-3, and Realz is gonna drop 0-2 in the tournament. I don't believe it.
Realz was in the final, semi-finalist of the last tournament, and here, well, he is not eliminated yet. He still has one more match to play, but he is definitely disappointed. After winning 2-0 versus Trump, drops the match. So let's look at the scores. What's the situation now, Froden?
Well, Trump won a very crucial series because it looked like he was on the verge of being eliminated, and now there's life for him. In fact, if he wins his next series versus Sixo, I believe he's through. Kolento, meanwhile, is still sitting in a really lofty position from his nest, so it seems like he's good. But Realz, he was a finalist in the previous tournament, but he is going to need some help in order to kind of advance. He's going to need Trump to kind of lose, and Sixo to also go 1-2. The good news for Realz fans is that he's lost his series very close. It's been 2-3 every single time. So his score is as good can be. If he wins the next one convincingly with like a 3-0 score against Sixo, then there's still a very relevant chance that he might advance. But for now, he is going to need some big help from his fellow group mates.
But right now we have to say goodbye to both Realz and Trump because the next game will be Kolento versus Sixo. So we will see if Kolento actually seals his position of the winner of this group, or if Sixo is actually the first player today to steal a match, the whole match from Kolento. So definitely an exciting series in front of us. And yeah, those games are so good, by the way. Like, I love those Naxxramas cards and the deck choices by the players. So definitely stay tuned for the next series. Roland, is there anything else that we want to say before we go to break?
Yeah, we want to remind people about the Cyber PC giveaway that's going out.
Oh yeah.
People kind of tune in and they see what VGVN is, or the Video Games Voters Network, and they're a little bit curious about what it is. Like, who are these guys organizing? But a little quick background is that the VGVN, they're an organization that helps defend video games and the United States and like the things like the Supreme Court against biased journalism and game regulating laws that are a little bit unfair against the gamers. Joining is free. All you do is sign up for things like their newsletter. It takes 1 minute of your time, and you also are eligible to win the Zeus Mini Gaming PC. If you type !giveaway, which many people are already spamming, you're able to get the link, as well as go to the bottom of the Twitch channel, find out all the information there, and get yourselves in the competition to win this awesome giveaway. Do that while we take a break and get ready for Kolento vs. Sixo. It's time to see what the open bracket qualifier guys can do. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the VGVN Max Ramus release tournament number 2. My name is Frodan, and I've been casting alongside Nim, who's been doing a stellar job. We're halfway through our Group B today. Tomorrow will be Group A, and then on Sunday we'll have the grand final single elimination. I think the top 4 will be advancing. Right now, current status check, Kolento is 2-0 in his group, and he will be going up against Sixo, who did qualify from the open bracket once again. He wasn't an invite. He was a guy who went through the open bracket 256 man twice. And now he's here again in the top 8 to try and show his chops in the second stage of this tournament. Nims, talk a little bit more about this matchup in depth as we get ready to go into the ban screen.
So we are going to see Kolento versus Sixo. Both of the guys being ladder beasts. Both of them fighting for the first place. Where Kolento is getting first place on ladder easily. Sixo is also very high on the Blizzard qualifier list for the top 16 seeds. Sixo, one of the players who's always getting to Legend first, qualified, as you said, 2 times, which means it's, you know, when you say, hey, he qualified 2 times, it seems like it's an easy task. He actually plowed through 16 rounds of single elimination, didn't lose a single match in 16 rounds. It's counting the 8 rounds from the first tournament, 8 rounds now. Do we even have to invite him for the third one? Because I feel like that the third time he can also win 8-0 in the qualifier. But definitely, both players, they really love Miracle Rogue. Sixo is also a player which, to my sadness, 4-0'd Cloud9 in the Gamers Origin tournament, where he played his Miracle Rogue and won against Cop, Strifecrow, Kolento, and myself included with his Miracle Rogue. So those players faced each other before in the Gamers Origin tournament. And this will be a pretty interesting match. Both players, they study the game. They're really into mechanics and math. So I'm interested what kinds of decisions they will make. I feel they mostly play with their heads instead of their hearts. So yeah, I'm excited myself for this match. And stay tuned, because Sixo will be playing the next 3 matches facing our group in here. So right now it's Sixo versus Kolento, but then we'll have Sixo versus Realz and Sixo versus Trump. So Sixo is not going anywhere, and we'll see if he's going 6-0 or 0-6.
There it is, that Nimsh wordplay. All right, let's go to the ban screen and find out what these guys have chosen. I have to imagine it's Hunter, but I've been proven wrong before. And you know what? Sixo's not banning Hunter, and this is because he's been comfortable versus Hunter with this Shaman deck. He posted a little article on Liquid Hearth about how he was able to use this Shaman deck to go through the qualifiers. That's right. Most people are playing Miracle. Most people are playing Hunter in the qualifiers, but Sixo used Shaman to qualify above everything else. Now, that's impressive in itself, but even more if you consider the fact that it was single elimination, and Hunter and Miracle Rogue have favorable matchups on paper against Shaman. So what does Sixo know that we don't, Nimsh? Like, what is he? What's the secret here?
I really recommend the article because it's mind-blowing. Basically, when you think Shaman versus Hunter, you always think, yeah, I'm disadvantaged because I need to develop the board, and they just unleash, draw a lot of cards, and I'm dead. Like, they play Explosive Trap, it kills my totems and stuff. So Hunter has all the tools to actually win versus Shaman. But what Sixo is saying, it's important to get Earthshock early, and you fight for board advantage and board control early to win it because you're a Shaman and you have the tools to win it. Then you allow Hunter to unleash, because they will unleash eventually. So you allow Hunter to unleash around turn 5 or turn 4 if they have a coin. But it's hard to kill your minions because they have the throttle. So you have Haunted Creepers, you have Harvest Golems, you have Undertaker. So Hunter shouldn't be able to clear your board on turn 4 and 5. And then, when they draw a lot of cards, they play stuff, you deal with it. And at the moment where Hunter should actually start winning because they have a lot of cards, they have Lions and stuff, you burst them down. And you kill them with Doomhammer, with Lightning Bolts, and stuff that you have that deals damage. With Flametongue Totem is super important in this matchup. So Sixo actually figured it out, and it worked for him. It's not the idea that he has coming into this tournament. This is the idea he had before. He used it successfully, and now he is going to continue using it. But he's actually going to face the custom druid deck without the wild growth. So it might be tricky. If he loses his shaman here, he might be actually at a disadvantage going with his other decks versus the hunter that he didn't ban. So I'm pretty excited to see this match.
I think this is very telling of a few things. I think one, his warlock is most likely Zoo, because you don't play handlock and allow hunter to go through. And the fact is also you ban priest. Priest is also effective not only against Zoo but also against shaman, and even against mage to a certain degree. It depends on if it's a freeze mage or not. So I think Sixo comes in here with a really strong game plan. Let's see if it works out for him in game number 1. All right, we've seen how effective this druid deck can be. Ooh, wow. So I was not expecting him to have a bright orange background like that. Lively. He got a haircut and everything.
Well, last time we've only seen an image, and right now it looks pretty professional.
He cleans up good. Not bad, Sixo. Bad. All right, Earthshock is a very important card nowadays. Just the silence and the kill is often your ability to deal with early game threats. It's basically Haunted Creeper's worst nightmare and Harvest Golem.
Seems like nice start here. Seems like both players actually got all the cards they wanted. It's Kolento got a coin and the 2-drop turn 1 that he has a Haunted Creeper. That he even has the Innervate Defender of Argus for turn 2 if he wants to, and he is going for it. Oh wait, he's actually playing Keeper. That's a nice play as well. Defender of Argus can always be played on turn 4. Clear the board. It's all about the board advantage at board control. Shaman really needs to have a board. We see the Flametoke Totem in here, which just doesn't work if you don't have the minions.
Yeah, everything kind of compounds with its own minions, or cards rather, with Shaman. So Sixo recognizes he needs to play that. Harvest Golem is easily removed just by hero power alone. And now this is going to give Kolento the opportunity to kind of press forward with a little bit of resistance.
Lightning Storm will be pretty important.
Yep.
Now Sixo can actually go and kill the 1-2 and maybe just totem up. Because next turn he'll kind of like do a board.
Healing Totem would be so clutch here. Doesn't get it. Well, you know, Spell Power Totem allows him to Earthshock for a very effective kill on the Haunted Creeper as well. There's also more bad news with the Defender of Argus follow-up. This is exactly what this deck thrives upon. Constantly building and using momentum. Sixo's off to a rough start here. Lightning Storm is a way to reset, but there's still more where that came from.
And Spell Power Totem is pretty important here because he is able to kill the 2-3 100%. He had a low roll, but still. Kolento kind of disappointed or focused. It's hard to say from his facial expression.
Yeah, you're not happy to see the Lightning Storm and clear your entire board. Defender of Argus is supposed to build the board, and then it all gets deconstructed, so a little bit of a tough situation. Druid the Claw isn't feeling very good either in terms of the cap mode, because then Lightning Bolt is a one-shot on it, so you feel like you're going to be spending mana, or your card rather, killing off this totem, or you're going to be really passive with it.
Well, you know that your opponent is overloaded, so next turn Sixo will only have 4 points of mana. I think Kolento has all the tools he needs, kind of. He has Ancient of Lore, he has Shade of Naxxramas, and one of the Lightning Storms is out of the way. So Shade might actually be a pretty good card.
Yeah, this is painful. Control. He had to kind of go for this because Lightning Bolt's a one-shot. And, you know, but at the same time, that totem was gain 4 health, so pretty decent recovery here from Sixo. And he's still got some of the best cards here waiting to line up to go with Fire Elemental.
Harvest Golem was a nice pickup, by the way. It fits Curve perfectly, so he's able to play 2 very strong 3-drops. And now, pushing with damage.
Okay, so where do you go from here? How do you effectively place Fire Elemental, kind of contest what's going on, but at the same time remove?
Can you... Well, the obvious play I see is Fire Elemental into the 2-3 and kill a token, but... Maybe you can do something better. Maybe just kill the cat as well. It's like...
Yeah.
Play.
Use like a rock biter to trade and then fire elemental to kill off whatever the harvest golem is anyways. Or I guess he's just gonna optimize it this way and try to,
I guess air shock.
keep as high health as possible. Makes sense.
Yeah, the thing is, like, this fire elemental is threatening the board. It's a 6/5, it's a very nice minion to have. And it's still all about the board position here. Is Kolento going to trade?
Oof.
That's a tough decision. But on the other hand, just attacking for 5 doesn't have any meaning in here.
Not yet until he finds his combo pieces, and he knows how board-oriented Shaman is, so I think this is the better play, to go for the guaranteed pickup trade.
Interesting how how he killed the Harvest Golem instead of the Fire
God,
Elemental.
he's got a full board clear, essentially, with Earth Shock and Hex.
Yeah.
Great draw for Sixo, but there's bigger problems in the macro picture. Like you can't keep up with the second agent of Lord. This is why this card is so devastating. That it can continue to build board while being able to put on pressure. Or sorry, build the board while being able to draw cards and keep your hand up. Shaman's running low. He needs something like his Mana Tide totems or his other cards that draw, but Xixo's starting to run out here.
Yeah, certainly. If the board is clear this turn and Kolento can just play Force of Nature and clear the board and then play Echoing Ooze, so he's clearing and developing the board at the same time, then Sixo only has 3 cards and they are buff cards. And with an empty board, you're kind of like drawing dead. So needs to have something that will be able to put pressure on Kolento. Just the buff cards are not something he wants to have, but what can you even draw? Like, you can get Feral Spirit. You mentioned Mana Tide Totem. That would be fantastic, but does he even run one? Like, I don't remember.
Yep, he does, because as soon as I saw the article, I ran a couple of games with it, and the Mana Tide does have its way to kind of allow the Shaman deck to keep going, because Azure Drake is one of those cards that got scaled back from Shaman, and you don't really think that one card draw makes or breaks it. But the fact is, the cycling in general has been weakened because of all the death rattle minions trying to get squeezed in. By the way, Lothab coming out here is pretty difficult, considering most, these rock biters will allow him to pick up really easy trades.
Well, on the other hand, he will
Not
be able
bad.
to use his Fire Elemental to some benefit instead of just losing it.
Yeah, at least it's not Keeper of the Grove to Wrath. So now he's able to kind of use his Fire Elemental to pick up really good trades.
Fire Elemental killing Lothab is pretty important.
I would say so.
Wait, this board actually looks good for Sixo now. What happened? Because of the Stone Totem? And this is the ability the Shaman has. Like, creating totems is so important. When you're left with those buff cards, you can just
Hold on.
continue putting minions on board.
Oh, swipe off of the top. He can innervate and swipe.
Can he clear?
I don't think so. But the fact is, he can prevent your opponent from getting really good trades. And I feel like that Flame Tongue Totem is a big enough threat that you don't want to get any bigger to utilize these totems or small creatures.
Do you swipe the totem actually and then kill the Flame Tongue? I mean, swipe the totem and then kill the Flame Tongue with a Harvest Golem, and then you're facing.
It's about the same either way, right?
Well, the Golem. Oh yeah. It's that.
The outcome's about
doesn't
the
matter.
same.
I wonder.
Yeah, I guess it's a good play. Just leaving the Flame Tongue totem is so dangerous here.
Yeah, I don't like any alternative. Like, Defender of Argus and Echoing Ooze is a great way to follow up the next turn, plus whatever you draw. So playing these other cards makes it feel a little weak. And I think passing is a little optimistic, considering the Flame Tongue is left alive. Oh, okay.
I'm thinking if he draws Alakir, is it
Wow.
lethal? If he gets Alakir, is it lethal? 7
Okay, so he's
plus
got 7.
9 plus 11, 22, 29.
29.
That would be lethal.
Man, that would have been exact lethal.
That would be so sick.
Kolento goes for a little bit of the greedier play, tries to conserve everything, but
Well, the odds
Wow.
that he has double Rock Biter and Alakir would be so low that this is a good call, I guess.
Yeah, never say never, though. In these tournament type situations, it's all about that one-time scenario that you have to be careful about.
Funny how Sixo is actually getting back to the game.
Yeah.
He was able to draw some good cards that worked.
The second of Ancient of Lore, though, is so devastating, because then Kolento would just be top-decking Swipe. And now instead he picks up Savage Roar. The second Taunt Totem, by the way, was so clutch too, so that way Harvest Golem can't easily pick off the Flame Tongue.
By the way, this is something I really like in Hearthstone, because Kolento has a lot of cards, he has a lot of mana, and even though we have 30 card decks and people say Hearthstone is simple, it's really not. He has a lot of decisions here, and he has to make the calls. What kind of cards Sixo has in his hand? Well, like, what is he keeping, and how to clear the board and also ensure that you are able to push with damage and, you know, win the situation.
All right, well, going for the full board clear seems good to me, and Sixo is back at square one. Defender of Argus is something, but he needs a little bit more, and this is where it's very painful to recover as Shaman, because you're not really able to keep up with the card draw to kind of match toe-to-toe with threats. You need everything to kind of stack on each other, unless he gets something like Alakir off the top. Kolento is looking in a really good position.
Alakir still deals only 18 points of damage, only, but Kolento has Defender of Argus. So it's not really an easy situation for Sixo. He only has those Rockbiters. On the other hand, Kolento's hand is not that amazing, but Ooze with Defender of Argus set up the board pretty nicely.
Oh, so nasty, because now he has the ability to push out everything here.
My shield.
I mean, he keeps Swipe obviously as removal, but it seems like Kolento can continue to stack his advantage. Sixo needs Lightning Storm number 2 here. Pull back. And Kolento's going to read into this and play really cautious and don't overextend into the board. I like it. Denying Sixo one of his out. Oh, is he? Never mind. He's using Interbit.
Yeah, it's fine. Now his board is so threatening. Like, even if there is a Lightning Storm will have to roll high on all those creatures, and still Kolento has 2 Depraved minions.
Oh, man.
Kolento's
Fighting
definitely
half
winning.
card each. Yeah, this is really painful. All right,
Funny how they are out of cards, like both of them.
Yeah, Kolento's also out of drawing mechanisms too. Keep in mind that Azure Drake isn't in Druids anymore. It's very uncommon to see it. They've replaced it with Spectrum Knights, you know, Sludge Belcher if you're ramp. These 5-drops that have a lot more purpose. And, you know, Sixo is going to be trying to draw into other forms of threats here, but could easily whiff.
Lothab. If he gets a Taunt Totem, that's interesting. Okay, no Totem here, but still, Lothab is a pretty nice card.
Savage Roar is game here for Kolento, by the way.
With Lothab, not really.
Oh, just kidding. I forgot. You're absolutely right.
He can still cast Swipe. That's fine. Oh, and he got rid of the Claw. This is also a pretty nice card, especially because he will be able to cast Force of Nature next turn. With the Swipe, it's 10 points of damage, so he has potential lethal. Yeah, that's exactly lethal, even after a board clear. And he has 26 points of health with 3 points of armor included.
I like it. A very holistic, safe approach the entire game. Kolento is going to shut down game number 1 and immediately swat down the Shaman deck from Sixo. Well played, as Sixo will have to resort to his other decks in order to climb out of this hole here.
Kolento's on the roll. He's focused, and I think even though he had he made some mistakes in the first match, right now he's playing really well, and it seems like he's warmed up. And look at his face. He looks like a stone cold killer, which is slaughtering those decks.
Kolento? You really think so? I feel like Kolento couldn't hurt it fly. Come on, man.
Okay, I felt like he
seems like too nice of a guy.
Oh, he is a nice guy. Oh, definitely. Yeah. But you know, when you're focused, it's
slandering your teammate name. Shame on you. Calling him a killer.
I'll stop talking now.
I'm just messing. No, I'm just messing, man. I know what you mean. Like Kolento's pretty ruthless, very systematic, very efficient, making sure to not try to cut any corners, right? Not attacking face if he doesn't have to set up for lethal, right? He could have obviously left up a totem and go for a little bit extra overkill just on the off chance his opponent has a heal and a taunt. But he decides to just go safe and make sure to be very scientific about his approach. Meanwhile, Sixo is going to go for his Zoo deck here, which seems to be a very logical conclusion based off his bans. Leaving up Hunter for Handlock would be a really poor choice, and Priest is also very effective against Shaman and Zoo, so taking that out of the equation. But, just because it's Zoo doesn't mean it's a way to stop the Druid, right? We saw in the previous series that Kolento played that the Druid deck can still overrun the Zoo.
Yeah, if you like empty your hand on the first turn, definitely. But still, the Zoo is a bit different. And even changing a couple of cards, changing the flavor of the deck. Sixo is running double Mortal Coil, which is kind of out of the metagame, but well, he here brings it again, and it looks like a good card actually, especially versus Hunter. He's also not playing any power overwhelmings. So it's kind of like a standard Zoo, but there are small differences. He decided also to play double Dark Iron Dwarf instead of one, as many players before. So yeah, Kolento seems to be disadvantaged in this particular match. But as you mentioned, if you have a sick draw, you can still do it.
Sixo's Zoo lock is also good against Hunters too. Things like Mortal Coils allow them to effectively trade while being able to keep up the draw. So it seems like he's taken a very holistic approach on how to deal with Hunters, even if he's not going to ban it. And I like it. It's a cool strategy. And I also want to see his Mage deck too. I'm very curious now that he left Hunter up, but he'd bring Mage. I wonder if he's taken a more Strife Crow-esque approach and played No Secrets. But we'll have that in due time. In the meantime, game number 2 is about to begin, and we'll see if Kolento is going to keep up this win streak and advance in first place in his group.
Okay, Kolento's on the coin, getting first cards. He has the Echoing Goose. I think like he is having Echoing Goose every game. And on the other hand, Sixo, pretty cool start, I guess, with and he got the Haunted Creeper, which is pretty nice as well. I like having Argent Squire and Abusive Sergeant, just in case. Also, Abusive Sergeant and Nurbenak are pretty cool. Definitely Abusive Sergeant, a pretty cool, good card, and the Zoo deck. The 1/2s are so irritating, by the way. How do you deal with them?
Oh, well, Direwolf Alpha is an answer. That way you can pick it off. It's the caster curse, man. It's like, how does he deal with this? And then he picks up like the best way to deal with it.
Well, you have to ask those questions just in case. And
sure.
Yeah, that was the best card he could get, because now Kolento will, if he decides to attack into something, the Ooze will be dead anyway. And he has to play Haunted Creeper. So suddenly the Direwolf is threatening the board. Enables Sixo to trade with the Ooze and prevent the second Ooze from doing shenanigans. That looks good for Sixo. He has a nice follow-up as well, by the way, with both Egg or Creeper, whatever he decides to play, and Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tougher choice. Do you want to utilize your hero power, clear something? It's still, Haunted Creeper doesn't guarantee anything, and the Direwolf Alpha does represent a big threat. So he's going to go for it. He doesn't have a turn 3 play anyway, so Haunted Creeper kind of effectively does the same thing anyways next turn. I think this is a smarter, safe play from Kolento.
Yeah, that Direwolf Alpha will be just annoying, starting from... If he would just leave it on board. And Sixo picks up Shatter Sun Cleric, which is pretty nice as well. Buffing the 2/2, and the Haunted Creeper from Kolento doesn't look that exciting right now.
No, you still have Keeper of the Grove, but now this is like a small window of opportunity to kind of push through. Knife Juggler allows Sixo to kind of play more efficiently as well, but he's hesitating because he's going to set up his Death Rattles first, so that way when he plays Knife Juggler, he can proc them and then be able to kind of get more juggles off of the 2-drop here. This is a really good setup for Sixo. Kolento has to kind of pull himself out of here.
This is why this Druid is actually losing to Zoo, because Zoo is just able to get early advantage with all the cards and with all the minions that work together to just overwhelm the small oozes and the spider. And
so
then,
many juggles.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of juggles here. That was kind of unlucky. We will see where the knife actually lands.
Oh, come on. Just needs to kind of hit one more. Ah, but he misses. The Nerubian juggle has been going to the face. Sixo kind of wants to continue to use this opportunity. Potentially clear board. These juggles could wipe everything out. No, it's been going to the face.
Oh my god, we won't get an ooze. The ooze didn't actually copy itself.
Oh, that's right. Because
7 minutes on board.
Oh wow, that's a little bit of an unfortunate situation. The swipe off the top for Kolento.
Oh my god, this swipe value.
Wow, what a turn of events here.
What is happening? Mortal Coil. You can Mortal Coil your own minion.
Oh man.
Definitely didn't do it.
Sixo got completely crushed by
Rolling
that
eyes.
one spell.
We have some emotion from Sixo. Rolling eyes. He knows the RNG. Like players like Sixo and Kolento, they are always checking the hands of our players. So Sixo knew that this was the top deck. And you can get really irritated when you see something like that.
Yeah, but as Zoo, you have this ability to kind of bounce back. It's something that's a lot of people kind of are used to it. The fact that Zoo can kind of reload a couple times, but if you continually reset the board of Zoo, like say this Force of Nature just comes out, resets the board, be able to kind of continue to pressure out, that's where Zoo starts to falter, because now they can't really recover. They're in top decking mode from Doomguard, but if they don't get it, then they just have no way to end the game. And then you have ways to kind of continue to put yourself out of range. You have Taunt of the Druid Claw, you have Heals of the Ancient of Lore. Sixo needs something big off the top here.
Mortal Coil is actually pretty cool. Cool card to get. Double Flame Imp is also not bad because he has a lot of health. And Kolento cleared Sixo's board 2 times till the end. Like effectively he cleared the board, and Sixo still has 3 minions. Like Kolento will have to clear the board for the 3rd time. This is the Zoo. This is the Zoo deck. The power of the deck that draws a lot of cards, gets the advantage, and it's so easy for this deck to actually like set up the board. Rid of the Claw is pretty nice in here.
What to do?
He's already used 2 Mortal Coils. Do you feel like you want to pick up immediate value and charge it, or do you want to play the Taunt?
Out Taunt.
You're not afraid of like
Black
power
Knight?
overwhelming or Black Knight or any ways to like buff and add a way to trade? Guess you're not.
Yeah, I would be not afraid of those cards. Also, I would think that there is a possibility of Elven Archers, maybe.
True. Although it's kind of rare to play both, right? Like Mortal Coil and Elven Archer. It's like, I guess you're trying to win the mirror as well as against Hunter, but against everything else.
Yeah, I think like even a more possible scenario would be to just draw something that gives +1 damage to the Nerubian Egg, and then like finish it off and attack with 1 to face. Elven Archer will be far-fetched with double Mortal Coil, but you know, Abusive Surgeon, Dwarf and stuff.
Wow. Defender of Argus sets up an incredibly intimidating board, and Sixo puts himself within lethal range with this tap.
Wait, is this just lethal? Or is
Well,
he...
no, he can push through and kill off some of these minions. But it's still painful, because now he can't push through. He's still left in decking for his Doomguard.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. He has he will have to attack into this 5/7 with double 4/4s. How do you even clear the 3/2? I guess you have to. Yeah, you have to do it. Because it's better to actually face the 2/1 token instead of 3/2.
And also Savage Roar off the top kills him too, so he has to be really mindful of that. And this is where the Big Daddy Ancient of Lore is able to come down and impose his will, draws 2 cards, Innervate and Defender of Argus. This game has gone so well in the mid game for Kolento, and now he's able to push through and put Sixo on his last turn.
My shield for Argus.
Xixo is running out of steam. It's now his board was effectively cleared for the 3rd time almost. And I don't know.
Not gonna be enough.
This is the game.
Kolento jumps out to a 2-0 lead, and Sixo is gonna have to go to his Mage deck to bail him out. but I don't think he wanted to do it under these circumstances. Kolento is also one game away from securing first place in one of the most dominant fashions we've seen. In fact, Realz was the only guy who qualified from this group this dominant as well.
Oh my
Very
god.
good day so far for Kolento.
Look at this Mage deck. This is something totally different. I heard that this is an Ostkaka build, Ostkaka from VVV. A secret mage with a lot of secrets and a lot of death rattle as well. A pretty nice build.
So it's like a mid-range secrets deck that you can seize a lot of tempo with things like Mirror Entity and a Kirin Tor Mage in combination. And of course, Mad Scientist is a lot of free tempo early on. Kind of cool. And I love the ability to play duplicate with mid-range threats like Karen and Sylvanas, because then it really stretches out your mid-game, your late-game capability. Because sometimes mages in the late game, if they don't have like some of these dominant creatures, they can't win against something like, Control Warrior if it scales really nicely in the early game. So duplicate and these mid-range threats do give longevity to the mage deck. It's really cool when it works out.
I like Counterspell, by the way. I like the fact that Counterspell is seeing play because this card was one of the most useless cards in the Hearthstone. And in Magic the Gathering, Counterspell is one of the staple cards that you run in every control deck. Obviously, the cards are kind of like different because then there the Counterspell is 2 mana. You can counter anything that your opponent plays, and here you can play around it. But still, here when you counterspell a swipe at a key moment, your opponent will feel so bad about it, and you'll most likely win the game right there. So definitely a cool build. And it's funny how looking at those two decks, like those decks are totally new. We haven't seen something like that before. Those decks are enabled because of the cards we got. So on Sixo side, Mad Scientist, Duplicates, Undertaker, new cards, Lothep, Sludge Belcher, those cards enable this kind of like a build. And on the Druid side, also the Echoing Ooze, Creeper, Shade, Lothep, Spectral Knight. We see a lot of new cards, and those cards are creating new metagames. So if the metagame is stabilized right now, I'm sure like players will actually try those decks on the ladder as well after this tournament ends. So definitely, I would love to check. Like I was playing this Druid, it was lovely. It was a great deck. I'd love to check this Mage as well.
It was lovely. That's a funny way to describe a Druid deck that's so aggressive.
You
Definitely see
I like
what you're saying.
Aggressive decks, so.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm surprised I haven't seen you playing in recent tournaments with this kind of deck, but I'm sure we'll have an opportunity, maybe in like Deck Wars Season 2 finals or something. Who knows?
Oh, definitely.
Cool. Game number 3 is about to begin. Kolento is up to 0. Sixo needs to win here. Can he do it with his unique mage deck that Nims tells me is inspired from Ostkaka from VVV Gaming? Pretty decent start. Undertaker, Mad Scientist, Kirin Tor Mage just has to draw a secret, and he is going to get a lightning fast start.
This is one of the decks that you really want to start. You want to start the game because you are playing kind of like a tempo deck. So you want to have the action first. Just play minion so that your opponent has to react to whatever you do. And
Kolento has the perfect response. Keeper of the Grove, because imagine this Undertaker getting way too strong. Oh no, Sixo.
Sixo, disappointed.
Yep, because look, he has 2 Death Rattle minions. Huh? Well, he's got Undertaker number 2, but the potential for how much he could have done early game has been completely swat down. This Keeper is going to be able to 3 for 1.
That Keeper was so huge.
Okay.
Oh my god, he got a duplicate.
Good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but you want to time your duplicate to give you the right minions as well. So I feel like sometimes duplicate is a card worth holding until like the mid game, so that way you make sure you get it on your Belchers, your Cairns, your Sylvanas.
I'm stunned. This Keeper of the Grove coined and innovated changed so much because right now Sixo is in the defense mode and playing a tempo deck. You don't want to be behind. Like, yeah, Kolento is not even killing this Harvest Golem because Sixo has to actually kill the 2/2 now. Sixo has to defend himself, and he doesn't even have a secret to utilize Kirin Tor's power. So, by the way, Undertaker, I really like the fact that the card is useful late game as well, because if you have a Defile minion, you can No, just buff it. Even though it's a 1/2 now, it can get buffed like on turn 5 when he plays Sludge Vulture, and then it will just continue to grow.
My shield for Argus.
Oh, Defender of Argus comes out and builds a really strong board. Does Kolento feel like he can press for damage, or is he going to continue trade? Is this duplicate? And if so, what do I give him? Do I give him an extra
Undertakers, I
Harvest Golem?
guess.
Do I give him Undertaker's, the least threatening card? At least on paper. Until Undertaker becomes Echoing Ooze. Right? Where you just kind of play you play them 2 and you play a Death Metal minion
Yeah.
and become 2/3s.
True. Well, Sixo won't have the mana for that. Now being Kolento, you have to think if you want to trade or go full face, I guess. It's tough. But I think you still trade because you don't want to give an option to your opponent to actually kind of clear the board and trade on his own terms, especially with a big minion like a 4/3.
Because
So
if you ignore, then your Tormage can dictate trades on this by itself. It can collect a 2-for-1 based on value, or at least a little bit more with some of the mana. But he's gonna go for it anyways. See if it pays off. He is the deck that wants to be aggressive by nature.
Yeah, he has the combos. He's always getting full face in here, and obviously also having those taunts. Well, Sixo has to attack them. Like there is no way he can't just pass. And it seems like with the Undertaker is kind of like a sign. Hey, I'm playing a lot of the Throttle minions, and what this means is my deck has a lot of minions because I want to buff my Undertakers. So Sixo can make guesses based on this. Knowing Sixo, knowing Kolento actually, like playing a lot of games and putting so much volume into his matches and into his games ladder, Kolento can probably kind of guess what kind of deck this is, seeing like the cards he's seen. I'm sure he faced Ostkaka on ladder a couple of times, so he's basically and most likely familiar with this build.
Uh-oh, Kolento didn't play around Cone of Cold.
Bad positioning.
I'm just messing. I actually, you know what? Tied to Time played Cone of Cold. I don't think it was the HyperX. Maybe it was the HyperX Invitational, or it was another one. Maybe WEC.
Well played.
Probably.
I think we'll play, yeah.
It still does exist, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's a tempo card, so it's not that bad. It was really utilized in the early days of Hearthstone. And right now, Sixo has a board, and he still has a lot of health, so Kolento will have to do something to clear this. And those Undertakers will be so dangerous if they stay on board, and then Kern is being dropped.
Yeah, he has to be cautious, but you know, at the same time, Ancient of Lore in his hand is really nice, so that way he can kind of overextend.
What do you swipe
Spectral
in
Knight
here?
Taunted is just so strong. What was that?
What do you swipe in here, by the way? Do you swipe one of the Undertakers?
Do you really need to swipe here?
You might not have to. Well, if you can play Haunted Creeper and Defender of Argus, I guess, and kill the free one.
Yeah, I guess you create a wall. I mean, if you create a wall that is this Spectral Knight, your swipe next turn is still just as potent as it is this turn.
My shield for Argus.
I like this play, by the way. It's you're not only taking 1 point of damage to the knight, and from the board, he wouldn't be able to kill the knight with the hero power because you can't even target the Spectral Knight with the hero power. But he has Kern, so now he is able to actually clear this guy.
Right, Sixo's gonna freeze the Spectral Knight to prevent it from being able to pick up easy value on Karen. I like it. Meanwhile, Kolento has an interesting choice. Is there a way to set up an optimal swipe? It looks a little tricky.
Yeah, the Undertakers are pretty bad for Kolento. They are growing, and you have to assume that they will grow again. Do you have to? Well, you have to swipe, I guess, because Water Elemental is just too annoying. Then what do? It's you're left with
On a
3 points of
creeper.
mana. Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Because then, if you do, I mean, you could also hero power, but I feel like it's a little useless. I think Haunted Creeper does the same thing.
I guess you swipe
and
one
you-
Undertaker and then
Yep.
kill the Drake with a 2-free attack, and play the Haunted Creeper. But that's
There
it.
you go.
Or maybe kill the Undertaker, the second one. That might be even better.
I think you have to kill the second Undertaker here.
Time waits for no one.
Kolento is running out of time, but we all know that this is most likely the play he's going to go with. Swiping is really effective here because Mage, their card draw is pretty limited unless of things like Arcane Intellect.
Low
Dab off the top.
A perfect curve.
What's slightly annoying is that you couldn't be able to hero power and push through this trait. Oh man, because if he was able to use Mirror Entity beforehand and then hero power, then he could push through this 5-3. But now he has to use the first life of Karen in order to go through.
Well, you get what you get, but right now he developed a pretty strong board, and with her entity just sitting there, Kolento would have to play a minion anyway, so Sixo is getting pretty good value. And on the other hand, the 2-1 and the 1-2.
Shade of Next Rammus.
Hey.
I mean, I guess it basically put a Shade of Next Rammus in his deck anyways.
Where shall I strike?
Well, Kolento's board with the 1-2 and the 2-1 is not that exciting, but the 4-6 is Druid is pretty good. Then again, he has Sixo has a hero power.
Yeah.
So he can just kill the 4-6. Oh, that's why that was a nice play. Attacking with a spider into Lothep so that it can actually die.
This is pretty decent for Sixo. Card advantage is really powerful. Another scenario where he's not able to squeeze in hero power and play everything he wants.
Yeah, poor water elemental, but killing the spider. Okay, interesting. It looks good for Sixo.
Well, hold your thought before Ancient Allure draws its cards and shows you that he picked up Harvest Gold, or sorry, Keeper of the Grove and Swipe off the top. So he has answers to the things next turn.
I actually missed that Ancient of Lore because he was in the process of playing it. So I'm looking at Sixo's hand, Kolento's hand, and I'm like, wait, I remember there was Ancient of Lore, but where is it now? And yeah, for Kolento it looks pretty good with the 5-5 and a 3-3. He still has 26 points of health, so that's plenty, and more cards in hand. So maybe this turn it's not amazing. He has to decide what to do. He can actually even pass, but I actually think you trade and Shade of Naxxramas, the Shade of Naxxramas.
I don't know. Do you even pick up value and kill off the Gnomish Inventor?
Yeah, Gnomish Inventor kill is cool. Your
Makes
Shade
you a little
will be...
susceptible to hero power.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hero power will be used next turn. Oh, Sludge Bosher is a pretty nice pickup here. But then again, he won't be able to use the hero
power just a little bit off. But you have to kind of play with the hero power. At this stage, your hero power acts as another card. It's just like, you know, play 2 mana and deal 1 damage. And you need to maximize it as best as you can, especially if you don't have things like Arcane Intellect going for you.
Agreed. I really like how Sixo is using that hero power. It's not a mistake. He's getting value out of it. Oof.
All right. Well, Sixo still needs a little bit more help. Needs some card draw. Kind of pull himself back.
Fireball is not the card he needed. He doesn't have a Pyroblast, so just using Fireball here. I guess removal card mostly. And he used hero power again.
There you go. So he's able to squeeze in hero power. Nice opportunity for him. Kolento is going to use this to kind of build up. If he draws into Force of Nature, he can end the game soon. And he has pretty sticky minions. This Water Elemental has a lot of janitorial duties if he wants to clean up this board. He has to stay in overtime.
Doesn't he actually win with just the Savage Roar?
If Sixo picks up Flame Strike.
No Flame Strike. Wait, is it lethal? How much damage is it? He will kill 1 target.
So there's 4 plus 8. That's 12. 13 with the hero power. Still a little bit short.
Okay, if you will get like a Druid of the Claw, that will be the end. But Lothab, well, Lothab is still fine, I guess.
I think it's excellent. It denies a Flame Strike next turn.
Yeah, so you don't even have to attack, but you can still Savage Roar if you want. That's 6, 8.
It's true. You could Savage Roar and try to get the damage in now, so that way your opponent can't kill it off for some reason.
You're
Collect
pretty
value.
safe. You're pretty safe with the board that so being Kolento, you're super safe with only those 2 minions on board. You can trade, you can well, there's I guess you can kill the Water Elemental with a 4-3 if you really want to, but YOLO is also fine. Like put your opponent on 4 health total, and after Lothab, I think you still attack 3-4 with a 4-3, and then go for face with everything else.
It makes sense because you've seen cards like Sludge Belcher, so if he draws it and you're not able to kind of push through, then you've given up your ability in order to go all in. So I think going for the trades makes the most sense. And again, it fits with Kolento's style. You know, he's making it as hard as possible for Sixo to have any kind of comeback mechanism.
That Scientist is kind of like a dead card right now.
Certainly. Force of Nature off the top for Kolento will end this game. But the card's been hidden from us. We don't even know what it is.
It has to be bad.
Oh,
it's Through the Claw. That's it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we needed.
There we
Kolento
go.
happy.
Sixo drops game 3. Kolento wins 3-0 again, and he advances in this group first place, 9-2.
Wait, does it mean that Kolento just went 6-0?
In 2 series back-to-back, yes. And now he's the front runner at the moment to win this tournament based off his performance. What a dominating series of games from Kolento and the member from Cloud9.
Also, I really like the Druid deck. It's so consistent, and it consistently shows us that you get the cards you need. Like you have a simple plan. You want to play all those minions that are sticky and they have the throttle, and you just get those simple advantages. And those cards are so annoying to deal with, like the Spectral Knight and the things you taunt with. Defender of Argus is so important in this deck. Ancient of Lore. The Druid really changed, and people might say that Hunter is the best deck right now, but I feel like everybody will hate this Druid after this tournament. The more publicity it gets, the more players will actually play it, and I heard it actually wins versus Hunter, so definitely try it.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. We're 4 out of 6 series done for today, guys. Sixo still has an opportunity to advance. He's going to play against Realz next as far as our intel goes. But before we let you go to commercial break, enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini at the bottom of the screen that you see by going to that link or checking out the bottom of the Twitch channel and finding out more information about the Video Game Voters Network. You know, these guys, they've been around for a few years in esports, and they've been trying to support a lot of cool stuff. But the most important way that they impact is for fighting for legislation and being able to fight against the ones that are aggressive towards video games and harmful media portrayals of gamers as a whole. You can find out more information. Joining is free. All they do is subscribe to the newsletter, and they'll let you know more information. It's primarily aimed for U.S. citizens because it fights for things in the Supreme Court. Check it out.
Also, you can win a PC, guys. So if you want to have a chance to win a PC, just type giveaway on chat. You will get a link. Just typing giveaway doesn't mean you're entering the raffle. You have to click on the link. You have to register. You have to be a US citizen. And then after entering that, you have a chance to actually win a PC and take part in our raffle that will conclude after the VGVN tournament 3. Right now, we are at the 2nd tournament, and we are having a lot of fun, exciting matches. The next match will be Realz versus Sixo.
That's right. That's right. So coming up after this break, we'll have more from the VGVN Next Randomness Release Tournament number 2. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the next Rams Release Tournament number 2, hosted by VGVN, One Nation of Gamers, and Liquid Hearth. Make sure to check out all kinds of cool stuff with VGVN's promotion for their giveaway of the PC, but also to take a look at other things like Liquid Hearth's forums, where they post all kinds of cool articles. For example, Sixo, who qualified from the open bracket, who we're going to watch up against Realz next, he posted a little article on his Shaman deck of how he used it to beat hunters in the open bracket and farmed them on his way to qualifying for the second time of the tournament. Liquid Hearth also has a lot of other cool stuff like live report threads. So if you're looking for a way to interact people beyond the Twitch chat in a more stable environment, we'll use that word, go ahead and surf the website there and go ahead and post your comments. And Onog's been doing great stuff with Barcraft for several years now. They put on great StarCraft tournaments, League of Legends content, and now they're doing Hearthstone stuff. I'm really happy for them to be involved.
Yeah, sounds good. Definitely go to the forums and check them out. And by the way, Frona, what's the situation with the scores? Because it's getting intense, and it seems like the next game will be Realz versus Sixo, and Realz already in the ropes.
Yeah, Realz has to win this or he's out. It goes without saying, but more specifically, I think he has to win pretty dominantly. I want to say he should, like, 3-0 or 3-1 is the way to go here, because he's going to hope that he beats Sixo and then Sixo loses to Trump, so that way there's a 3-way tie for 1-2 record. So this is the ideal situation for Realz fans. Meanwhile, if Trump wins his next series versus Sixo, it might not matter what happens in this series, because Realz can win, Sixo can win, but then Trump is the one that ends up 2-1, and then these guys end up going home in the bottom 2. So it's a little bit of a dicey situation. Realz is going to need help from Trump to lose the next series, and he's going to have to win pretty dominantly here.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to win like 3-0, 3-1. If he loses, he's out.
Sounds good to me.
Cool.
Let's go to the ban screen, by the way, and figure out what these guys are choosing to ban. Both of them have been avoiding Hunter's bans, instead letting their opponents play Hunter. And it's reflected once again with the deck choices. Sixo banning the Warlock of Realz. Realz sticking to his guns and letting Hunter roam free, while he takes out the Warlock of Sixos.
That's so interesting, by the way, because, well, we've seen Realz lose to Hunter, so I guess he still feels confident with his Miracle Rogue and with his Paladinist to win versus Hunter, but still he lost to Hunter against Trump. So I would probably lean to banning Hunter anyway. But if you have a strategy that you prepared for the tournament, it's kind of hard to just drop it off and has to have this knee-jerk reaction to actually ban Hunter right away. On the other hand, Sixo, well, we talked about it. He's fine with playing against Hunter with his Shaman deck, but he's not going to face the Hunter now. He's going to face a Paladin. So how does Shaman actually work versus this Paladin deck?
Well, the hero powers don't exactly stack up equally all the time. The 1-1s over time defeat the 0-2s. But there are ways to kind of tilt the matchup in your favor with some of these really specific tech cards. Harrison Jones, one of them, is usually good to keep against Shaman, but not against Sixo Shaman. Or excuse me, he is running Doomhammer. Who's the Shaman that wasn't running Doomhammer? I apologize. I thought someone wasn't running Doom. Oh, it was Kolento. Kolento wasn't running Doomhammer. My apologies. In that case, Harrison Jones is a huge tempo swing just because of how much you're able to do. Take away the 6 charges of Doomhammer, and then you're also drawing 6 cards. These are the ways to absolutely blow out the matchup. But traditionally, I do know that Paladin late game scales much better than what Shaman is. There's going to be a window where Shaman has to kind of burst the Paladin out of the game, or it has such a big dominating presence that Paladin can't do anything and its hero power is useless because it keeps trading. And then the healing totem is able to kind of keep Shaman in a good position. So I think it really depends on how Realz is opening. If he opens similar to the way he did against Trump with really clunky hands, like 3 weapons and a lay on hands, he's in for a bad time.
Yeah, so he needs kind of like an early start. But if he is able to actually postpone the game into mid-game, he should be able to win with all the board clears that he has with Wild Pyromancer, Equality, Consecration.
Yep.
And on the other hand, Sixo, if he has a good start, his deck, his Shaman is really bursty with the Doomhammer and Flame Tongue. So if Sixo has a good start, he might just steamroll Realz just here.
All right, game number 1's about to begin. between Sixo and Realz. Both of them looking for a much-needed win because Realz wants to once again validate himself as one of the top players before he goes, because this is one of Realz' last tournaments, if not the last, that you might see him. Meanwhile, Sixo, he came in all the way from the open bracket twice, not to lose in the round of 8, but to go all the way. And it seems like, well, Sixo, either he's cold or he's doing some dark incantations to summon RNGesus. I don't know.
Sixo.
Maybe both.
He turned into a Sith. So he will
Nice.
use the Jedi powers. Oh yeah, definitely. So looking at the hands of both players, Sixo, this is not a good start for a Shaman. I mean, he has some cards. He has Harrison Jones, which is cool, but he really missed all the early drops that he wanted to have. And Realz, on the other hand, has all the early drops that he wanted. He has Echoing Goose, he has Pyromancer, which is pretty important, and he has only one copy in his deck, and a Harvest Golem as well.
It's a funny transformation from series to series that Sixo was. He was like a very proper person with a nice haircut and everything, and now it seems like I don't know, he's like a dark cultist or something.
Underground Sixo.
Yeah, he's like an MC
twin.
rapper or something, going total 8 Mile on us.
Maybe he's hiding from the sun. It looks
I
like.
know I do that too.
Oh yeah, gamers hate sun. That's for sure.
By the way, a great start for Realz to get this sort of justice going on and able to kind of take things out very systematically. He's got Harrison Jones too, so Harrison Jones could pick up 2 or 3 charges, which would be the dream, and fill his hand. And I can't imagine a better way to start than this for Sixo. Gosh.
Unless Realz actually. Oh my God, he's actually using Inspiration, so Sixo will be able to pick up 3 cards out of it.
Right. If he used Echoing Ooze instead, he would have actually used up a couple of charges there. And now Realz
Look at his reaction.
frustration. How does this keep happening?
Yeah, this tournament, those things are happening all the time to Realz.
I wonder if the first card Realz tackles as a Blizzard Associate Game Designer is Harrison Jones. Just for personal vendetta. A Mage at DreamHack Summer. Sixo here in the VGVN. I think even the previous VGVN, he got Harrison on his Assassin's Blade for Rogue.
I think
Clearly
he was using it as well.
in the game.
So he was using it to his good advantage as well, the last tournament. I think that the last tournament we've seen like Harrison Jones being used 4 to 5 times, and many times it was used at the Doomhammer, drawing 4 to 5 cards. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next patch notes, after Realz joins Blizzard, we'll have nerf.
Harrison Jones has been removed by the game.
Somehow
Hyphen
the file is missing.
It's been deemed unfun by Blizzard. By the way, Realz True Silver Champion is another way to kind of pull back. Really unfortunate that it sort of just didn't pick up value, because that was his way of making his tokens, or his hero power rather, all totem killers.
Oh my God. Is Sixo actually going to play the Doomhammer here?
Oh man, you're right. I forgot that Realz has Harrison Jones. That would be hilarious.
That would be so sick, like double Harrison Jones with a lot of value. But Realz would actually get more value here.
Oh, of course. The only thing in the way to trump destroying Sword of Justice is getting his Doomhammer.
Well, this board is actually shouting like, hey, you want a Doomhammer here. Oh my God, he's going to do it!
No! Oh my God! We've been seeing a lot of donations today in the name of Harrison. He is the greatest patron of the art, and Realz has vindicated that, you know what? Patch notes have been released again. Harrison Jones can stay.
I guess. I'm sure he's happy.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna have a full hand. He's gonna have 10 cards.
Look at Sixo. Look at Sixo. What is going to happen?
That belongs in a museum.
Oh.
Oh my
And
God.
what a you know, I was just messaged, by the way, by the admins that says that Sixo was coming in through the open bracket, and then he was a little too excited to sleep. So at this stage of the recording, he's been awake for 42 hours out of 48. The guy's barely slept at all, but what a way to have your dreams crushed, as Harrison Jones has turned his back on him.
I think it's
Oh my
standard for
God.
Sixo. When he's getting first legend, he's not sleeping at all. It's like I tried it before. I tried to grind it and just get the legend. I had to go to sleep. Then I wake up and Sixo was still playing. So oh my God.
Makes total sense too, you know, to play Doomhammer. The longer you wait to use Doomhammer, the higher chance he has something like Harrison Jones. So
Oh, yeah,
you kind of want to get out of the way. Plus, you want to clear it out on some of the small minions. Oh, Realz loses Consecration, which is a card that is very valuable against Shaman. But still, I think he's kind of content with how things have panned out. He's taken away one of the win conditions of Shaman.
Yeah, certainly. And here also the thing is like the mindset is also important. Because Realz was kind of upset when he got Harrison Jones, but like when he got hit by Harrison Jones. But now Sixo is in a really bad state. He looks at the Paladin's hand, which is just full, and his board is not that exciting as well. So even though he stopped Paladin this turn, he knows that it might be difficult to win the board battle. And Realz actually has the Pyromancer Equality combo as well. So if Sixo wins the board battle the next turn, Realz will still just wipe the board full. And it seems like Realz is in a really good spot in here.
Oh, I'm inclined to agree. Although Sixo does have ways to climb back. You know, he's got Lightning Storm. He's still got Mana Tide to keep up draws. So he can go for like board clears. You know, and Fire Elemental is not too bad of a pickup here either. See what he gets off this Lightning Storm RNG. If he can kill off the Defender of Argus, that'd be very nice. And roll high on that I can't talk right now.
Yeah, he got a good roll
Peacekeeper.
anyway.
God, but it was so hard to talk about it.
It didn't matter on Peacekeeper, I think, but still, he got a good roll. He was able to clear the board. Yeah, the equality play. Yeah, it's even better because he keeps the Pyromancer instead of just Pyromancer Equality. Like we've seen in the future, we've seen in the past, like Realz was actually playing Pyromancer Equality instead of doing Equality Pyromancer heal play. So a pretty nice play in here where he actually keeps the Pyromancer. He cleared the board, but Sixo has still a lot of cards, so this game is far from over. Those players will fight for board presence till fatigue, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup can go to fatigue, especially with the mid-game accelerated with the many draws that we saw. I like also playing the Feral Spirits because you've already seen the first Consecration play and the second one burned through Overdraw. A secret has been revealed, which we know is Avenge, but of course Sixo is kind of wondering, well, what is he playing?
Would you expect Avenge being Sixo in here?
I don't know.
Never.
No. But what else could it be? Noble Sacrifice? Redemption?
I guess.
Why would you play it on a board with a token? I feel like if you make a conclusion, it has to kind of be Avenged. Sixo has Hex for it.
Eye for an eye.
Eye for an eye! Sure, we saw the tabletop it being effective. Total Biscuit versus Trollton.
Oh yeah. Avenge is doing good work in here.
Well, the Hex is going to destroy its hopes, or even Earthshock. He wants to save Hex for Tyrion.
Oh yeah,
and then
definitely.
Earthshock, then.
Yeah, you want to save the Hex for Tyrion. But how do you deal with the 8/8? Well, you can also Earthshock Tyrion possibly, which will make it like just a 6/5. Not hard to kill. And Hex is just giving him board right now. Hex, Harvest Golem, and I don't know, Lightning Storm? Or maybe even...
Yeah, Earthshock Lightning Storm also accomplishes similar goals.
Yeah.
In fact, if he rolls high, Sixo can completely sweep everything. Ooh.
Unlucky Sixo. He's disappointed.
Oh man, I would be too if I were him.
Well, how do you even finish it now? Just overload yourself again.
Yeah, I think you gotta climb back in the card battle too. So playing the Mana Tide here makes total sense. But gosh, if he didn't have to, if he could have kept that Lightning Bolt, could have been. You never know if it's a brand new game because you have to use that removal on something else that's also equally a threat that gives you the ability to build the board. Tough position, but Realz, by the way, is just gonna rebound. He's also got Lay on hands, so he can continue his hand size. This is why Mana Tide is so important in the control matchups.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because he played a lot of minions. He has second equality, so he should be able to clear next turn, and he's not afraid of losing health because of Lay on Hands. And next turn, he actually set up the next turn for a pretty nice equality Lay on Hands setup. So Sixo is actually going to clear, which makes a lot of sense.
Still a little bit of a precarious situation. You know, you're not sure if your opponent's running something like Avenging Wrath, but it's been cycled out. I don't know how many paladins use Avenging Wrath nowadays, unless it's like a Shakadin with burn inside of it. I don't know how many people like to run Avenging Wrath, at least in these time tournaments.
I feel like people still use it on ladder, especially because it's a good card. It's dealing damage, and with equality, it kind of works as well.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Let me think.
By the way, Sixo is, what, 20 cards deep in his deck? You have to assume that Hex is ready to go. So dropping Tyrion, is, especially on a board like this, is out of the question. But even if the board was a little bit clearer, you're kind of afraid. And that's what you're hoping Garden of Kings could do. You could bait out removal, which you did a good job of. It took a Earth Shock, Lightning Storm, and Lightning Bolt.
Does Realz still have the second Consecration in his deck, or did he use one early?
No, he burned it. He used
burned
one early,
one.
and then
Okay.
the Sword of Justice, remember?
And with
and then
one,
he consecrated.
with oh yeah, right. So with one Pyromancer left, one Pyromancer was used, and he's running only one. What kind of board clear he can actually draw?
Okay.
Lothep seems fair. It's
Well, he only has one Pyromancer too, by the way, so he doesn't have a second one to kind of combo with spells.
Lothep is good here because well, Sixo will have to spend a lot of resources to cast his cards, but on the other hand, Realz is really behind with all the cards we see in here.
Oh, he's behind, but let's see what Lay on Hands is able to continue to build up on his favor.
Well, Sixo is still drawing a card from the totem this turn, so he continues to build his advantage. Board advantage and card advantage. It looks pretty good for Sixo.
Yeah, not bad so far. What can Realz do? He still holds some of his premium removal spells too. Two hexes is pretty much as good as he gets.
Yeah, and he can kill the frog with a 1/1 totem. This mana totem did so much work. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, mana ties are so important in those control matchups. He draws you those cards. It effectively acted like Lay on Hands while being able to play removal. And Hex number 1 is going to make Realz pretty confident that maybe he can drop Tyrion or something, but this is the opportunity that Shaman was waiting for, building up the board and being able to kind of squeeze Paladin out of the game. Oh, and you know what? Sixo doesn't want to draw any more cards, by the way. It is getting to the fatigue stage. We've been paying attention to what's been in the hand, but also pay attention to what's in the deck.
That's pretty smart. There's possibly like 2 or 3 cards in his deck.
Put your faith in the
And he got enough cards. Both equality was used, so he's pretty confident in what's happening.
Hold on, Alec here, off the top. Does that allow him to end the game? Yes, I think so.
Yeah, it should be enough.
Yep, he's got about 16 damage, or a little bit more by my count, with Alec here and Rockbiter. And Sixo has defeated Realz's Paladin deck and takes game 1.
Pretty good run from Sixo. Well played. He was able to utilize the mana tide and do enough damage, get a lot of cards, win the board situation. Harrison Jones on both sides, but still, even though Realz got more cards from Harrison Jones, he wasn't able to get back to the game and
well, burning that second consecration was so devastating for Realz.
It seems like even though Paladin has a lot of AoE stuff and a lot of cards that clear the board, Shaman still has more card value, kind of, because your endgame plan as a Paladin is play Tyrion and play those big dudes. And being Shaman, you just hex it, you just keep those hexes for the right moment. So Paladin just exhausts all the cards, all the threats, and when Shaman exhausts all the threats from the Paladin side, you just win with what you have, and And that's exactly what happened this game.
All right, well, Sixo built his Shaman, by the way, to be tooled against Hunter and prepared. But Realz has a little different Hunter. He's playing one as if he knows he can play the mirror matchup because he has things like Flare. Flare is great in the mirror. He's not playing Trap, so that way he's not susceptible to Flare, and so he doesn't have to use these slots like Mad Scientist and Traps. He can play more Beast-centric with Oasis Snapjaw and Scavenging Hyena and Timberwolf. So he's taken a different approach. He's made less of a Trap Hunter and more of a Beast synergy. And this deck definitely wins strong against not only the Hunter's mirror, but also just in general. It's still very potent. And against Shaman, you still have a lot of the very strong cards. Unleash the Hounds with Timberwolf can go for full clears. And of course, if you can avoid the hexes on the Savannah High mains, they're a really good win condition as well.
It's part of his strategy why he's banning Zoo, because this build is probably a lot worse against Zoo than the standard Beastcleave that Kolento was running. So with the Zulok possibly banned, this might go into a Hunter mirror, and Realz is never banning Hunter because he feels good about this matchup. But on the other hand, we talked about Sixo being fine in this situation, so I'm excited to see how Sixo actually deals with this Hunter, and if he's able to extend his lead and win another game.
All right, let's jump into game 2 and find out if Sixo's Shaman Hunter killing spree can continue, as that's exactly what he did for most of the open bracket, which he came from single elimination. And Sixo needs this win. If he wins here and he beats Trump, he advances to top 4. But it's really hard to kind of get past that since Hunter is standing in its way.
A web spinner start, I guess you're happy.
I'm always happy. But there's an Earthshock, so I guess I'm not as happy.
Earthshock, the most important card in this matchup, as Sixo was saying. You really wanted early to be able to deal with the threats. I'm not sure if you actually Earthshock the web spinner, but Halted Creeper is a good target. And speaking about the devil,
there's definitely a target you end up Earthshocking. Realz, by the way, wants to collect value immediately with the Scavenging Hyena and make it a 4-3. But then you're still kind of susceptible to something like Lightning Bolt early. So how much are you willing to trade off that early game presence and yet lose your web spinner? Who knows? Maybe he picks up something nice off the web spinner too, like a good 3-drop.
Well, you can always take a gamble. It's the thing is, like, what kind of follow-up do you have? If you play on the Creeper, your web spinner still dies. But I guess Hunter Creeper is a better play because you just stabilize the board instead of taking gambles and taking a gamble when your opponent can have double Lightning Bolt or double Rockbiter. It's a pretty risky thing. So definitely Hunter Creeper a better play in here. Now I guess he can play it without any problems.
Well, I mean, he's a little sad that the Hunter Creeper died. But this is what Shaman needed to do to stabilize. Young Dragonhawk, welcome to Hearthstone.
Young Dragonhawk loves VGVN. He's always appearing on those
Someone tell him
tournaments.
it's the wrong year to be in the Hunter deck. It's not 2013 anymore. Unleash the Hounds has been altered, so that way you cannot get +1 attack and charge this turn.
Oasis Snapjaw is a cool card, I guess. A 2/7, hard to deal with, and there's only a 3/1 Spider right now. So, looking at the situation, what do you say? Like, who is winning right now? With Oasis Snapjaw, Realz has a follow-up with Lotheb, which is kind of a cool card that stops Shaman, so he might be able to develop the board with Lotheb, but other than that, his hand is not that good. And Sixo has double Fire Elemental. So what do you think?
I think until Realz draws like Buzzard Unleash, he's kind of in a tougher spot. But you know what? I kind of looking at Sixo's hand, and he doesn't have a good turn 5, and this might be an opportunity to swing. Yeah, so Sixo's still in a little bit of a tougher spot. He really hopes his opponent doesn't have Unleash the Hounds and Buzzard, but so far so good. And he also wrote a Taunt Totem. That's excellent.
Well, his Manatine will be dying anyway. Oh wait, Iron Beak. Yeah, but still, Real's hand is not that exciting with the Dragonhawk and the Iron Beak. Oh man, and he knows that Fire Elemental is coming. Or is it? Is Sixo overloaded actually? He's
I
not.
don't
Okay.
believe so. He totem and Menacide last turn.
Yeah, he's not. So Fire Elemental is coming next turn, dealing 3 points of damage.
Okay. Can he ignore this? Can he go for damage? Shaman can't heal, so if any damage you put of pressure onto the Shaman,
Well,
gives you that. But are you afraid of something like Defender of Argus and trading? Like, I don't know.
even like Rogue Rider still creates some value, because then you can just attack with a 0-free totem. That's
Sure.
that's useless after that. But
Yeah,
still,
it's
this
just
is
a liability for Unleash the Hounds now.
yeah. I think this is the Fire Elemental turn, or is it? To try and roll.
Yeah. You gotta
Yeah,
stop
definitely.
taking damage. The Hunter's just pushing out so much. Alright, flares
Flare.
something.
It's
Realz
something
can-
to cycle.
Yeah.
Almaster is pretty nice.
Wow.
So,
So do
you
you
can
Houndmaster and Hunters, or Houndmaster's Hunter's Mark and then push, or do you feel like
you
kind of afford
definitely.
to spread it out?
I think it definitely Hunter's Mark the 6/5 and kill it with what do you kill it with? Do you kill it with a turtle, like a 2/7, and still like keep it alive? Oh, he's going face like fully.
Wow.
That's also an option, because he has kill command, and we know that Shaman doesn't have a good way to heal, and like actually no way to heal himself.
Even
Think
playing
so.
around Hex here because he realizes that the way to win is what he has now. Kill command and hero power. Hero power every single turn as much as possible. And he puts a clock on Sixo, who does have Hex, and he can kind of start dealing with this. A little bit of annoyance, by the way, that for Realz, that he can't necessarily kind of get some draws. This is exactly what Hunter struggles with if they don't have the Unleash the Hounds. We
Well,
kind of
because-
mentioned, like, what's one of the ways you can deal with Hunters, the fact that they don't draw well all the time. They don't
Yeah,
have Buzzard Unleash.
This looks actually pretty bad for Realz. Do you kill command the 6/5? You can actually play the Dragonhawk, buff it with Huntmaster, and then kill command the 6/5. And it
Oh,
might
but
be
then-
the best.
Yeah, but then Fire Elemental is going to destroy Realz' board.
Well, we have to assume that second Fire Elemental is not there. You just
Yeah.
one.
Well, he's got one plan. He's going to play to his outs and continue to hero power as much as possible. But this
Just
is
playing
where
to win.
Fire Elemental is going to be able to turn it out. Let's see. He's got 9 damage right now.
7, 9. Yeah, definitely he has to do some good trades in here. And he's out of double kill command. Wait, double kill command range, kind of. Not really, because there won't be a beast on board.
Yeah.
But still, Sixo's board is so threatening.
Realz taking big hits here. And sets up potential lethal for the following turn. Realz needs something big.
Double
Kill
kill
command.
command.
Oh, man. But he's staring at lethal.
He's... Oh my god. If he wouldn't play that Dragonhawk, he would just win. This is exactly what
You
we
are
needed, right?
correct. If he held the Dragonhawk.
That troll Dragonhawk. Oh my god. Can you
Oh,
imagine
man.
it?
Who's useless now? Troll smile.
Yeah, this is actually pretty sad.
Well, because now... Oh, wow. He's going to kill command himself and concede. He's trying to
Doctor.
figure out if there is a way to win. If he top decks something like Leroy. But Realz felt like it was not winnable position, so he is going to give up game number 2. And Sixo's out to a 2-0 lead with Shaman. He's slayed another Hunter with it.
By the way, this is the moment. We talked about it. Realz would have to win this match with a 3-0 score of a 3-1. Right now, Sixo eliminated Realz. But it's important for Sixo to still win the series with as good a score as possible, because he might be still fighting for the second spot, going with the Kolento to the quarterfinals. So Realz is possibly out right now, with no way, with the point of no return. But still, he's fighting for the pride Definitely. Did he win, by the way?
No,
Didn't.
Realz is 0-2 right now in the overall tournament.
So he's definitely fighting for the pride. He wants to win at least one match.
It's not like this to go out. You know, Realz is always a contender what tournament he goes to. It depends on if he's on or off. And in this tournament, he's just a little off, winning series or losing series by a score of 2-3. And if you kind of get ushered out like this, it's just a little disheartening, just because Realz, this is his last competition as far as we know, for the foreseeable future. Maybe somewhere down the line, Realz is able to compete again. But for now, he's going to be joining Blizzard's development team, which means he's not eligible to play in things like BlizzCon and other high-profile tournaments.
Oh yeah, this is. It's pretty sad to see him go, but on the other hand, I'm happy that a person like Realz is joining Blizzard because he has a good understanding of the game and he will be representing us players. So, talking about the matchup, by the way, he is down to his Miracle Rogue with a Haunted Creeper and Soulseed deckhand. Miracle Rogue is one of the decks that in the past was able to sweep as well, like 3-0 scores and stuff. Here, going versus the Shaman, he really needs Auctioneer and some board wipes as well, like the Fan of Knives or Blade Flurry.
Yep. That's the card I'm going to be looking for Realz if he wants to kind of climb back into it. Avoid Harrison Jones if possible on his Assassin's Blade. I don't know. It's kind of a running joke at this point that Realz is going to get Harrison Jones. Will it happen in Game 3? We're about to find out. As Sixo is going to try to end 3-0 in the series, so that way he can get as much wins as possible, setting up for a potential second place. Let's jump into the board and figure out what these guys are going to open out with.
This Harrison Jones, by the way, has this trollish smile on his face.
Oh, of course.
The Realz has a coin. He doesn't have an Auctioneer, but he has Deadly Poison and Backstab, which is pretty cool. He will be trying to get that Auctioneer as soon as possible, and he needs it. On the other hand, Sixo has a pretty good start with an Undertaker and Flame Tongue. He will be racing. He will want to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah, I think, killing off this Undertaker is the utmost priority. It always grows out of control. It's similar to Unbound Elemental. If you let it live, you always end up living to regret it.
Especially with all the Death Rattle cards that fits the Shaman turn 2 with Haunted Creeper and the Rubian Egg. So definitely a good choice by Realz.
He can spare the card. He's got other decent cards too to kind of back it up.
Also, how do you think the game will unfold in here?
Well, I think Sixo needs to start hitting minions. He needs things to do. If he picks up second Hex or, I don't know, something pretty weak overall, then he's going to be in a little bit of a tough situation because he can't continue to... well, now he can actually pressure slightly with Flame Tongue.
Yeah,
so
he has some minions on board, so it's not that bad. On the other hand, Realz doesn't have Auctioneer, and he doesn't have any card that provides a lot of pressure. He is able to deal with the Totem right away with his weapon, but with no Auctioneer, it might look weird. Lothab is a pretty nice card to play because it shuts down Shaman, especially because Shaman is full of spells. What? But wait, Sixo is able to use Lothab.
Taunt Totem is actually very crucial here. Although he does have a Eviscerate to kind of reach through, but assuming his opponent didn't, that was a very nice
he got
pickup.
an Auctioneer. This game is changing right here, right now.
Here we go.
I got the best deal
Preparation is also ready to go.
Shadow Step is pretty nice as well because he will be able to return gadgets into his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't have any other way to continue to draw it. It's too much of a risk to leave Gadgetzan out there in the open, so return it back to your hand.
It's so cool, by the way, for a Miracle Rogue that you can use Shadow Step on Gadgetzan, and I was often using it in the Shaman matchup as well. If you have a bad hand, and he kind of like had a hand that's not very exciting for Miracle Rogue in this matchup, you just play a couple of cards and reset your hand because you get 3-4 cards out of it.
What a top deck for Sixo to shut down a follow-up Gadgetzan turn. We know that Realz can just simply drop the Azure Drake, but it was important to make sure to cut off Realz's flow of cards there from the Gadgetzan drop second number 2.
Yeah, Love Flap is pretty nice. On the other hand, Sixo doesn't have a good follow-up because he has a lot of like, cheap spells that don't do much. He will be able to clear that victory Farseer, but he still needs something. Lightning Storm is not a card he wanted. Fire Elemental would be so good, but he didn't get it.
Yeah. But he's still putting damage back on Miracle Rogue. He's still at a comfortable number of hit points at the moment, or health.
And the question
But-
is if Realz is
man.
going to join to Sup. Play Auctioneer. Div. Do you YOLO it? Do you do you try to get the miracles? Because you will draw a lot of cards. You can play a couple of cheap spells. From Shiv you get 2 cards. You will still have, well, I guess 2 mana. So if you get a sap out of this Shiv Auctioneer, then you're good. But if not, then you might put yourself in a weird spot. So maybe it's not the Gadgetzan turn.
No, it might be other creatures like Drake or. Well, he's going for Shiv, so he has the ability to deadly poison or something. Oh, he got preparation. That is pretty disappointing because he would have been able to prep and do other cool stuff with Gadgetzan if he went for it. Not enough YOLO from Realz.
Well, he still has a good turn with the deadly poison into Lothab. Drops to 15, but he doesn't feel that threatened with only a 1/1 token on the board.
Oh, Harrison Jones off the top for
Oh my
Sixo,
God.
and this man continues to haunt his life. He's got Earthshock to follow it up. Oh, man. And I go back, you know, new patch notes has been released once again. Harrison Jones has been removed not only
You
from
know what?
Hearthstone, but also World of Warcraft.
You know what? I feel like at this point, Realz is not even surprised about seeing Harrison Jones. Look at Realz. He's like, yeah, whatever.
Oh, well, at least it's not Assassin's Blade, and he picked it up.
Oh,
But,
and he
you know, Realz
he
is
wanted
sitting
to
on a
sup.
low amount of life, too, by the way. He
Oh
needs
my
to be
God.
careful.
He was laughing because he wanted to sap Harrison Jones. And now he got...
Oh, sapping Harrison Jones when there's Assassin's Blade sitting in his hand, but he's got to stop taking damage. Concealed comes into the hand, so he's going to be able to continue drawing. But he's going to have to find other ways to win other than this Assassin's Blade.
The irony of the situation, the Harrison
Gosh.
Jones haunting Realz. Well, being Sixo, you're probably pretty disappointed with your hand.
Yeah,
you
you know,
wanted to roll
Harrison is
spell damage.
actually important. Harrison's actually important to kind of add the damage to win the game.
That belongs in a
Didn't
Oh,
also hit the
wow.
totem. He missed the totem, by the way. He wanted to have the spell damage, and he actually got a chance.
Fortunately, he didn't have the ability. Second sap will continue to draw for Realz, and he picks up Leroy. So Leroy is a way to kind of end the game.
Well, but he used 1 Shadow Step, so right now Realz has to ensure that he deals as much damage as possible. He gets the second Shadow Step,
With
and
that
also
cold
I
blood.
think, yeah, he has a lot of damage potential. But on the other hand, he's running out of cards. From like the cards in his deck are also almost done, so he needs to deal as much damage as possible. And that Gadgetzan is going down next turn.
This guy's
He's got plenty, let me tell you that. Especially since Shaman can't heal. Alright, Sixo needs something here to kind of answer. Doomhammer! Off the top
Oh my
with
God,
double
this is
rock
it.
biter!
This is it.
Sixo is gonna win this series 3-0!
Sixo is counting damage. Can he see it? Or do you miss lethal?
No.
He
He
missed
sees
it.
this. No. He still has the mana.
Doing
no!
lightning storm.
Don't do this. It's so tempting. Sixo has
Okay.
16 damage just from Doomhammer and double rock biter. No. He's got it.
I'm sure he's super tired, as we mentioned, and right now he's in a spot. I need to get rid of that Gadgetzan, or I will lose this game.
No.
Instead of thinking, hey, I can just win this game.
What a disaster. Sixo has missed an opportunity. You know what? It's okay. He still has the mana next turn. And he rolls
Oh,
high.
he
He
sees
rolls
it.
high on Gadgetzan. Oh no, he realized. He said, I have Doomhammer.
Just realized
Oh no.
he missed lethal. Even though
Mistakes were made. That was a mistake.
that was so weird. Do you still play?
Yikes.
Do you still play the Doomhammer here?
No, you play Harrison Jones and you threaten him. The elements will destroy you.
I guess.
Wait, no, wait. How is there lethal in the hand of Realz, by the way? I don't think so, right? There's
Yes,
12.
12.
14.
Little time.
Nope. 16 damage.
Yeah. So looking good for Sixo still.
Elements guide me. Elements guide
All right.
Yeah, Sixo can't
Sixo is
believe
gonna
it.
be so upset if he dies to this.
Well, one Shadow Step is out, so he knows. Oh my god, it
Wait.
does deckhand change. No, it doesn't
That
change
18
anything.
damage now. Realz is 2 damage off lethal.
I don't think he has mana for everything. It's 6 mana for Leroy, and he has 4 mana left, and it's 8 months left. Xixo is dying here. The pressure.
Oh man, hood comes off. My plans have been foiled. Curse you, Luke Skywalker!
So many.
He's thinking like,
Realz
is there...
can't win. He needs Farseer and Shadow Step as Farseer in order to survive, by the way. The fact is, Doomhammer is up, and Realz is very aware of how he can die next turn. No! There is no way to pull yourself out of this one, Sixo. You have to endure it like the rest of the other people who have also suffered the current situation. Sixo still wins this game, but you know what? He also has joined Kolento as players who have maybe faltered just a little bit at the finish line.
It would be so funny if they actually both advance after single lethal. Look at that. He only played one, just in case. To not give himself out.
Okay, well, Realz is going to be out of this tournament 0-3, which means that Sixo still also has a chance. He has to defeat Trump as the final boss in order to advance to top 4. If Trump wins, he's through. That's the current status of the situation. The graphic hasn't been updated fully, though, you see that Realz is still kind of undecided there. So Kolento's in first place, and he awaits to see who's going to be number 2, as you see the update there. Sixo's 3-3.
Is there a way... like, the next match is Sixo versus Trump, but is there a way for Trump to advance if he loses to Sixo? Or is it just an
the record
thing?
is the record is the most indicative of who moves on.
Okay, we
in
see
this
it now.
position.
It's a 1-1. Sure. So it's if one of them he wins, he advances. Clear slate.
There we go. Remind guys, by the way, there is a way to enter for a chance to win the Zeus Mini, as you see on the screen. There's a lot of cool stuff going on with the VGVN. They are trying to actively fight against legislation that hates on gamers and video games unfairly. They've been doing lots of cool stuff in esports for a few years, and they just want to kind of get the word out a little bit about what they're doing. So make sure to find out a way to enter for your chance to win by subscribing to the newsletter. It takes less than a minute in order to just sign up for some of these things. We're going to take a quick break, so you have an opportunity to go ahead and check these things out. And when we come back, the final series of the day, Trump versus Sixo, where the winner moves on to day 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the final match of the day of Group B of Nax Rambus Release Tournament number 2, hosted by VGVN and One Nation of Gamers in cooperation with Liquid Hearth. Hope you guys have been having a fun time. I certainly have, and we've come down to the final series where whoever wins advances to the next stage. Sixo and Trump are tied 1-1, and whoever wins, record won't matter as long as they have the overall match score in their favor.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this match. Xixo, the Ladder Beast, and Trump, the tournament's mainstay, because he is playing in all the tournaments recently, the Heroes of Cards, well played, and now VGVN, a lot of experience there. So I wonder what will actually triumph here, if it will be experience from Trump with regards to tournaments, or Sixo's ladder prowess. We know that Sixo is at the point when he's missing obvious lethal, and Trump is, I guess he's not tired. He's rested and ready. He has his bear. He has his Baron deck, the warrior one. So I wonder what they will actually ban and how this will unfold. But one of the players will definitely advance and be with Kolento to advance to the quarterfinals. So I'm really excited to see what's happening and how will we finish today's tournament.
I think it's going to be really cool to see a guy like Sixo get all the way through the open bracket and then make a run for the entire tournament. It's just cool to see it. As much as I'm friends with guys like Trump and Realz, it's just nice to see someone go through the entire process and get that much closer. At the same time, I wouldn't be mad if Trump got through. He's the guy who's constantly proving doubters wrong. People assume, yeah, he's good at arena. He's a popular guy. He's getting his invites, but does he really deserve to be in that top 8 for the tournament at all? And I think time and time again he's proven it. So I'm kind of pulling for either guy here. I'm not really choosing one or the other. Either way, I think it's a cool story to tell. Let's go into the ban screen and find out what these guys have chosen. Sixo has chosen to not ban Hunter, so that might surprise Trump. Let's see if Trump's going to stick to tried and true and ban Hunter for his opponent. And it looks like it is. While Sixo is up to ban Priest once again, which is an effective class against his lineup.
Yeah, that will be pretty interesting because Trump has shown his prowess with a Hunter when he was winning versus Realz. And it worked pretty well for him. He's starting with his trusted warrior deck. And Sixo, having his Zoo, I guess here Sixo will actually have an advantage with all the cards with the Zoo. It's like building the pressure. Zoo was always a good matchup versus Warrior, but now it's even more dangerous with the Haunted Creepers, with more Death Rattle cards. You don't want to brawl if you have a full board accompanied by Nerubian Eggs and Haunted Creepers. So, do you agree that Sixo actually has an edge in this matchup? Even though Trump has a lot of removal and ghouls and cleave and slam without the Taskmasters.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Taskmaster is actually kind of important for things like Armorsmith and Acolytes to get them to trade very well. You really rely on things like your Death Spite to do a good amount of work, but then, just like you said, the Haunted Creeper introduces a new, and Nerubian Egg introduces a new depth of which you have to be very careful of your clears, even Brawl. So I think Sixo does come with a little edge, but we've seen terrible starts for both kinds of decks in the past. Maybe Trump has a really strong, stable early game when he gets Armorsmith's unstable ghouls and he doesn't look back. Or maybe if Sixo just completely blows him out of the water. Who knows? The first game is about to begin, and we begin the journey to see who joins Kolento in top 4 of VGVN number 2 from Group B. Starting now, let's jump to the board and see the opening mulligans.
So we have Darth Sixo without a coin, with a pretty okay start with Voidwalker and Echoing Goose, and Trump with his Burr, now in a TSM hat. Well, he has a Fire War Axe, which is not bad, but I guess he wants to Acolyte of Pain. It's not bad.
Well, he threw away Acolyte of Pain in hopes of something like, getting the Armorsmith. And at least he has Fire War Axe, which is probably one of your best answers to Zoo. Wow, he gets the Armorsmith too, which is very nice.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice draw. He can even coin it turn 1, but I wouldn't do it, I guess. Do you coin Fire War Axe and just kill the 1/3? Then next turn you will be able to swing it again and still play Armorsmith.
I wonder.
The more I think about it, the more I like it, actually.
Yeah, the weapon sets it up so that your cards can go down safely onto the board.
Also,
And
the
this
thing
is where Echoing Ooze actually pulls a lot of weight.
Oh yeah. Also, like doing Voidwalker is pretty cool because Zoo has a lot of buff cards, so you kind of deny the buffs with the Warlock.
Sixo's hand, like we kind of mentioned, a little bit on the slower side. He doesn't have the explosive ways to kind of get a lot of minions out with Haunted Creepers, Knife Jugglers, and Flame Imps. And all of a sudden, Trump's early game seems to relatively be stable until Sixo picks up something maybe like Soulfire.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for Sixo. He will just have to play the minions and attack full one, I guess. But on the other hand, he will have Dark Iron Dwarf on turn 4, which is very strong with a 1/1 Argent Squire, and a Doomguard as a follow-up, which is also a pretty good card against Warrior. Trump might have Acolyte of Pain right now, but his turn 4 doesn't look that good, and he doesn't... Well, he didn't have the turn 5 play. Now he is Faceless, but question will be if there will be something that Faceless can actually copy on turn 5.
How about a Doomguard?
Yeah, that's a good card to copy, I guess. He picks up another Shield Slam.
Yeah, that allows him to start clearing. Slam a little bit off the mana cost. Does he feel like he has to use Execute? Because the Execute's best served on a Doomguard.
Well, slam into a 4/4, see what you get. And he gets a Death Bite, which is super important because Trump is not running Whirlwinds. Death Bite is essentially his Whirlwind strategy.
Yeah, but I think if you're Sixo, you're going to be really happy to see his Execute on the Dark Iron Dwarf and not on your Doomguard.
Look at Sixo. Is he happy?
In his own Sixo way, yes.
I think he's overjoyed.
He's ecstatic.
Trump pretty focused, on the other hand.
I mean, there's an opportunity to use Shield Slam here to gain 1 armor and Shield Slam. Okay, so he's going to go for it and try to maximize as much of this armor smith he can. Again, you're playing a little inefficiently, but you got to do what you got to do.
Use Doomguard here? I don't think so. I think you still play Nerubian Egg and...
Yep.
Those cards are just too good, and they just work with the curve we have. You can always play Doomguard next turn.
Yeah, and you don't want to dump away these cards a little bit prematurely. But because it's a little bit slower, that gives Trump the ability to set up something like Death Spite.
I wonder if you actually attack with this Spite here, and or something. You can possibly kill the 3/2. Well, Trump has a lot of health. He has 27 points of health, 3 armor. Having that much health and looking at Sixo having only 1 card in hand, and knowing that maybe next turn you will be able to just clear the board, I guess it's fine to pay with your life for killing cards.
I wonder.
I mean, I don't mind utilizing Shield Slam, but you know, in Trump's position, it's again a little bit of an exchange where you have Armor Smith, you could leverage Shield Slam even more. But the problem is if you're going to be using a weapon, most likely you're shredding your own armor anyway. So I like using Shield Slam here, keeping your weapon fresh to see what you can kind of smack down. Yep. Seems like that's what he's opting to do, at least from his point of view. And it makes sense, right? The fact is you don't always have that armor. If Doomguard comes out, you can't Shield Slam anything anyways.
Oh yeah, certainly. Right now it looks kind of good for Trump. He will be able to play Faceless if he wants to, but how does it even work for him?
Well, it's kind of interesting because the Doomguard is going to have overkill by a lot. Now, at the same time, you're not exactly the most comfortable guy just letting the Doomguard live. You have to kind of kill it off, but that is a very high value Doomguard.
Yeah, he did drop to 18 points of health. And another Doomguard. Oh my god.
Doomguard number 2 for Sixo.
This is really important.
That is devastating. Oh my
because
god.
Trump has a way to deal with the 4/4. He
needs
just attack
Execute.
into it, but he needs that Execute. He didn't get it. He has Sylvanas though.
Ugh. He can't even armor up though. He's at mercy of Soulfire.
Also, attacking into a 4/4 with Death Bite right now, it's really devastating. Drop to 9. Plays Sylvanas. And you hope that your opponent won't get a card that deals 4 points of damage. And there's a lot of cards that deal 4 points of damage. Oh my god, he can actually play Flame Imp and taunt up only the Flame Imp to protect the Doomguard.
There you go.
Going yellow.
Yeah, just going as hard as possible, sneaking every bit of damage. He realizes that is also coming up on a turn. If he can't kill him next turn, there's an opportunity for Trump to Alex Straza. It's still not over yet.
Trump in a bind.
Okay.
He won't be able to kill well he attack into Doomguard, get a Doomguard,
And attack into
for
Flame
free,
Imp.
and then play Sludge Belcher and
Might as
I
well play
guess-
Armor Smith too in the process then and gain an armor.
yeah.
But he's gonna forego that and go for Black Knight. And leave it up to, again, another 50-50 on whether or not his opponent has some Soulfire or not.
If he plays a Black Knight, he'll have to destroy the Imp and then attack into Doomguard and take a 50-50 chance.
I mean, I guess you could do the
That's painful.
same thing either way. If you play Armor Smith, you could Black Knight afterwards if you don't like the Sylvanas outcome.
What now?
Oh yeah, I think you should do this. Armor Smith first, attack,
And then attack.
attack into a demon.
And
If you
evaluate.
get
I must choose.
Armor.
if you get an
Made to
Imp,
fit.
it's great. You get 4 free taunts and kill.
Well, we're about
does
to
he
find
get to?
out.
He
Oh,
gets
he takes
Doomguard.
Doomguard.
None.
He can go for a
And
full
now the
board clear
Black-
now.
Oh my god, this is so huge. This is the best outcome because now he can. He's winning the board and he
Wow.
got exactly out of the Soulfire range.
Exactly. Oh, and Knife Juggler. It might trigger and proc. Oh, another armor. I think Trump is able to turn the corner. He has Sludge Belcher. Oh, and he draws
he gets
Cleave off the
Cleave.
top.
Thick.
Oh, I think this is it. I don't know how Sixo can just pull out of this.
I agree. It's he will have to get double so far.
Needs it in tandem too, like back to back. Ah,
Yeah.
not even. Double Soulfire is now out of range as well.
Oh my god, this is it.
He's done it.
Mortal
And Mortal
Coil.
Coils is kind of useless. Soulfire won't even matter in the long run because the next couple of turns he's still gonna armor up.
Oh my god, the Immortal Coil, the 4/5 and then Soulfire it. But he's playing to lose now. Joint dead.
I mean,
Trump
how do you
is-
even play to win from this position? Trump has lethal on the next turn. Sixo needs something huge, but I don't know what he can even have in his deck that can pull him out of this. And looks like Trump has won game number 1 and weathered the Sioux Storm, taking out one of the most important decks in Xixo's lineup.
This was insanely well played by Trump. He really utilized his cards to the best effect. Having the exact cards at the right moments, making great decisions. I think that the Black Knight turn really shows that Trump knows how to play and how to play this deck. And he took the gamble. It worked out for him. He got as much value as possible from that situation, and he was able to turn around the game from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he did get a little help with some good draws. You know, having Fiery War Axe early on with Armor Smith, double Armor Smiths, to kind of get the health necessary. A little unfortunate for Sixo, but you know, he also did get lucky to have Tomb Dew cards pressure back to back the way he did. So you win some, you lose some. And now Sixo is going to turn to Shaman to try and see if he can win this game. Now, it seems like in general, with how Warriors have been building, Shamans have still quietly been one of the counters to Warrior, right? Because they took out cards like Baron Geddon a while ago. But now when you reintroduce cards like Baron, and you have like AoE clears with Death's Bite, how do you feel of this matchup? Is it still back in Warrior's favor, or do you feel like Shaman still is good? Nimsh, give me some opinions here.
So I feel like the Shaman is still good. Like Shaman is a good counter to Warrior. You have a lot of silence. You have Hex. You have cards that create board presence without any problem. Like even if you get Cleave early, it's not really easy to clear the board. I'm not sure about Death's Bite influence, but definitely cards like Kern, Sylvanas, and Acolyte of Pain. Those cards can be easily silenced and hexed, Also, Trump is not playing Harrison Jones, which is pretty huge in this matchup. Sixo will be able to play his Doomhammer, and Doomhammer deals so much damage and gets rid of the armor pretty effectively, which is a huge card here. On the other hand, Sixo has his Harrison Jones, so he'll be able to deal with Death's Bite, Fireworks. By the way, Trump is not playing Gorhau, which is interesting as well, but understandable because of the cards he has. So Lothep, there's a lot of cards that Shaman has that make this matchup better for Shaman. But yeah, you know, it's still possible to win. If Baron Geddon is being used to a big effect with Death's Bites, Death Rattle, that might just clean the board and give Trump an advantage where he plays threat after threat. Because if you play Sludge Belcher into Kern, into another Sludge Belcher, then into Sylvanas, Shaman will have to exhaust his removal at some point. And then you play your Ragnaros, your Ysera, and you're like, hey, I have all those big cards, and where's your removal? And you're like out of it. So definitely an interesting matchup, but I'm giving edge to Sixo with the current setup.
All right, game number 2 is about to begin. Trump off to a good series lead here because taking out Zoo with Warrior was something that he definitely banked upon, so he doesn't have to worry about himself. Not to mention, Trump still also has his Zoo raring to go. Sixo is going to start on Shaman. Let's jump to the board and find out these opening mulligans here. All right, you know, as this Warrior deck, you're still trying to ramp up, so you want your early start as best as possible. Getting your Armor Smiths is great. Not a bad start.
Oh my god. Sixo,
Whoa,
look at
Sixo's
Sixo.
hand.
So basically you want to have minions, not hacks. And certainly no double hacks. Like, hacks is the card you use. Oh my god, and he picks up Alakir.
Yeah, he's drawing the heaviest parts of his deck at the moment.
It's a mental blow. And Trump has all the small minions he needs. Well, Acolyte of Pain would be pretty cool, but
made to fit.
he has Shield Block to draw cards. He has Cleave to deal with.
Yeah, he's got Cleave. Oh, so he's got finally a minion to drop early on, so it's starting to turn a little bit, but if he has something like the Undertaker and Haunted Creepers early on, he can start chipping away. And as much as the Armor Smith does represent threats, it's the fact that Sixo didn't really have much to kind of continue support. At the same time, there is something to be said that you constantly hero power as much as you can anyways in this matchup to give Warriors a hard time. Taunt Totems and even the 1/1s can give a little bit of a degree of difficulty.
Oh yeah, certainly. You want to have as many minions as possible, so definitely totems are fine. And they kind of create a free card advantage because Warrior will have to remove them at some point, and you have cards like Defender Vargas, or even using those totems with a Rockbiter in the combination. It works pretty well. Here, we'll see a lot of armor gains.
Yeah, it's all about the gains, bro. You get 6 armor from that one shot. But the Healing Totem's able to do some work here and really harass.
Oh wow, Shield Slam is interesting. Can you effectively use Cleave in here? You can try. You can actually try using Shield Slam on the Harvest Golem.
Now?
Then using Cleave. If you hit Healing Totem, you're good. If you like, yeah, I like it actually. So Shield Slam, then Cleave, see what you hit, and finish whatever is still alive. The scenario
I think the Harvest Golem is too much of a bully at the moment. It's gonna completely throw away any kind of board in the early game. And it's not about the Harvest Golem, but it's more about the fact that Shaman can totem up as much as possible, and things like Flame Tongue Totem become an absolute card killer because of the board that it's built. So you want to kind of prioritize that. Good analysis, Nick.
What do you think about Execute versus Shield Slam?
Well, Execute's a little bit less flexible nowadays because you don't have Whirlwind, and I think Trump's only running 1 copy of Slam. So it seems like he's prioritizing Shield Slam and trying to get as much armor as possible.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Also, he has the Shield Block anyway. Shield Slam is a great... Thing is, like, I feel he will have to use Shield Block next turn anyway. Right now, he doesn't have a card that he can play. But he shouldn't be afraid of losing armor. So Shield Slam should still be good by turn 6 when Fire Elemental is being dropped.
Into the breach!
Meanwhile, Sixo's still kind of lacking a lot of cards to just play on its own. Still situational cards. Trump also kind of in the same boat until he finally picks up Ragnaros, but that's still several turns away from being relevant. And Sixo's got the perfect answer.
48 points of health.
Wow.
This is tough.
49, 51. I mean, pretty much you should just double shield slam to the face and just kill him.
Yeah, it will work that way.
Oh my god, 19 damage. That's just ridiculous. Alright, Sixo just gonna finally take initiative and start whacking away. He also rolled a taunt on him, which is very vital in case his opponent has Fiery War Axe. Speaking of which,
fireworks. Nice. But still, what do you do? Do you use shield? Shield Slam seems like a waste. I guess you just kill one of the totems and that's it. But then...
yeah, but this is where like Shaman really starts winning the matchup, right? Because the fact that you're trading hero power for cards.
Right now, Sixo can play an Alakir. Do you play an Alakir in here?
Are you afraid of Black Knight? I mean, Alakir and then your follow-up is pretty poor. Venervargus accomplishes again the same thing. While I guess the pressure. I guess
this is I like it as well because you just develop the board and try to exhaust the removal. Like exhaust as much removal as possible. You know, one Shield Slam is out of the way, one Execute is out of the way, Cleave is out of the way. So you have one more executed Shield Slam to go through. Your opponent might not even have it in his hand, but still, before you play your winning condition card, you really want to see a second Execute or Shield Slam at least.
I wonder.
Alright, Gromosh instead of Ragnaros trying to bait out the removal.
I can wait.
Okay,
yeah.
And also prioritize taking out, because even if he went for something like Brawl, if he rolls on the Flame Tongue Totem, he's still sad.
Well, now Sixo can easily use his first Hex. Can he actually not use Hex and keep it for another occasion? Yeah, I guess you use Hex though.
I don't think so. I think, well, I mean, there is a case to be made that Lightning Storms are kind of useless, so you're eventually going to have to use it, but there's no better target. And Trump takes this opportunity to say, well, you probably use removal. You don't have second Hex, but Sixo does. This is where Warrior's going to really struggle, but Brawl is in the back of the hand of Trump, so that way he has a way to reset the board.
And Sixo is really building the board in here. But on the other hand, it's, what, like just 4 points of damage, even though it's 5 minions.
Yeah. Pretty passive.
Death's Bite. You kinda... You'd like probably to Brawl, but you can't Brawl because Brawl is great for Feral Spirit, and there's a lot of cards in Sixo's hand. And also, like, why do you Brawl if there's only 4 points of damage and you're having 40-something points of health?
You've got some time. So you just gotta kick it up, pour yourself a nice cup of coffee, and relax.
Oh, Ysera is the card you wanted to draw.
Well, he gets Alexstrasza.
Well, it's Alexstrasza, not Ysera. Still, do you play Alexstrasza here? Because if you play Alexstrasza, sure, you deal 7 points of damage, but on the other hand, yeah, now you roll, because you have a follow-up, so you want to get rid of the board. If Sixo would have like a single Flame Tongue Totem, he would just kill this Alexstrasza pretty easily. So we know that hexes are out of the way, but still, it will be just too easy to kill that poor Alexstrasza. So a pretty good play from Trump.
I like it as well. Sixo has Alakir on naked board, but still kind of playing super passive. Kind of forced to as well, because he doesn't want to lose one of his win conditions. And now Alexstrasza does come out, and Sixo has to use more of his removal. But the good news is that that's all what his hand is. It's just removal and Alakir.
Yeah, Sixo is kind of devastated. Lothar, finally a minion. Oh my god, he can play a minion Froden. What do you think about it? Does it change
Well,
anything?
it comes on a turn where he also needs to remove. Might need to use Alakir to remove here. Can Alakir Rockbiter and then Lightning bolt it down.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You don't feel good, though, because, again, how do you kind of win from this position if Warrior continues to run away with the game?
You even lose the fatigue war, by the way. The fatigue war, because you won't be able to heal and you have a lot less health. And Warrior can always heal himself with the armor ups. Even picks up Slam.
Ooh, Baron Geddon, another important card to kind of clear. And Sixo is going to need a little bit of help here, because Lotheb dropping down just died at Death's Bite.
It's so painful because Trump still has
totem.
the removal cards. Yeah, this is not the totem he needed. Trump still has that execute and shield slam.
Harrison Jones coming in a little too late. Because now Trump can play the Acolyte, draw a card. He can even draw 2 cards with Baron Geddon.
Speak to me.
This is exactly what we talked about, by the way. Trump just exhausted him, kind of. Like, he played those big threats, the hexes are out of the way. And Sixo has lightning storms, but hey. Those cards are kind of tough to play.
Yeah, now he presents an interesting choice. You want to silence Sylvanas, but then more cards from Acolyte are potentially being drawn. Harrison Jones sitting there a little bit too late to the party.
Well, he might still do some work.
Yep. Lightning Storm. About as good a target as ever. And he gets the full clear no matter what. But he's still kind of sitting on fumes. Needs ways to kind of pair together a way to do damage. This is where cards like Baron Geddon are absolutely monstrous.
Oh yeah, Baron will be so good in here. Bludge Belcher. Interesting.
How many
Belcher
Flame
is so
Tongues has Sixo played, by the way, Nimsh? Do you remember? Is it 1 or 2 Flame Tongues?
I'm not sure. One for sure. I think he still has the second one, but I'm not sure.
Well, what's good about the Sludge Belcher is most likely, even if he has Flame Tongue, he has to kind of trade through it and then opens himself up to a full clear. I love the patience being shown here by Trump.
Oh, now the Baron will do some good work.
Yep. Continue to kind of compound his advantage. And he has Ysera as his final trump card to gain the card advantage against Sixo. I think Trump has successfully started setting up the checkmate against Sixo to the point where he can't really keep up with what Warrior's doing. The legendaries are too much.
Yeah, there's too many good cards he wants to remove. And playing Baron Geddon here is also a pretty nice move. Xixo picks up the Rock Biter, so now he has the means to remove the Baron and take 7 damage.
Well, I guess you totem first and see what you get. Or are you going to go for Lightning Storm removal? Oh, yeah. That stinks.
Well, you have to. There's, I guess, no way. Like, even with the toy group, yeah, you had to attack anyway. Xixo is getting lower and lower.
44 health to 6. Sixo's down at Harrison Jones, and there's no Gorehowl to kind of take it away. There's not even a lot of cards to kind of rubber band you back. Ysera draws, Ysera awakens.
Oh my god, this is a Doomhammer.
No, I don't think it matters, because he can't remove Ysera, and Ysera awakens burns through a taunt totem.
And he gets a taunt totem, so he might feel like he's lucky, but this is not it.
That belongs in a museum.
Harrison Jones comes down, but we know that it's going to be inconsequential. Trump will take game 2, unless he doesn't know what Ysera Awakens does. But I'm pretty sure he's aware.
Oh yeah, he knows the card. Really well played by Trump, really patiently. He played this matchup perfectly as a control player. He didn't overextend. He got those armor smiths early, which was pretty important. But still, he was just dealing with every card at a time. He declined going for face. He was clearing the board all the time. Like, even with the Fiery Warx after playing Alexstrasza, he did kill the totem instead of going for face. So, really, well, Trump is a control player for sure, and he knows this matchup. He knew how to play it. So I really commend him for that.
All right, now it's Mage versus Warrior, and let me tell you, if Mage can't get rolling on an early tempo lead, it feels like one of the hardest classes to win against Warrior because of just the sheer amount of efficiency that Warriors can deal with. They can smack down your minions, they can keep armoring up, and things like Fireball are rarely an opportunity to finish with damage. But this is where cards like Counterspell and then having the interaction with Sludge Belcher, Karen, and Sylvanas can give it longevity to kind of put enough board presence. Not Counterspell, sorry, Duplicate. Can actually introduce enough disruption to what Warrior does and still have the longevity to go into the late game. But how do you match up toe-to-toe, card-to-card if it scales late game against Control Warrior? Just one of the best.
Oh my god, this actually Warrior is a natural counter to Mage. Like,
yep,
this will be so tough for Sixo. The only way to win is to really have an explosive start. Mana Worm into coin Mana Worm, or Undertaker coin Undertaker into a Loot Hoarder. Just buff it and then
or like
continue.
Mad Scientist to get like mirror entities, and then they play like Sludge Belcher and you copy it.
Yeah, also as well, or like maybe Kirintor Mage into a counterspell, and then they try to cleave your Undertakers and you counterspell it. Something like that is needed, because if Sixo has a slow start, Trump will just overwhelm him with the big minions, with the Sludge Belchers and Kern, and just he will just heal with shield. It's really weird when I say heal for the armor up, right? But it's still. Armoring up is like healing, because you gain health. So armoring up is so important in this matchup, and Trumps knows that he played many games against mages. So yeah, definitely an interesting matchup to see, and I'm hyped to see like Xixo is this is his last deck. He loses here, he's out, and Trump wins this game, he advances. So this might be the last game of the day, but I certainly hope not. I want to see some other games as well.
What a journey it's been for Sixo. 2 VGVN tournaments in a few weeks, and he's qualified both of them from the open bracket, but he hasn't been able to advance from the round of 8. This is his last line of defense. Otherwise, Trump advances to the top 4. Let's jump into the game and see what happens. Can Sixo continue the dream of an open bracket player making a name for himself in these tournaments that have an open spot, or Trump kind of advance through? Now, Water Elemental is also a card that can also give Warrior a hell of a time. Completely shutting off their ability to use weapons. Warrior's stuck with using removal like Shield Slam and Execute, and if you can kind of flood the board, then you even limit it to just Execute. So this game will heavily depend on the Sixo start, like we mentioned, but even getting these key cards.
Oh yeah, but
not
still,
really a fast start, by the way, though.
Not really a fast start, and you had to mulligan Water Elemental because you really want to get those 2 drops and 1 drops. Well, 1 drops are the most important because they just deal early damage. You get rid of the armor that Warrior is putting on, and you can deal a lot of damage with small minions. But here, Sixo actually missed the coin, he missed the 1 drop, and well, the Mad Scientist is not the best card.
Counterspell.
Counterspell. Interesting. He can counterspell the coin.
Ha! Yeah, you're right. And then Trump all of a sudden has like a lost turn if he tries to coin Sludge Belcher or something next turn.
Might
Still
try
also
coin the Death Bite here. Coin Death Bite.
No
okay, he just armors up. That's fine.
Yeah, Trump has to, like, he knows now it's not duplicate. Just have to kind of make sure to test everything. All right.
Well, the thing is, like, Trump doesn't know what deck is Sixo is playing, so he shouldn't be able to know that. But what does it change? Like, Sixo's start is so bad. Trump is thinking, like, really what am I playing against?
Trump's got everything. If you toss out Sludge Belcher, he gets Black Knighted. If you toss out Lothar, he gets killed. Although Kirintor Mage has the opportunity to seize back important tempo with Mirror Entity.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice, and might definitely play it. Sludge Belcher, oh my god.
Being now a little bit more cautious.
Wait, Coin will get a counterspell. Look at that.
Yep. Oh, you're right. Coin gets counterspell. Well, I mean, that's not what you want to get value off counterspell, I think.
Well, it stopped the Black Knight, so it's not that bad. You can.
I guess so.
On the other hand, he still has a play.
But I guess you, I guess technically since it got put in play by Mad Scientist, you don't lose tempo. In fact, you gain it. You gain 1 mana worth of tempo. But still, I think you were looking for a much bigger card than Coin, unfortunately.
I'm kind of sad because Kirin Tor with the mirror entity would be so much better there. Oh my god, using Fireball as a removal is the worst possible thing. I don't want to do this as an aggro kind of tempo mage.
Yeah, especially if Warrior had to use some of its health early on. He's at 23, and you realize Fireball is one of your reachers. But he's got to do what he's got to do. And oh man, if you could have copied like a mirror entity on something like Karen, that'd be completely game-changing. But it seems like he's going to opt to go for the removal play instead and set up an opportunity for his Mad Scientist to get value.
Looks so weird for Sixo right now. What do you even do? Playing Kirin Tor in here.
Okay.
I guess it's fine. Just play those secrets.
Sure, why not? Let's see what he gets. I mean, he might be able to fish something big. In fact, if Trump facelesses or Sylvanas...
Oh my
man,
god,
Mirror
Sylvanas
Entity all of a
would be
sudden is a big
huge.
liability here.
Well, on the other hand, you are facing two secrets, and you know Counterspell is out of the way. So you probably don't want to play Sylvanas into two secrets you don't know what, you know, you have no knowledge of.
Black Knight is certainly the least of all evils here.
It gets some value at least.
Yep. And you are also can see that it's not duplicate, so you're free to kind of kill whatever you want. Kind of cool though that Mirror Entity is able to summon a 4/5 minion, give him the ability to fight back. Also can kind of pick up another secret.
Certainly. Also, it was a free mirror entity, so like he didn't pay anything for it. And right now, Sixo is actually pushing with damage. It's he dealt 14 points of damage, and still there is this counter spell. If counter, is there a chance to play a brawl? I don't think so. Do you even play any spells? You know, mirror entity is out of the way, so. You're like Trump is thinking, what is the secret? Is this the ice block? Duplicate?
Right.
It's not a duplicate.
Spellbender? Is it it's not duplicate because he killed off a minion.
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
Not nobody's like Vaporize or anything.
Nobody's playing Vaporize, like it wouldn't do anything. So knows that it's either a second duplicate or it's second mirror
spell.
Second counterspell, or a spellbender, or an ice block.
All right, well, he's going to go for Sylvanas because he knows it can't be Mirror Entity number 2.
What now?
And let's see, Sixo still has a way to kind of push through and do damage or game-ending damage. Lotheb is also a way to seal it.
And next turn he has 9 points of mana, so he will be able to play Lotheb and Water Elemental. And that board will be huge. On the other hand, do you want to overextend for a brawl?
Can't brawl if you play Lotheb, though. So I'm thinking Lotheb is pretty fine here.
Oh yeah, Lotheb plus Water Elemental. Oh wait, Flame Strike.
Well, Flame Strike's a little...
How much damage can you deal if you play Lotheb and Water Elemental, attack for 7, you put Trump on 11, and then you ensure that no spells will be played next turn. You know for sure nothing will be played, because if something is played, it will be counterspelled anyway, and there will be not enough mana. And you will have a pretty nice board with one taunt. Problem is, if you play Lotheb and Water Elemental, Trump will be able to kill his own Sylvanas into Lotheb, and you will lose something. So this might be pretty important.
Yeah, he might. I mean, the best case scenario is he takes Mad Scientist, but you're also leaving up a lot of minions. Right? See what spell? It's duplicate. So he needs to suicide this. Right? Very intelligently, and then play out the rest of his cards. In fact, I think Water Elemental is excellent in this position.
Oh, yeah, certainly. You can even Frostbolt Sylvanas if you really want to.
I'm invincible.
I don't think that's bad either. You kind of see the tempo and be able to squeeze it in. I like it.
And with this, you'll be able to play Lotheb next turn. And, well, it looks good. He has 2 good minions, so whatever happens, he will get something good from the duplicate. And also, I feel like this is the turn when you really want to cast Brawl.
But Brawl gets counterspelled.
I know.
So he needs to kind of vanilla test it first with that cleave if he wants to Brawl. Or if you're really sure it's counterspell, you play a shield slam empty, and then you Brawl anyways.
And faceless your own Sylvanas, then cleave your board.
I wonder.
Sick.
That would be so good.
You can. You can face the Sylvanas and then armor up shield slam.
Yeah, he can
twice.
shield slam his own Sylvanas. That's right. So instead of like a funny cleave, that's a possibility as well.
Taking the safe approach, it makes sense. Granted Trump's MO, but now this cleave is about to get counterspelled.
Oh,
That
that's
gives him
fine.
the opportunity to play Brawl here. Okay, he was also testing for Mirror Entity, by the way, on the second secret that was played. But now Duplicate, which one does it land on? The minion that was played first, so Black Knight, he gets double Black Knight if he's died?
I'm actually not sure and excited to see. What do you think? Which one do you pick?
I'm pretty sure it's the first minion play, so it might be double Black Knight, but I don't know. Sylvanas ends up surviving.
I think it's a Black Knight as well.
Wow, that is too sick.
We win!
And now he can kill off Sylvanas with hero power. Because Trump... Yep.
Yeah, and he can still play a minion, so... He has triple Black Knight! Oh my god, no taunt will hide.
Alright, well Trump picks up Shield Block, a very critical card just to get up in life and deal with this threat.
Well, Trump needs to do to start doing something here. Just clearing the board and developing some kind of a board, I guess, on his side. That's a board development, a sick one.
I like keeping Faceless just because you have the opportunity to face this Gromosh for huge damage.
Wait,
But,
Trump
you know,
is actually surprised, by the way. Look at his expression. He's like, what? A third Black Knight?
That's right, he wasn't sure if the Duplicate was on the Water Mountain or the Black Knight, but now there's two Black Knights. Gosh.
3 Black Knights. That's sick.
What did he draw? Oh, he drew
Oh
out
my
like
God,
straws
he
off the
got an
top. We didn't
Alexstrasza.
see that. That's really important because now he might be able to end it. Fireball at the top, though. Hold on.
That fireball is so important. Because Sixo can now try to snowball. I mean, he has a good way to remove Alexstrasza and do 4 points of damage. And then maybe play Lothab as well to be able to secure his board.
Hmm?
So yeah,
I think that's an excellent series of plays.
kind of sad that there are no secrets in Sixo's hand, so that Kirin Mage is just like, hey, I want to be played, but I know.
Yeah, he still has one Mirror Entity left in his deck. Wow, complete
he's
man
going-
mode.
Wait.
He says, I don't think you have cool Taskmasters and Gromosh.
Oh my god, that's so weird. If he gets a slam, that's it.
No, he can't play it because the
Oh,
Lothab
because of
increases the
Lothab.
mana cost.
You're right.
It's kind of tricky.
Do
But
you?
now
well,
Sixo sets up lethal for himself because he has Fireball in hand.
that's it. Is there a
What
way
now?
for Trump to actually survive?
Yeah, he has to trade his Alexstrasza into the 5/5 and Gromosh. Or he can just use Execute.
Oh yeah, if Sixo actually trades Gromosh, attacks with Gromosh into 4/4, and with Alexstrasza kills the 5/5, then Sixo will have only 12,
What now?
13 points of damage, so he will be 1 damage of lethal with a possible fireball.
Okay. So Sixo's staying alive. Showing off a lot of cool stuff with this Mirror Entity deck. Or, sorry, the Secret's Mage deck. Needs a little bit more damage and Frostbolt off the top.
Wait, is that it? That's 9, 10, 16? That's it.
That's enough to end the game. Sixo has top decked his way to end game number 3, that is. And he stays alive in
overjoyed.
this series. He stays alive in this tournament.
So happy. Look at his face.
That is the face of the happiest man on the planet.
And Trump is frustrated. Trump knew that he was so close. So close of
Yep. Just had to stabilize a little bit longer and the game was his. Now we go to a Zoo deck from Trump,
Oh.
and I don't really know how Zoo fares against this kind of Secrets Mage, because this Secrets Mage is a little bit of a new deck. So can you share some insight, Nimsh, from what your experience?
Yeah, it's by the way, it's interesting that he didn't pick Hunter, but he's going with the Zoo deck. The thing is, like, this Mage deck is actually pretty new, and I'm not sure about all the matchups here, but you get all those cool cards like Duplicate and Mirror Entity. So if you're fighting for the early board presence, well, normally Zoo will probably win early game, but then you have those mechanisms to like copy stuff. I would give an edge to Zoo actually, because Zoo will be very stable with regards to the draws it gets and the opening hand. And we've seen Sixo's opening hand being pretty clunky this time. So if he doesn't get all the early drops, he might get behind. Also, I feel like this Mage deck is actually not drawing that many cards because there is no Acolyte. So you're trying to get value with the Mad Scientist and the secrets you take from your deck, and with the one Gnomish Inventor. But other than that, you can really run out of cards pretty quickly. And Zoo, if Zoo engages you in a minion battle, and if you start trading and it's even, like nobody's winning, Zoo will eventually win because of the hero power. It really depends who gets tempo here. Who is the aggressor? Who's dealing damage? Because if Sixo gets it, if he starts dealing damage, even if he loses board control at around turn 6-7, he might just finish the game with fireballs. So yeah, this will be a pretty interesting matchup. I would give an edge to Zoo, but still, I'm pretty hyped to see how this secret deck will fare against the minion deck.
All right, game 4 will begin. Let's find out if that ends up panning out. Will Sixo keep the dream alive for all the open qualifier hopes, or will Trump close it out here with his brutal and efficient Zoo deck? He is on the coin, but Sixo has a good start so far with Undertaker. See what else you can piece together with it. Mana Worm ain't too bad either.
Oh my
Double
god.
Mana Worm.
He really
Okay.
wanted a coin in here. With the coin, this will be so sick. Well, being champ, what do you do? It's tough. You definitely not you don't coin the juggler because you'll just die. I guess you might coin the Haunted Creeper.
Yeah, the Haunted Creeper seems like it can go evenly with the Mana Worm, and you're not in danger of just getting things out of control with like Frostbolt and stacking advantage. All right, Mirror Entity gives Sixo something to do on turn 3.
Ah, this is actually a pretty good start, by the way.
Yeah, not bad.
And Trump is also like, oh my god, why does this happen?
Well, this is the best start that Sixo can ask for in terms of matching up turn 1 against Zoo. If he can draw some way to buff his creatures, Frostbolt or a Death Rattle minion, that'd be excellent.
Oh, Mad Scientist.
All right, Death Rattle minion.
But still, you play them. I think you still play Mirror. Well, this is actually a tricky thing.
A little bit of a puzzle.
Mad Scientist and just pass. Okay, you can kill one of the Voidwalkers.
No, the Mad Scientist represents 2 extra mana being played, so it's like you're playing 4 mana this turn instead of 3.
Yeah.
But it is a little awkward because the next turn you can't Mirror Entity and Hero Power, so you can't buff your Mana Worms. You're relegated to playing Gnomish Inventor. And you also, of course, are in danger of this. Double Juggles. And he could kill off a Mana Worm successfully, so Trump being able to... Ooh, I forgot about one more drop.
Oh, he gets it. Yeah, it looks pretty good for Trump right now with the full board. This is what I talked about. This even if you get a good start, Zoo has so much potential in the cards he has. Like even if Trump would have, what was it, Mirror Entity?
Yep, it was Mirror Entity number 2.
Even if well, Trump can now play Defender Vargas. Getting a 2-3 out of the Mirror Entity is not that exciting.
All right. Well, at least it's something to fight back against Zoo. But it's kind of like as if you played Death Lord and then it just summoned Defender of Argus naked. It is a target to soak up some of these shots from the Knife Juggler.
Well, the thing is that players are not doing any damage right now. I mean, Trump will attack into hero, but Sixo wasn't able to deal any damage to Trump, so Trump will be able to life tap as like freely without any concern. Sixo will have to play like almost one card each turn. He has hero power. He will be able to use the hero power, but I feel it's still not enough. It will be hard to get back to the game with the cards he has. And Trump has Doomguard, which is also pretty important.
Well, let's see what he draws. He might draw a card that makes him hesitate to play the Doomguard immediately. Yeah, like Harvest Golem the Ruby Egg.
There is a second mirror entity, by the way, so that Doomguard might actually get copied.
Oh, you're right. That'd be actually very funny if Sixo's able to copy it and bring himself back in the game this way. But still, in the larger picture, Sixo's kind of squeezed. He needs something here. Oh, Flame Strike.
Flame Strike is actually pretty nice.
Oh my, holy
What
smokes. I think he will copy this Doomguard then.
What
And
do you
he'll
even
Flame
do?
Strike the next turn.
Do you kill the Harvest Golem here? I guess
I don't
you
know
do.
what. I think you try to minimize the damage you take. I mean, you killing off the Harvest Golem sets up a better Flame Strike the following turn, but you're still taking 2 damage extra anyways. Wow.
Oh my
Flame
god,
Imp.
this is
Oh
huge.
no, the Flame Imp drawn is actually going to allow Trump to force the Mirror Entity copy that instead.
Oh my god, this was a lucky draw. And Sixo will be like, why is this happening to me?
Oof. Bullet dodged for Trump's camp. And now he's going to be able to play Doomguard uninhibited. No cards lost whatsoever. Brutal efficiency from start to finish.
And look at that Flame Strike, how useless it is.
Well, he still can answer the Doomguard with Fireball and even with Undertaker squeezing in with 1 mana.
But still, he will be dropping to 11 next turn.
Yep. This is where like the hero power of Warlock really kicks in.
He gets a nose. Oh, and he gets Abusive Surgeon, but unfortunately this Undertaker only has 1 attack, so the egg will not turn. And the egg is still a good counter to the Flame Strike. I guess.
Yeah, that is true. The Flame Strike is still insurance, so that way you have a minion to put out some damage still in the following turns. Is there merit for Trump to hold this Abusive Sergeant? I think so.
I guess he can still use it and yellow it. And kill the Undertaker with the egg just to save the 2/1 token. And just go face.
That's true. Sixo doesn't have enough mana to hero power and Flame Strike.
Oh,
Sludge Belcher off the top though is nice.
Oh, Sludge Belcher is actually stopping Trump in here.
But so clutch.
Can activate an egg, which is pretty important, I guess.
But if he activates the egg, he opens himself up to Flame Strike. Gives him a small window of opportunity, maybe to climb back in here.
We
That's
must
true.
cleanse the Sunwell.
Now he can hero power Flame Strike. I think Sixo has stabilized once again. And then, well, sorry, doesn't even have to hero power. The thing, he can just hero power directly.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Same difference.
Oh my god, what just happened? But still, it looks like Counterspell is so useless. I mean, it's good for Soulfire, but Soulfire is
Hey,
Soulfire
don't say
is
it's
the only...
useless.
Okay,
Don't
it's
say
the
it's
only
useless
spell,
until
right?
it's actually useless.
True.
He needs to juggle on this 1/1. That'd be so clutch, because then he can take out one of these with his hero's power. Oh, and it survives. So
Missed
Sixo,
it.
yeah, he's got some pretty good stuff coming in his way. He can play his whole hand, and all of a sudden, this is a game, Nimsh.
Wait, what is happening? 6 points of damage, and now Soulfire will not be This counter spool might actually not be useless.
Like I said,
Okay, 2 more points of damage, right? It's
1 more point of damage
one
for
more
now.
1 more point of damage. It's 6 plus 7 plus 1 7.
Now he's also kind of considering is his mirror entity number 2.
So many possibilities.
Oh, he's got to play his cards too. He's got Defender of Argus, which is nice. He can
Defender of
even
Argus.
buff it a little bit.
What is Trump afraid of? What do you think is the secret? Being Trump.
Well, it's not mirror entity. He
Okay,
wanted
so you
to
tested
play
that.
Defender of Argus in case it's mirror entity, so that way it's a 2/3 instead of a 4/2 effectively.
But
Direwolf Alpha is a 4/2.
he actually seen both mirror entities being played. So there is no chance that it will actually be a mirror entity.
Oh man, Sixo draws Lotheb. I don't think that's enough for him to stabilize whatsoever, so that's
Yeah.
gonna be it. Trump
That's it.
has won the series and he advances to the top 4. And Sixo, even though he comes in through the open bracket qualifier for the 2nd time in a row, will falter here in the round of 8. A hell of a run by Sixo. Again, 2 tournaments back-to-back, going through single elimination, 256-man bracket, and yet qualifies back-to-back times.
Oh
Falls
man,
in
I'm
3rd place of the group here.
I'm happy for Trump to advance, but I'm sad for Sixo. It's he just gets easily to the top 8 to the main event, but then it's so close for him, and he gets eliminated before top 4. It was kind of the same at DreamHack Summer. He was almost in the top 16, but he lost to KitKats, and KitKats did advance to the top 16 at DreamHack. So not this time. But maybe another tournament, VGVN3, we'll see Sixo, maybe one of the invite, probably, well, hopefully. I like his decks, I like his games. I think like the Secret Mage was actually pretty cool to watch, and he did steal 1 game from Trump as well with this deck. So I'm definitely excited to see more of Sixo. He is streaming as well, so definitely a cool player to follow. And new season is starting next month, by the way, in a couple of days. So maybe Sixo will get a first time legend as well.
Yeah, I think so. You know, if you're a fan of Sixo and his play, one thing I want to commend him is that he brought something different to the table. He was saying, I'm going to ban Hunter. I'm going to bring unique decks. It seems like a lot of people are favoring like a cycle of Hunter and Warrior and Zoo, but it seems like Sixo's mixing it up with some of his Shaman builds as well as even Mage. So props to him for being a little creative and bold. It doesn't work out for him, but I'm sure there's going to be next time. And like Nim said, he'll probably be streaming. That wraps up the Group B for today. Your first 2 players in the group are Kolento and Trump to advance to the top 4. Tomorrow, we'll have Group A with Amaz, Haibara, the other open bracket qualifier guy, Hyped from Tempo Storm, and Tice from Meet Your Makers. So that's going to be starting tomorrow at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Central European Time, noon Eastern Standard Time for the North American people. And make sure to, it's going to be on this channel, so make sure to hit the follow button and get all the updates so when we go live. Nips, do you have any final comments before we close of the night here?
Oh yeah, certainly. Remember guys, you can enter to win the raffle and you can win a PC, so definitely spam giveaway and then click on the link, because just spamming giveaway doesn't give you anything. Click on the link and enter, read instructions. You can take part in a raffle to win a PC.
Yeah, that's right. It's for the Video Game Voters Network. You're going to sign up with some of their stuff, but just a little background. The organization helps combat harmful legislation against video games and voting rights. They promote the benefits of gaming, whether it's educational, artistic, scientific benefits of all the gaming. Joining is free, and they're welcoming new members, and you're also eligible to win a cool PC that will be given away at the end of the tournament series. So make sure to get in while you can. We're done here. Quick shout out also to One Nation of Gamers and Liquid Hearth for putting on the tournament in conjunction with VGVN. They've been doing a great job so far. At the end of the stream, we're also going to be hosting Hyped streams. So he's going to be playing tomorrow, but he's also streaming at the moment. So if you want to catch out, you can stay on the stream and see a little bit of what it is. From the people here at One Nation of Gamers Productions, as well as Frodan and Nims, thank you so much for watching Group B of VGVN number 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time. Have a good night.
Good games and good night.